CoreWeave. Alibaba down 1% as well. That's starting to go back to reality a bit, but I think that's a buy. Amazon down 2% as we continue to watch out for some of these stocks. But there's CoreWeave right now doing a couple dances there. We should have gone short AMD. AMD went right up into that 185.50. It looks like that might be a short zone. So I don't know if we're taking the short bus or whatever, but that was a joke last week with Sharif. But right into there, NQs right now trying to bounce a little bit higher.
Are you allowed to say that? Isn't that? I don't know.
I don't know. It was last week. People were talking about that, and it was a fun little segment there. 85.50 for the TQs. Waiting to see if that's coming through there. 85.50. Good little short area maybe for the TQs. But for right now, AMD 158.50. Just looking to get into a few things and not really seeing anything right this second.
No, nothing's going absolutely crazy. Try to reload in Neo up here at that 25, but it just took it out. So it did bounce off $6 after all. We'll let the opening range settle because this had actually pulled back 10% if you go from the highs. So this is it's a big volume event at the open always. I want this to calm down. So early look gave you down into 6, call it like 606, but I want it to close a couple of candles underneath that 625. But SMCI, that managed to hold under VWAP, at least for now. So I'm playing off of this 40 and a third level in here. It's just a consolidation short, if anything else, here in SMCI. This is one that I just preferred it to NVIDIA, just based on the price action in terms of looking for some weakness in the chip. But you're starting to get a little bit strong here. Like the market is definitely picking up to the upside. And the Nasdaq's flat-ish since the open, but the candle does look like a bottoming tail candle forming, at least on this 15-minute, right? Like you're having trouble holding underneath 23.1 every single time. It just keeps on bouncing higher. So the first look for the short, good on Neo, but the second one coming in here on SMCI, if we break 40.30, I'm jumping out and waiting for a stronger push up there. Nothing else is set up, and Tesla's nowhere near 3. Well, it's actually.
Well, we actually got to position on Tesla. Right?
Okay, I'm waiting at 332, but yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there.
Yeah, it's getting there. So I don't know. We took a quick one there. We wrote down 330 and then 331 as our stop. So as Neil mentioned there, if Tesla does get going to the ups, well, there it is. Yes, sir. Well, there's 70 cents in the money, so that was a good idea so far. Let's see if it comes. Okay, here we go. Let's see how low we can go now on Tesla. There it is. Yes, sir. So it's your first dollar club. So there it is right there. Nice little dollar club winner there on Tesla. And again, as it was written, man, we wrote this down on the note today that we wanted this Tesla right there, 330 short. So we're short at 329.81. So there it is. Nice little dollar club member there for Tesla. So yeah, man, really happy with the way this one's pacing out so far. Is there more downside to come? We'll see, but right there we'll take some more out at 329. Our stop is going to be $1, so we might as well look to take $1. Crypto starting to go back. Oh, there goes crypto through 110. So I thought our 110 was going to be around 62.80. So that's where I'm waiting for, and that's kind of what I charted out there. So we're going to wait to see what happens now with crypto breaking higher. So we'll nail this Tesla trade. So, so far. Let's go over to Darren. I'll have to get my chart back.
Now here on TSM. This is Taiwan Semiconductor. It looks like about 39 minutes ago, Bloomberg reported that the U.S. had pulled the company's waiver for China chip shipments. Now TSM actually coming out themselves, saying that they have received notification from the U.S. that their validated end user authorization for their Nanjing plant will be revoked as of December 31st, 2025. So looks like some authorization at risk here for TSM. Back to you.
Like the futures are going, but like what's so strong right now? Apple's.
I don't know, man. I mean,
doesn't look all that
is going. They're all trying
Amazon,
to go.
What's Amazon doing? All right, actually, Amazon's trying to go, but I'm waiting for a 227 on Amazon. Yeah, it does look like it's. I mean, Tesla just got up to 3. Okay, so Tesla's trying to go as well a little bit, and then Meta, which hasn't been the strongest in the world, like that's now less than 1% trying to fill in a little bit of the gap. So I mean, that's still an SMCI that's holding underneath. SMCI, not NASDAQ, is holding underneath VWAP, so this isn't necessarily running, but it's about to try to break this 40-30 level. And I don't want to give it too much further than that. This market is trying to get to the upside, but it's not like we're not ripping faces off to the upside yet. but it's early. It's only 9:38, very, very early still. And just jumping back over to NIO, this is one, it's at VWAP now. I'll wait for it to maybe show some weakness off of this before I try getting back into the short. Early short, like right off the bat was good, but it's been all green ever since. So got to wait for the other side of the V.
Yeah, so right now we're into the shorts and we've been doing fine. Tesla was able to come back in. We did get our 330s, 50s there, and then a couple outs there at 329. So yeah, it's just slippery right now because we're about to get stopped out of some of the shorts because they're just not the right angle right now today, as I guess that taco trade is healthy right now.
Is it really
anything
a taco
that comes,
trade, though?
Well, I think it was tariff talk today about you know, the possibility there of them being revoked or turned around there. So yeah, I think it's a taco trade today. Okay, but we're in another trade right now, AMD. So we've got 3 trades on right now. I don't know where these are going to wind up for us. So with the market keep on pushing higher, we do get a little it's a little nerve-wracking to say the least right here for your boy, but we're green today and it's all good. So now we're 40 cents, 50 cents now in the money on advanced micro devices, so we'll continue to take that. And we just got 2 outs right there, sub 159 right now, so that's a good one. More reloads obviously here on Tesla as that short printed. And hey, you guys are all like, where's this guy coming up with these ideas? Or maybe you're not, and I'm just talking to myself, but there's the AMD 160 short, so we have that. There's the IBIT short, so we have that 6250 right there, and the Tesla 530. So we have everything that we want right now. We did not short the NASDAQ though, which might be one of the best things to short because it's at key levels. But here goes Tesla looking to run us out of town right now, a break of 331, and we will get out of Tesla. But it'll be okay. It'll be red if we get stopped out up there, but it's barely. We were able to take out profit when profit was there. So yeah, trying to scalp out a little bit here, and it's not working out the greatest there for Tesla, but it's been working out for advanced micro. So we'll wait to see if AMD can come back up into that 160 area and get us a little more short. So Tesla's the one right now. There goes Tesla. So Tesla just ran the top. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet a little bit with that trade. But it's not that bad. It was worth a try, in my opinion. I didn't expect the NASDAQ to be doing this, so I'm okay with that trade. But it's AMD right now that we're just getting a little bit more involved with here. So we have to watch out for this 160 coming into play now. As Neil mentioned, the market seems to be pretty hot right now. Let's get some more out here.
But it's not
AMD.
Taking the top off.
No, it's not yet. That's why I was wondering about the NASDAQ short.
Yet. When I say yet, like you have to remember, as I said, on a 15-minute, like we are headed higher, no question. We're not taking the top off yet. You're underneath the volume-weighted average price. Like a lot of it feels strong, but it's still that opening candle. That being said, I'm going to respect it. If we break, we just held VWAP on SMCI. If we break 40.30, then I'm jumping out. I was able to get a fill down at the 40 level, so was able to get some profit, but we're just sliding back higher to the upside as we speak. And I look over, I see what's going on with NVIDIA.
Oh boy.
NVIDIA's breaking out the top.
Oops.
So I'm not, my stop is in. I'm a short 40.10. If it breaks 40.30, I jump out on SMCI and look for the next opportunity in it. I'm not completely convinced we're going all the way the other way here. And this stock shouldn't care about what happens to the market. NEO just lost VWAP, so this is a confirmation I was looking for in this name. At least with NEO, if the market continues to climb, they rather report, and it's a Chinese stock, it might not care as much. So it failed VWAP. This is my chance to get back in and give it to that 60-40 level as we wait for things to chill a little bit. As the market bouncing nicely here. It seemed like a nothing burger, the tariff news. That being said, we left on Friday with a lot of weakness. And remember, sometimes they like to wash out that open. And if they do, you want to make sure if it sets up to get you back in, you got to jump back in. So NEO, I'm trying to get it off the volume-weighted average price. This looks like it's still weak relative to the overall market. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye on LAWR here, very strong this morning. I could not find any news or information on this company. It's called Robot Consulting. Looks like it's based in Japan, according to a quick Google search. So keep an eye on this LAWR. Also, we're less than 2 minutes away from the S&P manufacturing PMI. I'll give you guys those numbers again, less than 2 minutes. Back to you.
Man, so we thanks Adara for all of that. We got stopped out at 160.30 break there, and then it didn't continue to go. So I did punch back in there for AMD short. So red, but not really there as we get a little bit of a better advantage here going short. Remember, we don't want to be short for a very long time on AMD or really on anything here, as the market's kind of doing the opposite of what I had thought there. That's 162.30, the bottom there from Friday. So we could have a big move higher. So we don't want to be sitting in AMD and just, get rolled over, steamrolled here a little bit. So just looking at where we would want to get out, I'm thinking like maybe that next even dollar level of 161, and then that would be that, and then we'll just wrap it from there, because right now the market's starting to head higher, so we don't need to be part of that. I was going to short it, but now with these numbers coming out, again, might not be overly worth it. Remember, we do have, as we just mentioned,
even Lucid's up.
Yeah. Oh, Lucid's going back up. Okay. So S&P right now, PMI for August expected to come out at 9:45. So in 30 seconds, the PMI could be a big one, 53.3. So we'll figure that out. Then ISM at 10. So we're going to wait. But yeah, AMD bouncing around, IBIT bouncing around. Numbers right now in 25 seconds. So we'll talk about Lucid in a minute. Lucid's down 4%. Let's go to Adara quickly, and then we'll bring it back. Numbers imminent.
Yeah, the more closely watched number is going to be the ISM manufacturing PMI coming through at 10, 9:45 here. We have the S&P manufacturing PMI forecast 53.3, previous 53.3. So we're basically expecting this to be in line, I guess, with the previous print, 1 second away, and we have just gotten this number in, just waiting for it to populate 53. So it looks like it is here a little bit lower than that forecast of 53.3. Again, 53 was the print, 53.3 was the forecast. Let's take a look at CPRI as well. This is Capri Holdings, not a ton of volume here, but on watch. Women's Wear Daily reporting that Sydney Sweeney is returning as the face of Jimmy Choo's fall 2025 campaign. So I guess some Sydney Sweeney related announcement could potentially benefit CPRI here, though again, not a ton of volume on the stock this morning. Back to you.
That was a very healthy I don't know who was clapping very loud over that.
You don't know who it was? Sharif.
I'm not sure. Was that who it was? I couldn't tell.
Yes.
I couldn't tell. Someone very, very excited about it. We actually, it's interesting. We have to pay for locates on Lucid here today after the reverse split, which makes sense. It's a 1 to 10, so it's still down on the day. Oh, yeah. Now I have to wait for it to load up. There we go. It's still down 3% here on Lucid. I jump back into NIO as the market goes higher. Both these names still feel like Lucid's down 3% because it was a $2 stock, so obviously underneath $20 and it'll be red. I just want to see what happens at 20. If it fails 20, I think I'd want to jump in on a bit of a fail break. But NIO is seemingly not caring what the market is doing, at least for now. So I'm going to get bids out in front of the low of the day and that 20 area and see if we can't just short over VWAP over and over again. But the market is continuing to blast up here. Tesla has now, it's filled in most of the gap. We closed at 334. So 32 to 34 was the target zone I liked for a curl. Well, we're trending into it. That sets it up for a bit of a trend break. So that little nothing burger that we're calling it on this tariff news is certainly looking like that's the case. The market buying it right back up, at least for now. We've seen this story before. Specifically, Tesla for 2 days in a row, 3 days technically, has moved up before fading back in. So I don't want to get too far out of the pocket here. If you're not breaking green, then I want to give this one a chance to fade at the level. So 332 to 334 is what I'm looking for a trend break, particularly on Tesla, and we'll see if NIO can hold up. I did want to mention the strongest stock in the market on Friday was Alibaba for a lot of people, depending on what you're looking at. Alibaba doing not much of anything. It's flat on the session, trying to go higher. I think that gives me a little bit more cover for NIO short, given that Baba's not doing much.
Yeah, we also have a new position here with the TQQs, so we're trying to see if this can fade out a little bit. We were waiting for some of these pops. Unfortunately, we got a little excited too early on some of the plays, and got some stopped out there on IBIT and on Tesla. But we're just trying to wait to see here with advanced micro devices. We said 161 might be the top for ourselves, and it looks like that's coming in one more time right now. So here comes, again, if it breaks the top, then we do not need to be anywhere near this. And it looks like it's trying to do it one more time right there. So, oh no, good outs a little bit, and we will watch out for Beta Pro by Global X right now. So if you are into this kind of trade, there goes AMD back up to the upside. So there are now offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, the semis, and the U.S. Treasuries. Even better, fee basis point reduction, 65 basis points until December 31st on the management fee. So they also employ currency hedging to neutralize the US dollar and provide exposure to indices rather than the currency. So the hedging is already in there. Make sure you check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. It might have been a /. Okay, so right into here, there goes Advanced Micro Devices. So completely wrong. We'll slap some fails and some flushing down the toilets here as the market just continues to go higher.
Here is blasting.
Yeah, good.
That's a strong one. I'm looking for what was the strongest.
Maybe Apple again. I mean, Apple had the upgrade from JP Morgan.
True. Apple absolutely had the upgrade, but it looked the strongest name off the bat here does feel like it's going to be Palantir. Just looking at this 158 on Palantir, everybody. That's somebody was selling up there. Don't at me. That's just true. Thursday, Friday, even Wednesday to a certain extent. So if this gets into 158, that's sort of an obvious short zone. Tesla's still looking pretty strong. Here's what I want you guys to do, because I'm seeing Tesla at the top of this list, and did I restart this? Did we restart the visualizer?
I didn't. I didn't do it.
Okay, so let's restart it now. Everyone, if you have a symbol in there, I see. Okay, good, bullish, and you did it with. Shout out to you, Adrian, in the chat, putting the $ in there. Make sure you type $ if you want us to talk about a name or look at a name. Any symbol, doesn't really matter. $, then the symbol. I see Tesla, IBIT, Marvell, Hood. Everyone's in their Palantir as well. So we'll check back in on this just to give us an idea of what people are looking at. And there's the stocks that we're always trying to cover, and then there's what you guys are interested in. We try to give you a little bit of everything. As the market, it's down 1%. So yeah, we're coming back, but we're not coming back all that far. Like Tesla still trending into this 334 theoretical high because that's where we happen to close. But looking for that trend to break.
Boy.
If we don't break the trend, I don't get into this one. Maybe it gives me a topping tail. Who knows what it might be. But Tesla's certainly looking strong. But Palantir, as I said, heading into 158. Still about $2 away from resistance on Palantir. That's now $6 from the highs.
Oh,
sorry,
wow.
Check that.
Yeah, that's right.
$6 from the lows this morning.
Nothing but upside right now, and we're not like layering into these trades. We had thought the short was going to work out, but now it's 9:51, and we have a few data points right here, as expected there on the 940. There it goes. The TQs just stopped us out. S&P manufacturing 53 versus 53.3, so slightly underneath, but there it goes, man. Up. I was only going to hold this to the 200 period, so we're able to get out of a little bit, and there's the final straw there for the TQQs. As we just continue to march higher. AMD is on a run too. So you just want to talk about Palantir. It's AMD with straight, I don't need the marks on here, but straight upside fire right now into 162 as all of these names finally going. So it's been a nice little relief rally for sure here for the space. So yeah, we'll try it up here at 162 for one more play now on AMD, and then if this breaks, then we can get the heck out of Dodge right now and just say, you know what, you got us, and you got us good right there on the short today. So there's the nice move up for Advanced Micro Devices up into 162. We'll try that short just one more time as the NASDAQ battles all the way back right now. So the short's been good, but other than that, it's been bad. So let's see if now we can turn it around. Finally, Marvell gets a green day. We talked about how bad it was last week. Down, well, it was only the one day, right? Because they reported Thursday. So down 19% on Friday, giving a little bit of a relief.
It's SSR, so a good bounce.
Yeah, but only 0.6. But yeah, I was going to say it's a better bounce than usual because of the market, at least. So at least the market's down 1% and Marvell up. So that's catching a little bit. All right, let's get out of some AMD. It's a nice downside push here. We just missed the opportunity there as I was looking at Marvell. Silly me. So it looks like Marvell's going to cost me more money in multiple ways. But that just went down into 40s there. 44 we just went to on AMD. We were short 40 cents in the money there and didn't take it. So let's wait a little bit as it's pretty volatile out here, to say the least. This is AMD.
Yeah, it's definitely volatile, but the market's starting to separate some winners and losers. Like we've shown you Palantir, which everyone has on the list, it's very strong. Tesla, still number one for you guys out here to look at, is trying to go green. But out in Mag 7 land, Amazon and their disappointing prime numbers, that's only now getting to the open range high, still down double what the market is and nowhere near pre-market resistance, this feels relatively weak. So if we hold resistance at 225.5, I liked it at 227. Even with the strength, it doesn't seem to want to get all the way up there. So I'm going to see if we can't get this one short off of this 225.5. But I want to see it curl first. I'm also noticing NIO bouncing again off the $6 level. So it looks like it's just going to be like this 6 1/3 down to about $6 here, or 6 to 6.10 on NIO, down 3.5% after they reported their earnings. And a name on the list that I love to see, you guys are interested in SoFi. Yeah, it's SoFi today like everything else. So SoFi and Robinhood also making the list as well. But this one, remember, $26. Just to remind everybody, $26 pretty much every day last week. SoFi failed if it got anywhere near $26. So just keep that in mind if it comes a little bit higher. Someone, not dumping, it's the wrong word, but some heavy selling is the best way to think about it on SoFi at that $26 level. See if I can't get out of NIO if it bounces off 6 again. But I'm shorting VWAP as long as this holds. It's the only thing that's really holding weakness for now.
Yeah, we're going to try. We finally got a good trade there. We got 61.15s right there on AMD. So if you're short with me there, at least that started to work out a little bit. We'll see, though. If it takes 61, 62, we're gone. But that, to me, the risk was already worth it here. So we've already made money on the reload of this trade. We're down on it because of what we did earlier on that. So, yeah, some news stories today. I mean, just to sort of talk about what we've been doing, Trump ruling on the tariffs. We'll wait to find out what happens there. But it's the taco trade again. Whenever we think tariffs are a bad story, it seems like they're good again. So there it is right there, back up to the upside. And this kind of is like a different thinking today, because normally it's like, oh no, he slapped higher tariffs on somebody, the market's going to tank, and then it builds back up. And in today's news, it was like, oh no, the tariffs don't mean anything, or maybe they have to pay them back. We saw rates and everything going one way, but for rate now, I'm going to get out some more AMD as that's starting to go back up to the upside. So the Nasdaq not too bad right now, only down 0.89, with the S&P same thing right now, 0.89. So a lot of the heavy lifting has been done in these names here today. Dubai, again, trying to back some of those chip sales. So right into here, NVIDIA, nice move again today, right? We were down at 169. We even talked about maybe that as being a good little support area there for NVIDIA, but they're dancing around as well. They made some money back there. Amazon, Neil talked about that in the beginning there. They lost some of their Prime Day sales. They thought that the memberships would have been a little bit higher than they had seen. They just saw just a little dip down from past years. I feel like everybody that's in Amazon,
everyone's already a member.
Might already be a member.
I
don't know when were you born, you know. But I think most people probably making those plays on Amazon today. I think Amazon's a strong name in the space. If you're looking for tech weakness to pick something up, I really like Amazon. I like the retail space. I like everything that AWS is doing as well. Nice little dip down there for NASDAQ, for Advanced Micro Devices. Just went into 161 again, and then all the way back up. This is looking real strong, man. I'm going to get some more out of AMD, but we do have Adair with some news. There it is. I'm just getting some out right now in the low 50s if we're able to get it. Oh, we did get it. Oh, no, we did not. All right, we have to wait for that. I'm bidding 42, not 52. So Neil's number there. Maybe we have to bid 52.
The meaning of life.
Yeah, let's go back, and Robinson, of course. Let's go back over Jackie. Let's go back over to Adair and figure it out.
A couple minutes away here from the ISM manufacturing PMI data, but I want to mention this Google story that you could actually see on your screen, just flashing there in the bottom area where the position board normally is. Google on watch. We know last week we heard reports that they were only going to face a modest fine from the EU with regards to, I guess, some ad tech concerns. Now we're seeing reports that apparently the ad tech fine has been delayed because the EU is worried about backlash from President Donald Trump of the US. So keep an eye here in GOOGL. Looks like its ad tech related fine might be delayed here. Back to you.
Google and Amazon's charts are very similar. They just can't, neither one of them can seem to get going the way that the market has. I'm going to be in, hopefully I'll be in Amazon in a second, but I did get back into Tesla. Tesla came right back, got to almost 33, where we closed at 34. There's the first kind of toppish tail looking candle on a 3-minute in here. So we're able to fade this one. In here, I got 80s, but I kind of wanted a price closer to the even dollar at 332. And then if it breaks the new high, then I'm out. Simple as that. I want to play this one back into the volume weighted average price. Tesla was slowing China sales, which,
right.
Let's be real, It's been going on forever. Slowing China sales, slowing European sales, disappointing earnings growth. So there's been a lot negative, but this could just be, the other thing happening here is we're bouncing off the 50 in the 200 period moving average. So I can like the direction to continue to the downside, but overall, this did respect the 50 period last time. So it's entirely possible that we got close enough to the 50 period and it just wants to be a little bit of a bounce. So keep that in mind if there is some kind of a crazy tank here today in Tesla. They've already sold into this level on some of this bad news. If it gets back down there again, it could be a bit of a buy. I'm going to be in front of VWAP in here. If we can get 31s and then 30s on the way down, that's what we're going to end up taking. Because overall, you can like the news as being bad or red, but it's what the market decides to do on that news. And for now, the market is buying back up. So waited for a red candle to try to short it, but we are continuing to go higher and higher. The other name that made this list, a little bit of a surprise here, TSLA, we just went over Tesla, of course, AMD, Sean, we mentioned SoFi, Fubo.
Oh, Fubo.
Now, I don't know why Fubo's on the list for everybody.
Or a spot.
Not everybody, or just why it gets mentioned and seems to always make this list, but it's up 6% today. So Fubo's got a little something going on today, and the chart doesn't even look all that bad. It's back above the 50 period. It's actually been trending up for months now, believe it or not, Fubo TV. So good for it's not the most exciting stock in the world, but yeah, you guys asked for it, so we'll show it to you. It is looking okay, up 6%. Don't know of any particular story, but then the market is bouncing here, so it could be a little bit of that as well. Let's go to Adara. It's time for Happening Now.
Yeah, I'll look into Fubo after. Let's take a look here at ISM Manufacturing PMI, 48.7 here versus 49 forecast. So it is a little bit lower here than the forecast for that ISM Manufacturing PMI. We also had ISM Manufacturing prices paid and employment index. Both of those were also lower than estimates. Then we had the construction spending month-over-month print that was exactly in line with estimates, negative 0.1% versus negative 0.1% expected. So again, lower than expected ISM Manufacturing PMI, in line number there for the construction spending. Let's take a look here at the SPY and the NASDAQ, both of which are trying to push a little bit higher on this number. We know one catalyst that wasn't watched heading into the session that initially seemed to spook the market a little bit was a ruling that was actually against these tariffs, these Liberation Day tariffs set out by U.S. President Donald Trump. Though again, the market right now seems to be shaking off some of these concerns. TSM on watch, Bloomberg reporting that the company's waiver for China shipments, or China's shipments, of chip supplies has been pulled here by the U.S. The company later released a statement more or less to that effect. Then we have Constellation Brands and Watch as well here. STZ releasing a new, updated guidance for fiscal 2026, cutting a lot of its estimates here. So they're expecting lower for a lot of metrics than they were previously. Before I send you back to the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at OGen. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, or OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenic is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara, for all of that. Yeah, we're just trying to sort of, weasel our way through this as we go. I think that's one of the Sharif terms there as well. So we do get some more out here. I'm going to get another piece out in the 30s if we can for AMD. It's kind of run this top and made me a little bit nervous. We did not reload that short. I think if we can get back up there, we will try to reload it one more time right there. But AMD has been a pretty decent trade for us so far, just waiting for it to eventually come back in. And that number there, again, ISM Manufacturing coming out right at us. Construction spending 0.1 versus 0.1 negative. So they're both coming in on the same. And here it is right here on the Benzinga Pro platform as Adara just read it. I was just highlighting it. Now I don't even know where it is. That's CRM. No, I do not care about the CRM earnings preview. But there it is right there. 48.7 versus 49 for the ISM and 01 versus 01 red there for spending. So all the numbers today pretty much coming in line right now. So we'll, all right, let's go. Maybe we do get a little bit of a Bitcoin pullback, but it hasn't really been pulling back at all today. Up to 111. Great job there, bang, for crypto holders as it's making new highs on the day. But I just shorted into there. We did get stopped out a little bit, breaking through 63, but we're back in. I'm also getting some more out here on advanced micro devices as that's coming in into the 20s again. So we'll do that right there. But yeah, thankfully, a little bit of a pullback right now in the market helping us out for our shorts. But the shorts have not been right so far, that's for sure. You've highlighted a big trade there with, not that you had it, but Palantir. Palantir's been, looks like the biggest bid so far. It was. Tesla 633 could be a big bid consideration as well.
But none of these, not one of these names has gone green.
Right.
When the market's still down 1%, Palantir got very close, within 20 cents of going green, and then turned around. Tesla came within $1 or so of going green, and then turned around as well. Amazon, Nvidia, Apple, like Google, it doesn't really matter what you want to look at. Nothing has been able to get into the green yet. I mean, I say yet. It could easily happen. Do have Amazon. Amazon just pounced off VWAP, so this is now putting in some higher lows. Now I got to think of two ways to play this. If it breaks trend, I want to add to this underneath the volume-weighted average price, and ultimately that should mean that I'm not reloading this as well. We're just held on to the volume-weighted average price. I'm giving it to the high, but if we break trend down, I got to be adding to this underneath the volume-weighted average price. Let's go back over to Adara at the desk.
Right.
Keep an eye on the market here. Just an update on Donald Trump's announcements that happened at 2 p.m. Initially, we were seeing reports it was going to be about the defense space. Now we're seeing reports that it's going to be an announcement of the Space Command headquarters. So again, 2 p.m. Eastern, we will get an announcement from U.S. President Donald Trump reportedly about the Space Command headquarters. Back to you.
Okay, well, the Space Command headquarters.
Space Command.
I don't even know what that. Okay,
I'm down with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be
sounds
down.
Like fun.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It sounds like fun. So we'll see what that's all about there. Shout out to Donald. And but I guess it's probably okay for our short that he's not out there talking about anything. I mean, I still think the market is due for a pull down. So I think I don't know if this is your last opportunity to get short or not. We're getting out some more IBIT here as we finally crack below that 21 period moving average and now trying to come in. Where's its home? I don't know. I always like VWAP on plays coming back in, but this is a nice little bouncing spot there, 62.90. So if we're able to get something there on this play, we'll take it 62.90 or so for IBIT, our next area. Normally I'm bidding normally I'm bidding flats, but I'm going to wait into the 90s here for this play. See if it comes back in for us. So IBIT, so far so good there on that play. 30 cents in the money, break it. Again, IBIT's not really going to matter about individual dollar levels. It shouldn't anyways, because it's just following Bitcoin. So if this can come back into I don't want it to get to 108, but that would give us obviously the levels that we need. That would bring us all the way back into here, probably the 200 period. So right there, I won't be able to, I have to get something out at 01s. Normally, I know I just said that I don't really watch O's, but I don't want this thing to pull all the way back and then just start to bounce here. So we'll get a little bit out. We were waiting at 94, it went to 96. So a little bit of a downside trade there for IBIT. We'll see if that's happening. And then it looks like we'll get another piece out, but I don't want to get out too much here just in case the market does come back in, because I think prime for a move down are all the names that have ripped. And I know that's easy to say that, but when Palantir's up $6 or $7, look at the market pulling back here just a little bit. Well, this is now down, actually not down too much, down about $2 from the top. So in the names that are strong are the names that, are primed for a little bit of a pullback. So we on it now, man. Here it goes. We get those O's now in IBIT. We'll see if we can get 62.94. And we're on it on AMD right now, back in 70 cents in the money. So, the day's turning itself around a little bit here. So we're pretty happy for that one, but we need to get a lot lower. There goes AMD, now the Dollar Club member for advanced micro devices. So we'll take some of that short of 61, and we'll wait to see if IBIT wants to get lower as well. Adara with more news, and then we'll talk about some more broader names. Neil is in Neo. That always is a tongue twister.
It really is.
For me. So let's go to Adara, then we'll figure out what that Neo position's all about, and we know we like Amazon.
Yeah, just be aware here. We just had a post from Bill Pulte on X, the individual in the administration who is in that mortgage space. He was very vocal and very active with regards to the Lisa Cook allegations. In case you guys missed it, Lisa Cook has been accused of mortgage fraud, which led to Trump I guess, announcing her ouster on Truth Social last week. Now Pulte saying that, quote, wow, exclamation point, big news on Lisa Cook just received. We have not seen what this news is. Bill Pulte has not provided us with a lot of details, likely because some information has to be redacted. But either way, if there is news that we do get here, I'll let you know. Either way, I'm seeing some people discuss this on X. There is, I guess, a teaser of a potential announcement with regards to Lisa Cook from Pulte. Back to you.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Anyways, yeah, I don't know what that news is going to be, but typically the bond market hasn't really loved any threats to the Fed in a general sense. So keep an eye on those yields if you're not doing so already, everybody. But the market is trying to come back in here. And just going back over to NEO, it wasn't great earnings for them, but it was up for the majority of the morning. And you can find on the watch list, I mean, they did miss top bottom. The guide wasn't even all that good as well. So it is holding relative weakness, but keep in mind, NEO has been on an absolute burner for the last couple of weeks. Like, this stock has been breaking out. The stock has been burning shorts, all that good stuff. My goodness, my allergies are killing me today. It's September. I know this is what happens. Like, go back to school and my allergies go out of control. No. So as long as we're underneath 630, I want to be short. That means reload every time it comes into 630 in the volume weighted average price and just hold for this to break that $6 level. It does look relatively weak. I want to give a shout out to, I just saw in the chat for the first time, someone mentioning Pepsi. Well, it's down too. Like, it's up 3%, but it's been failing. So what was strong this morning as tech rebounded, Pepsi, despite getting an activist, Elliott Management, their activist investors getting involved, doesn't look like it wants to hold up here. This had been part of the rotation trade, right? Like, every time tech was a little bit weak, you did see names like this and Coke and others. J&J would be another example, looking kind of strong. And so might have just pulled a reversal as people are buying up at the open on Qs. Looks like a bit of a not a sell-off, but a pullback is a better way to put it here in Pepsi. Yeah, it's just Elliott, activist investor, +2 as tech goes down. Some of the staple names have been a little bit stronger.
Oh gosh, here we go. I have a question.
Yes. Shoot.
Pepsi's not really that much of a day trading. Like, we don't cover Pepsi much. Okay.
No, it's just new. It's news today.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, it was up 6
Trade the
points
news
in the pre-market.
Right.
No, I wouldn't trade it. Personally, I don't know. You can trade. It's done 6.5 million shares. You can trade the stock. Yeah. No questions asked. It's just not typically thought of as a day trading stock.
Lucid's reverse split is going well.
It was going better.
Oh, even Randy's bagging on Lucid.
What is it, down
split.
or up, or what?
No, it's only down 5%.
Okay.
Only down 5%. But see, this is actually not bad. Like, we've seen some of these reverse split, and you'd already lost VWAP and heading lower. I paid for locates on this to see if it would fail a break of $20, which was previously obviously the $2 level. So looking for a fail break up there.
Market back.
I just feel like this is a short that's waiting to happen, but it's not doing anything yet. So I don't think there's an entry for me, particularly now in Lucid. But it was basically free. I think they charge us just to charge us.
Yeah, at least it came back a little bit.
No, it's like 0.00026 cents per share to short Lucid today after the reverse split.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I think a lot of that is probably just because the shares right now hard to borrow. They will not be tomorrow.
It's not that liquid.
Everybody gets it all figured out. So, all right, man, the market downside and then upside again. So, good outs there. I mean, 160, 70. We talked about 90s maybe, which we got that fill already. So that was a good one. Then we were lucky enough to get something in the 70s. So now AMD is trying to pull back to the upside. We're still waiting to short up here if it does come back in. But we wanted to highlight a few other stories there today. Apple gaining a little bit of support from JP Morgan and company there as they were getting the upgrade maybe there, talking about how they look forward to September the 9th, which is a week today, for their release of the new software and or new. Why am I typing JPM? It's JPM. They're down to 297. Okay, so Apple right there, nice move. Again, probably should have looked here. They were one of the names that, again, got that upgrade from JP Morgan, just some positive talks about, looking to release that AI, looking to release potentially new software related to AI and their new iPhone 17. I don't know if they're getting a design rebuild either, but that could be something that we're looking at there for Apple. right now. I did hear a call for Adara, but I mean, Andre, you just let me know if she's ready for us. Okay, so she is ready. Let's go find the story, some story with Adara.
It's a story. It's not a news story or anything, but IONS making a big move to the upside. Guys, this is not a small cap. I want to specify it is an $8.5 billion market cap name. They have a float here of 158 million shares, my bad. 6.8% short float. So this is by no means a small cap. Moving like one, though. Nice gap up here and getting a $95 price target from H.C. Wainwright. The company did announce, I guess, positive data results for one of its treatment. It looks like a very science-heavy catalyst, but keep an eye on Ionis Pharmaceuticals. Back to you.
That's better than what I usually
Open
say.
Door is going. Go ahead.
No, usually I just say yada, 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 pharma.
Yes.
But I think science.
Yada, 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 science?
No, you always have to be really careful with these when if you don't know what's going on with the press release, because I've seen we've seen Viking have what seems like fantastic results and they sell off on this, but this is breaking and certainly squeezing people to the upside. And speaking of squeeze names, as you mentioned just now, Open Door.
Yeah, Open Door is going.
Open Door is going. The volume's not what it used to be on Open. Only 84 million. It's 10-15. Usually by this time, Open Door is over 100 million shares, maybe closing in on 200 million. So it's less volume than every other time. But remember, on Friday, this came right into about $4.90. I liked it $5 for the short, but any mean reversion going into $5 to me on Open Door until proven otherwise. You just look at the $5 level on Open. I get it, everyone wants it to go, but it's been resistance 5 to 5.25. Let's call it 5 to 5.25. So any kind of a trend reverse going into 5, I'm willing to play. I don't think I paid for locates on this one, though. Oh, no, they're free. Okay. It's free to short. So yeah, looking for either a topping tail, crazy topping tail candle, or hopefully just a bit of a trend break on Open Door here. Is that one squeezing to the upside? Amazon is very close to breaking this uptrend. Very, very close to breaking the uptrend. It has to lose VWAP for it to do it, but once it breaks down, I want to look to add to this and then move my stop from the high to 225. So that'd be the plan of action here on Amazon. Again, it just has to come, it comes down to that prime number. The market was overall jittery because of the tariff uncertainty, but it was a prime number that had this one relatively weak, and it's still double to the downside what the NASDAQ is. So it is still relatively weak compared to everything else we're looking at. But as long as it holds VWAP, there's some hope that it could break out that top.
All right, here we go, man. Thank you so much. Spin the money here for our good friend. 44 months. Bratishka, thank you so much. They're 44 months. If I could do math, I'd tell you how many years that was. Wow. Congratulations on that one. Yeah, it's a pretty easy one, right? 44 months you came here, gave me more like 4,400 months. There it is. So thank you so much. I mean, I'm glad you're gaining all this information and all the love. And again, thank you so much for continuing your journey with us here at Trader TV Live. And oh boy. Yeah, buddy. All right, man. Life's getting a little bit better over on this side now. Some of the market's falling back in for us. So the shorts finally starting to print here on advanced micro devices. So that's going to be a good one. And obviously here as well on IBIT as that's coming back in. We've taken some bids here as here comes the market, man, right back in. So yeah, we're liking this move here for sure. Nice play back to the downside. Okay, perfect. Right now with AMD. So we just took another out at 160.50 or what did we get there? 60s? 160.55 there for our trade on advanced micro. So again, a pretty good move lower, but the market just getting bought up. This is an interesting area because we're at VWAP right now. So this is going to be, there it is. So now it's starting to pop up. So we do hold their most recent level there. So I was saying up here, this might be the last chance to get short. Not that the market's not going to rip from here. It's just like there was a potential downside push finally on some of these names. And it's just we nailed AMD short all day, but it had us because it broke through that 160, which was able to get us out. And then we had to wait. And we did pretty good here. We waited a whole $1 and change before we went back into the short. And that's really making the difference right here. Patience today pays. No Oscarito. No longs for me today. I didn't even write anything down long on the board. You were in or looking looking at Google, which I thought, and then I thought...
never got into it.
Never got into
no,
it.
I never
Okay,
ever traded it.
I was just going to say that would be one maybe.
But it's not it just won't break out.
It's not doing anything today.
It's down, but it's down
flat.
2 points. It's kind of like Amazon. Like they're both down 2 points underneath
what
the
a
volume
move
weighted
back
average
in the
price. So I
market
can
there.
kind of,
Boy.
like I kind of liked it, but is holding support. But how do you, like, what do you do with this? You could wait for 208, which it's not giving you. I'm just not really seeing any super strength there. Like if you were looking long, it needed to be something like Palantir for whatever reason.
coming right back.
Like that's what you needed off the open. Palantir's still not at that 158, by the way. And as I mentioned, I'm looking at that at Amazon. It broke that trend, so I added to it. My average price is 60. My stop is at the even dollar, so I'm risking about 50 pennies. See if that can't play back into the low of the day. But wow, Tesla, right back to the high on Tesla. Just it tries to pull back, doesn't go. We're right back into those highs. It doesn't matter the news at this particular moment. It just seems like a little bit of a relief rally is going into effect. And one place that we haven't looked, well, we've looked at crypto, but not ETH. Like Ethereum does not break out Friday's highs either. So it's also pulling back off of some of those highs. Maybe we're consolidating here. I think, as Sean was mentioning, if you will like short, this could be your chance to get into something or hold something if it's in that range, because we're taking a bit of a breather. And when I look over at what's supposed to be one of the biggest barometers for the market, look at how far back NVIDIA came. NVIDIA came all the way back into the volume weighted average price. It's trying to hold it here. If this fails on NVIDIA, to me, the short has just got to be good if we're not going to break away from the volume weighted average price. When I'm looking across the board, the market's trying to hold VWAP, but that's near the highs. Stock like NVIDIA down 2% and looking relatively weak. So you have to have your outs in this particular case. As far as I'm concerned, if we break 225, this could fill in the gap. We could have one of those mornings where we're just going higher, higher, higher. So I'm in Amazon. NEO is NEO. It just got back to VWAP for the third time here. Well, technically the second time, but the third time I've been in it. And we're again short off the volume weighted average price here on NIO. Has its own news, has its own earnings, and the Chinese stocks can do whatever they want regardless of what the NASDAQ seems to care. Let's go over to Adara because we need to see what some small cappers are doing.
Recap.
Yeah, the first of these names isn't even really a small cap. We do have quite a few runners, though, even just coming up now I'm seeing on the blotter. So there's likely a lot of these that I've missed. Definitely check out the midday show with Sharif and Joe for some more small cap trading. Sharif trades these quite a lot, so keep an eye on that for sure for a little bit more coverage. Let's get into this small cap recap, though. IWM, Russell 2000, getting a nice push off the low, much like what we saw with the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Keep an eye on this one later in the week as well as we get some more closely watched economic data, like the JOLTS job openings on Wednesday. Then on Thursday, we'll get some trade balance data. And Friday, we will get the closely watched non-farm payrolls. We know that the Russell 2000 is a little bit more rate sensitive, so keep an eye on that data heading later into the week. Let's take a look here at CYTK. This is about a $5.5 billion market cap, so not technically a small cap, though it is part of the Russell 2000. They reported, well-received data for one of their treatments on Sunday. Then we have HOTH, Hoth Therapeutics. This one also has a positive catalyst in terms of the pharmaceutical variety and space there. They're reporting apparently their antisense therapy demonstrated some efficacy against certain cancers. Good look here for HOTH. Last but not least, SOGP still running. Last week, as of Thursday, they announced that they approved a special cash dividend. So Sound Group continuing to rally after some strength last week, about a $3.7 million share float for SOGP. Back to you.
Yeah, look, same kind of thing for me happening right now as we continue to go short, but slippery slope, we keep saying that. So I just try to keep getting out every time we go down. So we did reload that trade and then we're able to get out in the mid-teens again, 15, 16s, our best out there for IBIT. We do have a new position. I'm trying Tesla against that high right there. So that's 40s. So I'm just going to try it against the 40 right now. We're $1 away from that level. So we did take something out when we broke through 332 to take 40 cents right there. Actually, we took 332s. So we are, I'm waiting in the 80s as well. That's right where this 21 period moving average is. It's kind of held it right there. So we'll see if it can break lower. And then of course we're running right into the 50s. So this is where I start to feel like maybe getting a little bit too biased one way. It's already 10.20 right now, and the market has decided that it's not really going to be that free fall kind of a day that it looked like it was starting out as, in my opinion. So we've been doing well to get out, but we are definitely on radar and on watch now for potential dip buys now in the space. Like that got into the 200 period, that's the 50 period, that's AMD. That was a dip buy. So I'm starting to recover out of these shorts and just to say, hey, look, if the market cracks, I feel like there's a huge downside right now. Like you're kind of flagging up here, looking like, there's the pull, here's the flag. And it looks like we could be making a little bit of a move down on AMD or the market in general here. Again, like pull up, boom, but we could also break higher. I just don't see the news right now to break any higher, but it's just one of those things where the market's a bull market and we're strong. We were up last month. It seems like we're trying to do it again right now. So trying to get back to Greensville, it's a tough row to hoe to get back to green today, but the market's done it before, man. Just a little bit of a move now. So, all right, we'll wait for it. The market's coming back just again a little bit. AMD is still that dollar, but we're still going to be red on it, but we're waiting for that trade to come through. IBIT, same kind of a ways. We just got some more there. We should have maybe covered some more. I'm going to bid. What are we short right here on IBIT? We're short at 28s. I don't know. I don't want to take a 20 fill because that's not enough, but hopefully we can get that, and then we can fade back into 63. So that's kind of the levels that we're looking at right now. No longs for any of us today. I will keep on, unless you've been long.
No, never got
point.
It.
So yeah, no longs yet here today. So we're both in the same sort of a thought here that the market is maybe not a long, but it's been fooling us today, that's for sure. We're back.
It still won't break these
nicely,
highs.
yeah. We did get another, okay, we just got a 50-cent fill. We're going to throw to Neil in a second, but we just did get our Tesla fill down there, so maybe this is the first sign that something's trying to crack. I don't know, but we're going to hold on to these shorts.
Yeah, and while we do, every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's how it used to be, because Trade the Pool's changing that. It's the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47, and that's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen to find out more. Shout out to them. Shout out to Mitch, who came on the program as well. So we appreciate them as well. Open Door is trying. So I've slapped the trend line on Open Door. It's up 8%, squeezing, but it did this on Friday morning. Almost not the same move because it came from further down, but to the same area into this $5 range. And it is about to close underneath the trend line. At that point, I'm short to the high of the day on Open Door. Amazon did just hold that 225 level as well, so that's trying to get back into the volume-weighted average price. NEO's still at VWAP, so it's not really doing anything, but looks like Open Door is going to be the next one in here for me. Free locates for us on Open, but wow, as this one tries to curl, Palantir did go green.
Oh, did it? Okay, yeah. Wow.
It did. And it is still green. Palantir feels like it's the strong one today. That 158 level is seemingly coming back into play. Like, is this going to be... This might get to that 150. I don't know if that's the right one to fight. I said I wanted to short 158, but we're already in NEO, we're in Amazon, and about to be in Open Door as well, so I'm not going to short Palantir. Let's just leave it at that. If it breaks out through 158, maybe we're taking a long at some point on PLTR. But that one is absolutely breaking backs of anybody short. To me, Amazon's at least holding the same high that it has held all morning. Palantir just keeps making highs over and over and over again. It's distinctly different from a lot of the names we're watching here for sure. And shout out to everyone in the chat dropping some names in there. I have seen Nuke and also CoreWeave. CoreWeave has been getting blasted. It was down 10% actually at one point, and then getting maybe an SSR bounce or something along those lines. Down 8% now, but it was down 10 points. It cannot seem to hold the $100 level. This is something in the price discovery phase, unfortunately for CoreWeave. Yeah, they've gotten a little bit of the kiss of death. Like some of these recent IPOs have been pulling back. This one can't cash the bid. Doesn't matter that the market's been strong today. Doesn't matter that the chips have been bouncing today. CoreWeave is doing its own thing and looking like it's not going to be the most productive day unless you happen to be short this. Should have been short this. I didn't even pay for locates on this today. It's the first time nobody in the office paid for locates on CoreWeave in 2 months. That's
Yeah, I don't normally even look there.
Every single day, somebody has paid for locates on CoreWeave every day, except for today, since it came to market.
Okay. Well, maybe that's why nobody's green today, as it's been a hard one to fight the Fed today for sure, as we wait for Lisa Cook and some apparent decisions coming through. I hope some of you guys are green. What's up, Fabian, in the background as well right there. We're just trying to fight. That's all we can do every day. And right now we've got some decent positions, so we're trying to hold on to these shorts as they're trying to come back through there. So yeah, what's up, Mike Peter Ryder? That's what I was saying. A little bit of a hard day here, I would think. Unless, again, like we were saying, some of the names that you've been picking on have gone the right way. I mean, we could look in at Pepsi. We did talk about that stake there. But look, I mean, if you go long, this name was up 5% today. You know, so if you're long Pepsi today on an Elliott stake, which I was like, oh, okay, maybe they know something. You know, so some of these names, it's like if you were trading short, the tech names, you got ran over. If you're trading short names or long names that you thought were strong, you got hit there as well. So, all right, IBIT making a move back. You know, we're just now finally going to get into more as we've made a move back into the high of the day again for IBIT. So we're short 31s, not looking huge here, but not looking bad. Let's wait to see. Breaking the high of the day for IBIT is something right now, 11.5. So that's great. When we started the show, we were at 108. So it's a nice move back for crypto as the space starting to fall a little bit with the NASDAQ as we just bounce again clean off of VWAP again. So that's what I mean. Like sometimes we talked about this with Mitch and everything, have the ability to flip up your opinion a little bit. Looks like the NASDAQ just held pretty clean right there. So be careful, everybody, with these shorts. Looks like it's getting a little carried away here to the long side. AMD, our out is breaking through 162. So we only have a small piece left of this. We've actually done quite well and haven't reloaded back into this one yet. So, so far so good here on this. We'll get a little bit more as we go over to the desk and see what Adair is up to.
Yeah, we got this evidence here from Bill Pulte, who is, of course, the Director of Federal Housing of the U.S. with regards to Lisa Cook. He had teased new evidence. Apparently, I guess they received video proof that the residence that Lisa Cook, of course, Fed's Lisa Cook, declared as her primary residence is being rented out to tenants. I have to look into this more, but either way, just to let you guys know, this is the evidence that Bill Pulte was teasing earlier. Back to you.
Video evidence?
Now there's video evidence?
Yeah, that would seem to be bad.
Yeah, I think that she's going to wind up being guilty, but I don't. I don't know.
That just is what it is.
I just hope it all settles out because honestly, this weighing over the Fed doesn't seem to be
smart.
That. And plus, he has the Supreme Court on his side and everything. I'm just talking about Trump. So, anyways, Apparently the lawyer, what's his name, Abby something. He's the guy that's been doing everything with the White House and with everything in government in D.C. So Lisa Cook is lawyered up for sure. That's for sure. So okay, yeah, that's about it for me. So she is cooked. That's a good one, Lisa Cook.
Well,
that's a good one. Shout out to whoever that was.
It does sound like that could be the
pretty
case.
Funny, right there. So we did not get enough short on AMD. It does go all the way to the top and then it comes all the way back down in. But we did get reloaded. Yeah, we're like the fish in the barrel today, though, it seems like. But there it is. We did get short on Tesla again. So let's just see where it's going. I'll take another bid here in the 30s. But so far, so good on the reload. There it is. We're short now 332.70. So it's 50 cents in the money now, but looking for a little lower here on the market. And there goes IBIT finally. So we did okay. We just gave back a little bit there because we went short. But the short was good. We were short early. That was bad, but the secondary short's good. But there goes IBIT, man. It looks like we're heading higher here as the NASDAQ also holds, and so does crypto and Bitcoin. So there it is, finally back in. It looks like that 108. Talked about
108's been holding.
Maybe that's the level.
If you look at Bitcoin on the higher time frame,
Tesla bids.
There we go. I was just looking at ETH for a second. What is with all these pop-ups? Trading View?
Holy, Trading View, yeah, need that revenue.
That's wild. Let me go to the daily chart because that's the one we want. We've held on to prior resistance turning into support. So what's happened, and looks like we're in the bounce zone. So that dip buy that, I shouldn't say everybody, I'll just speak for myself. The dip buy down in the 90s isn't happening today. One note on this SOGP, that sound group, halted to the upside. The tap is $22. So this is not the first halt. This should be, this is like the second halt today for SOGP, up 80%, and the theoretical auction price 50 cents higher from here on SOGP approximately. But overall, the market tried to bounce. Amazon has a wall at 225, at least for now. So it was able to get into 225 and then bounce off VWAP, which is at 224.5. So it's going back and forth between those levels over and over again. It did briefly break trend, so I jumped and added at that price. Probably not the right move. If we can hopefully break down through VWAP, that would confirm the trend break one more time. But it's just holding these lows as the market tries to go higher. So there's no reason for me to flip this unless we start breaking out. Neo's kind of doing its own thing. Holding, trending down ever since their earnings this morning.
Holding on the offensive line.
Holding on the offense. We're going to hear a lot of
Protecting
that.
Dak.
We're going to hear a lot of that for the Cowboys this year because they're going to be fighting for their lives and throwing the ball a lot. I'm for the record, I don't like the Dallas Cowboys because I'm a Buffalo Bills fan and they trounced us in the Super Bowl. But I will say this. I think Dak Prescott, and a buddy of mine was asking who's a value pick in a 1 QB league. I go, Dak Prescott, because he's going to throw the ball a bajillion times.
Of course, man. They're going to be down.
And he's going to have to scramble. They're going to be down a bunch. Your defense is going to be weak. And that's what you want in fantasy. You actually want a quarterback that's not sitting there and handing the ball off in the fourth quarter in fantasy. You want a guy that has to go out there and put up some garbage time points. So shout out to Dak.
Play to win.
Dak's going to do well. Pickens going to do well as well, I do think. But, in both my leagues, I got who.
I like both those plays. Right there. Yeah, this is the Bills. The Bills last year, I think they're running out of time for the Super Bowl. You only get so many opportunities there, so I'm hoping this year they can do something. Right now, there's been 8 years of disappointment from Josh Allen. We'll see if they can do it again. Hopefully they can this year.
They just got to get there.
They just got to get there. That's what I mean. So it's been disappointing so far. We'll see if the Bills can turn it around. Okay, so we're obviously excited for Green Bay. We'll see what they can do this year as well. All right, so there goes Tesla right now. It's Dollar Club. So that's good. Let's just see how far Tesla can go. I don't even have any bids anymore. Well, that's not true. I do have one at 331 flat. Let's see if we can hold 331. We'll just gonna bid it and see if it comes back in. We're at 331.05. I shouldn't say flat if we're at 05s, but that's where we're at there. And then we'll see for a little bit of a pullback after that. Hopefully we're in for that. But yeah, the other stories today, we talked about that Pepsi move downside. Novo Nordisk had a little bit of a story today as well. Real world data suggests Novo Nordisk Wegovy has stronger heart benefits compared to Eli Lilly. So I don't, again, this wonder drug that is Wegovy, Ozempic, Manjaro, I don't know any of these words. But these seem to be working wonders in other places as well. So NVO, down right now, but, nice move if you look at the daily down here off of that earnings. So that was not good. Eli Lilly catching probably some strays a little bit today, yeah. So, on the report that Novo is stronger for the heart. Maybe Eli Lilly getting hit there, but doesn't seem like it. Oh, Kraft Heinz is splitting. So KHC, let's have a quick look to see what that's doing. Let's go. Get down, futures, man. Here we go. All right, so KHC down 5. Again, like a story where maybe you thought the split might have been good for it as they try to figure out different business models and proposals and things like that. There's a downside play in for Kraft Heinz, so not everything's safe there today, that's for sure. Kraft Heinz downside as we review some of these plays as well. Klarna targeting 1.27 billion US IPO, valuing the company at 14 billion. So Klarna, a play like in Affirm, Neil, as we talked about this. Yep. Affirm had I think it was a good day, wasn't it, on Thursday or Friday? Yes, it was.
Well, it pulled back pretty heavily.
Pulled back, but yeah, good day on reports. So was Upstart, Klarna, Upstart, Affirm, PayPal, Block, all those, obviously all 4 of them different, but in the new fintech space as well. Other than that, I mean, Amazon Prime, and Neil's already still in that one, so we can hold off to see what's going on there. But yeah, basically a busy day for some of the trades, and then Apple with the upgrade. I keep calling it an upgrade. I'll have to reread our notes. I don't think it was an upgrade. It was just a note that they are looking for strength in Apple heading into September 9th, which is the same thing that I said. I still feel like Apple does have a huge runway. And if they just announce anything AI related, this stock is gone. So I think you got to wait for that. It could be gone either way, right? Either disappointment back in or back up to the upside. So, all right, let's go to Neil quickly, and then we'll head off to Adara.
Well, one thing you don't need Klarna for
Yes.
Is e-signal. Why? Because the first month's free. No buy now, pay later if you don't have to pay anything for it, everybody. So take advantage. You've got a professional charting platform which gives you access to every market with reliable data, level 1 and 2 access, and balance locator, tick charts, everything imaginable. You can automate your trading. You can trade through multiple brokers, over 30 brokers, actually over 50 brokers, I believe they said you can connect to and trade. API, so you can automate your trades, which is another way to take advantage of these types of markets here as well. It's an entitlement-based platform, which allows you to add and subtract what you do and don't want if you decide to keep it around. And as I said, the first month is free. So you try it out, you scan the QR code in front of you, click the link in the description, you try it out. If you like it, great. You up your trading game. And if you don't, then it didn't cost you anything except a little bit of time, which you're putting into the markets anyways if you're trying to succeed. And if you're trying to succeed, you want to stay up to date on what's going on in the market, which we always do with Adara.
KHC, this has fallen pretty aggressively. We did have Warren Buffett of Berkshire Hathaway, of course, commenting to Becky Quick of CNBC this morning that he's a bit apparently disappointed, quote unquote, that Kraft Heinz is splitting up. So KHC definitely to the downside. Of course, they did announce that they're splitting up as well. But this Warren Buffett note also of interest here, guys. Back to you.
Well, you don't want.
What was it? I missed it, actually.
He's disappointed in this little split up.
Okay.
I don't get it. It's not like.
I mean, he's done a lot of research. His team.
Not gigantic differences in business. Like, the whole idea is that it's supposed to create lots of efficiencies.
Synergies.
Yeah, but it's, I don't know, whatever.
Is that a school word or
it's
what?
Like,
back to school synergies?
Well, I think it's a good word. I don't know if it's word. Is it the word of the day?
Synergies? I think it could be the word of the day. Like, it's not our typical word of the day where it's like one that we've never heard of and it's like, ooh, what's that word? But I hope my kids are finding some synergies with their classmates and teacher today.
Yes, I certainly hope so.
We're trying to use that in, my daughter has a new teacher, never taught at the school before.
Oh, a new teacher, okay.
So she's excited for that. And then my boy got exactly the teacher that he was hoping for, but apparently that was written in stone. So,
well, that's good.
Yeah, so he's really happy that everything went according to plan. So that's nice.
It's always good. It's always good when you get like a teacher where you're like you know it's going to be a good year.
Yeah.
So like we found out that my daughter's teacher, our neighbors, her best friend's older sister, had this teacher and had a good experience.
Good.
So
there
we're
you
like,
go. So that's the key.
I mean, come on, like we're feeling pretty good about that. So. Yeah, hopefully for everyone out there I know here we're just going back to school. I know a lot of our viewers in the US, you guys have probably been back in school for quite some time.
Yeah.
Usually over a month, actually, for a lot of you. All right, here we go. Get through VWAP this time.
Is the market going to do something or what?
Yeah, and Amazon continues to bounce off VWAP, so it goes at first 50 cents, but doesn't really continue to the downside. I'm going to get a bid at the even dollar, because if it goes another 50 cents, then we should take that as well. As we go to the desk again, Adara.
Yeah, these sectors are decidedly red across the board. Electronic technology, Boeing, oddly enough, one of the lone standouts here to the upside, but we've got KLAC, Dell on day 2 earnings here, all notably red. Nvidia to the downside, Apple, Broadcom, GE among them. Technology services also really weak here. Google to the downside, Adobe down about 3% here. Fortinet getting hit with a downgrade this morning. They're sharply to the downside as well. Finance pretty red. Retail trade actually does have some strength. CVS to the upside, TJX to the upside, but Amazon, as we know, facing, I guess, lower than expected Amazon Prime subscriptions leading up to their Prime event. This name actually is red. Health technology a bit mixed. Consumer durables a bit mixed. Producer manufacturing, lots of red names here. GEV down 6%. LRCX down almost 4%. Transportation weak. Process industries weak. But then we do have some strength in health services and distribution services. So lots of weakness here. That there are a couple names that are standouts to the upside. Back to you.
Oh, no. We're just saying that we both want to get some GEV. I really like GE Vernova. I think that, the power that's going to be required for all of this, these tech plays are extraordinary. So,
yeah, the data center.
The data center plays.
I mean, it's now down 15%. So
yeah, that's good enough for me, man. Almost bear territory, right? A stock goes down 20%, the stock has entered bear territory. And it's kind of crazy when sometimes we think about that with some of these names because, we've seen such a huge like meteoric rise to the top that you feel like, oh, just a 15% pullback isn't that much. But then, you know, statistically speaking, that's when
you want to buy that.
You're going to try to start buying it. Generally, the 50-period moving average will be around, and again, stock dependent, but some of these tech names, when they're pulling back, it's about that 15 to 20%. At least that's what I've been seeing so far. I keep seeing Fabian out of the corner of my eye. These guys are busy here, so we want to thank everybody for staying with us this whole time. As far as, well, obviously you're staying.
You got
with
Mark
us,
taking measurements.
Yeah, Mark is here, and hit the like button, man. 1.1K right now, 78,000 watching. So let's get going here. Again, it is that thing, and it is. We've actually done the studies now on it. That if you do hit the like button, the odds are around. I think it's like 49% chance you'll have a winning trade or so. If you don't hit the like, if you don't hit the like button, the odds of having a winning trade are 5%. So you know that's it. So there you go.
Actually, I'll give you a better reason to hit the like.
Yeah,
if you hit the like button, they magically change our lunch from like just random chicken on a salad, and then we'll get like something special like shawarma. That actually isn't. Tilapia. I wish it was true, but it's not necessarily true. The real question is, are we still going to get blackened fish once a week? Yeah, we're now starting.
Let's go.
We're now through VWAP. The Nasdaq is now rolling over. So I mean, the market's through VWAP. S&P today. Nvidia's back at 169. So finally, the market starts to roll back in here. It looks like it's just a little bit technical.
Perfect.
Nasdaq coming right back in. It just could not break that high. And now we're starting to break a little bit of support in here. I got to make sure if we hold VWAP on this, 224, that I'm getting it out in front of 224 here on NASDAQ.
Yeah, I just want to, the reason why we asked for news, we have Adara here, so hit the like button for Adara, obviously, getting us all the news when we ask, which is fantastic. I asked her any news on this move. No, she is coming with something, but just quickly right there, 160.30s, we're out right there. It's $1.50 now in the money on AMD and $1.80 right now on Tesla. Let me check what the situation on my car is right now. It's getting pumped up in the basement right now. Pump it up. Is that what it's called? Electrifying right now. We are at 60% right now. So far, so good on that one. Nice move down there for Tesla, losing some air in its tires right here. But nice day for Tesla for sure. Well off the lows, but also well off the highs now. We nailed that one. It's Tesla. It's a good one. We'll turn green on Tesla. What's up, Adara?
The only thing I'm seeing here with regards to the market is apparently Europe, I guess, having a record-setting day with bond sales exceeding 49.6 billion euros in one day. So, I mean, we know bonds have been on watch with regards to some of this action. That's the only thing I'm really seeing with regards to the market, and likely not what's making these moves here. Back to you.
Right.
Yeah, Palantir apparently was very clean off the 158 level. But shout out to Hercules Jack. You entered IREN at 26.4. How would you look for an exit in terms of day trade strategy? Sure. Was this the same question twice? It is. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hercules.
To Hercules. I just think of, where's that from again? It's
the Hercules movie?
No, it's Eddie Murphy in something. He's like, Hercules.
Oh, I don't think, does he say Hercules or something else?
What the hell movie is that? I'm just going to go over IREN. It's The Nutty Professor, maybe? Yeah, is that the one? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, he plays like 18 different characters.
I say Fabian.
That's Eddie Murphy when in the last vestige.
Yeah, people said the clumps.
Him being funny. The clumps, that's what it was. 26.4, well, first of all.
I just read the chat.
Congratulations! 26.40 would be the breakout right in here. Great breakout trade, hold support, breakout. As far as a day trade would go, yeah, I always trail out of these because you have an obvious resistance spot when it breaks trend. And to me, like it broke trend a while ago. Like anywhere you look at it, it broke trend here. Or you could slap a trend line now and sort of say, okay, well, now look at this higher low and that higher low, and then maybe get it out if it breaks that trend line. But it went bottom to prior resistance into that 30 level. So you got 10% on a breakout trade in 15, in half an hour, like an hour or so. I think that's fantastic. So whether it's VWAP, I don't like VWAP in that situation when it's at parabolic. But good look. I would look at slapping a trend line on it usually for a day trade. It's already broken the top trend. You could slap another one on there. That certainly has worked. So yeah, a good look on IREN. Now, let me know what made you look at that particular stock. Probably the action on Friday, I'm assuming.
Yeah, great look there on IREN. So Tesla right now let's see if it holds VWAP. We still have we have less than half on. We had so many different positions on this name, I can't even remember. I have to look back to see how many shares that was. But, good bunch of outs here for like $1 and change. And then now you're dripping, it is dripping. I mean, it was a bigger move right there early when I was asking about what the story was there, but you're still just falling right back into VWAP. So this story has just sort of started if we're looking short right now. It looks like we want to hold VWAP, but again, we'll just empty out some of the clip right here because technically it's at the level. I still think we fall back. I think the market comes all the way back, like 2,300-ish. So right now we're at 23,160. I think 23,1 would be kind of cool right into there if that were to happen. I'm not just saying this because we're short. We broke, I'd like it to come down, but there's VWAP. We were holding for like a half hour there and then finally gave it up. So I could just see the market falling back in just a little bit until we get some more certainties, again, about what exactly the Supreme Court and Congress and all this want to say about this tariff rollback potentially. Right there voted 7-4 in favor of not being allowed to apply and collect money and sort of change the trade agreements the way they have been. But then at the same time, it's Congress and they can overturn everything. So at some point here, I feel like, they will have the back of the sitting president. So that's probably what's going to happen here. So we'll wait to see what the market does give back, if anything. And right now, I think the NASDAQ at its worst case was maybe down 1.6. I was going to say I'm not sure, but there's a little bit of a pullback happening right now. We're happy for it, man. We're $4 now in the money on everything. So it's AMD is a big one there. And then, as I said, Tesla going green for us P&L wise. We did have DraftKings was mentioned by Mitch, so just another name that we haven't really looked at. He was telling to sell off DraftKings. It's up since then. Obviously, we were down here at 930. That was $46. We had a nice move in DKNG up to 47.60, and even that one now fading. And sometimes you want to look at names that have had strength, like a DraftKings, to pick up on weakness, right? And so they had a great opportunity today to pick that name up. Another name, Nuclear, you talked about GEV, or Dara did, to the downside as she was doing a little bit of a sector recap there and looking at some names. But SMR, some of the nuclear plays also downside here. And this is looking technically bad to me anyways. Like, you're trying to hold, and if we do, fine. You want to get back into this area, but nice move up to 37 on Thursday, Friday, and now SMR just fading right back into $30 here again. So just some of the sectors that have remained hot. Remember, they're still not making money there in small modular reactor land, so watch out for that. NUKK, I think,
Oklo's doing better than that.
Oklo's doing better than that one? Okay.
Yeah, but like it's down too. Like it's like SMR, not to... I own SMR and not Oklo, so obviously in the wrong one, at least according to the price action. But this is at least holding a little bit higher in the group. But I think you you always separate them. There's a big difference between, like, we were just talking about GEV, GE Vernova, or like Vistra, or CEG as well. Like, there's a big difference between those and then the other power plays, which are not really generating profits at this particular point. A little bit riskier, but certainly I'd say Oklo doing much, much better in the overall space despite being down that 3%. Let's go to the desk. Dara, what do you have for us?
Yeah, I mean, this U.S. dollar here we're going to look at for Money Talks. This is still very much in this range that we've been in for roughly half a month, starting in mid-August 2025. Base here around 97.6, top around 98.8. We're trading right now around 98.1, so about midway through the range that we did actually get a little bit of a wick higher, it looks like, earlier in the day. So nothing new here when it comes to the U.S. dollar in terms of this, I guess, chop that we have here. Let's take a look at the Fed watch tool, though, because this is actually pretty interesting, guys. We now have 91.7% of participants expecting there will be a 25 basis point cut at the September meeting on September 17th. So this is a pretty high percentage of people expecting that cut. 8.3% of participants are expecting a hold still. Now, why this is significant, too, is because we know we have the NFP data coming up on Friday. These job-related numbers can be huge. We know that employment is something the Fed is watching even more closely as of late, especially after that surprise print we got at the end of July or the start of August there. So keep an eye on this metric and these numbers coming throughout the week. JOLTS job openings coming through will be also, I guess, the start of employment-related data this week, too. That comes through tomorrow at 10 a.m. Keep an eye on GE Healthcare as well, GEHC. I just saw this headline coming in. The company announcing that it obtained FDA clearance for its Revolution Vibe CT system. The market just pushing lower on this. So GEHC on watch the catalyst does not seem to be market moving, guys. Back to you.
For all of that, yeah. Again, some good names to talk about as we go the healthcare space as well. XLV. Yeah, we've seen some moves higher, obviously, in the space recently with UNH. It's finally starting to get going. We've seen Oscar was a good call as well there, but right here. Again, coming up into some areas there, XLV, grab some healthcare. Nice move to the downside, 130, 128 to 130. Nice move up to 137 goes XLV. So we'll wait to see if that one can get going again. And she said GEHC, I think is the right symbol there. Yeah, so here it is for GE Health. So just a quick little look on this one. Yeah, down 3%. So, you know, picking up some different names. Oscar was down, OSCR. We got some out. Yeah, we got some out on this name recently as well on Oscar, but we talked about this, making those highs into 1750 again, so OSCR. So lots of different things passing around here. AMD and Tesla, the only two positions that I have here, and probably just going to hold them now as, yeah, good coverage. Let's see if the NASDAQ wants to hold. I still think it goes lower. I don't want to turn around on the futures yet, but I do think they start to head a little bit lower here.
Yeah, speaking of healthcare, I believe we mentioned the strength in UNH still holding up. And we know Berkshire is interested in this one. They've already bought a decent-sized position in UNH. I think it's still like 19th or 19th largest holding or somewhere in the high teens in terms of their holding. So there's always a chance that this 300 level that's been holding at least all of the last couple of weeks has been a spot where maybe they're adding. We'll find out the next 13F, but it's another strong relative day for UNH. Some of it could be rotation, some of it could be chasing Berkshire Hathaway, but whatever it is, it's getting closer and closer to breaking out this consolidative top here on UNH to about $317. So it's worth keeping an eye on. Nice little rounded bottom. You got the news, you got the 13F, and then that was kind of a temporary top because that happens. You sell the news, and then now it's trying to break right back up there. And I think it's helped by this rotation. If tech continues to show some weakness, then that can be good, particularly for UNH and everyone that's been trying to get this one to actually rally past 300 to 320 bucks so it can fill in the gap. Like the stock is still down it's almost cut in half from the April highs, just a little bit better than that. So there's a heck of a lot more room that it could go, and a lot of people, including Berkshire, have been betting on that. Amazon just bounced, might be breaking the trend. It might be breaking that trend line to the downside here. Yep, looks like we did. I should be punching out of this one. And yeah, I'm just going to follow my rule and get out.
Amazon.
So we end up bouncing off 223.5 on Amazon. So 225, bounce off 223.5. I'll take it out just underneath the 24 level. But that's a bottoming tail candle at that same higher low. So I am out. I'm looking for what's next. And the first place that comes to my mind was the fail. So Amazon obviously worked out because it didn't break higher. SMCI continued to break higher and higher and higher. But look at how weak this turned out to be. Down 4%, big time continuation play from the weakness that it had for weeks now. I mean, this hasn't really had much of a bid for a while. It's now with the 200 period moving average on the daily, down 4%. If the chips are weak and NVIDIA is at the low, then to me, this is one that should be weaker. If we play back into the volume weighted average price, this is the name I want to be short. I think it ticks all the boxes. China risk, falling with the rest of tech or falling with the chips in general, so I can pay attention to what's going on in NVIDIA in particular and what's going on in the group. And it's weaker than all of them. It's down a bigger percentage. It broke the low of the day when NVIDIA didn't break the low of the day. Broke the low of the day when the NASDAQ was at VWAP. So this makes a lot of sense if I can cash any kind of a pop back into 40. You need to get back into this name. Like Amazon was good, but this one should have been dead to rights when I look back on it.
Yeah, we a little bit of a difficult day. We've only traded a few key names: AMD, Tesla, IBIT, and the Qs. Let me just see what's going on here with IBIT again, real quick. See if there is anything going on at all right now. So yeah, we did get stopped out not near the high. Well, near the highs, yeah, but not bad overall. I can't really hate on what we had done here today on IBIT. We did like the levels, just didn't really level out for us, needless to say, but maybe potentially turning around. We were lucky enough to get another down push here on Tesla. That could have been averaged in, but for right now, let's just like to see, like I said, a little bit of a red day around here. Let's see if it gets a little bit better for lunch. I have not looked today. Okay, well, it's not fish again, and hopefully you've had a lot of these today. There hasn't been, like I said, many, but it just says grilled chicken right now. So, okay, could be okay with cold pasta salad. So, maybe that's okay. Seasoned veggies and then a Caesar. So maybe it's more like a chicken Caesar kind of a day right there. So we'll figure it out right there, what's down with that. But yeah, as we know, what's for lunch can be sometimes good, sometimes not so much, as long as we stay away from that vaunted tilapia. I think most people would be happy today. So
I just got a sneak peek it through. I'm not going to say. I just got to peek at what we have.
Yeah, I try not to go forward so that I look more of like a surprise.
I accidentally saw it.
Yeah.
I'm excited for Thursday's lunch. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, good.
You can't screw. It's hard to screw up.
It's like a little bit of a tease.
But no, Thursday's going to be really good for lunch. Even Joe's not going to be able to hate on Thursday's lunch.
That might be hard. He hates on a lot.
Well, I know he does hate on a lot, but there's almost no chance. And fish is not banned here in TTV Disco 22. It's just that we've been getting this blackened tilapia once a week for the last month.
I don't want to look forward in case it's on.
I don't necessarily want to see that one again. There were a couple of small cappers that we didn't necessarily get to, and then at least one of them. Well, I was gonna say, because a lot of people have been putting that one in there. It did just break the high. I wanted to say it is breaking the high, but you come back to it a couple minutes later and it's no longer breaking the high of the day. 220%. There's 133 million in volume. Like the volume that you want Open Door to be doing, this stock is absolutely doing. I know Sharif will be on that. But speaking of Open Door, it did not get to $5. Already pulling back. Didn't quite get to that same. Didn't even get to Friday's highs, and already pulling back into the volume weighted average prices, Open Door. But it's SMCI that I'm looking for next. It's bouncing off the lows. Looking to short this one if it gets into the volume weighted average price in here again.
Come on,
and I
Tesla.
don't mind jumping back over to Amazon. I like the trend down in Amazon. I think the next step would be maybe a bounce into VWAP, or maybe just take that 225 one more time. So shout out to everyone on that HWH. I know Sharif he sounds like he's on that stock. And
sounds like he's on something else over there.
So you should be all over it. Someone just said that, I like this.
It might be a very interesting midday show. I don't know if there's something in the coffee today.
Check this. Tilapia tacos are good. A little cilantro, onion, and some sriracha aioli. What do you mean block them? That sounds delicious. That sounds good, Joe. Block. First of all, Joe just yelled out block them for even suggesting tilapia as in a decent recipe.
Look, everything's fine. It's just a matter of the way it's cooked,
good,
right? I mean, you got to cook things properly and all that kind of stuff. Right?
I love tacos are great.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing wrong with that. Right now, we got Tesla bouncing off 330 as well. All right, it's 11 o'clock, so we're out of here. So thank you so much for staying with us right here. Make sure that you guys do watch the midday show for sure. It's going to be a lot of fun over there. And then Neil and I are back. All right, good show. We're back at 2 o'clock, so join us then. It's 11 right now. It's Adara. It's Joe. It's Sharif. It's the midday. Bye, Fabian.
What's up, Fabian?
Ciao for now.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif, and we're laughing up a storm. We're having a good time already on the show. All right, let's get to everybody in the chat before we get to what's happening in these here markets. Blackhawk, shout out to Proper Paradox. Man, change it back, man. It's a proper dang paradox. Shout out to my man there. Shout out to Boosted Red Spot and MF Dangerous, Stuart D, we got After Sir, Juan Padilla, Lou Premo, Mike P. D. Ryder, Disco 32 and 420 Bud Monsters. Shout out to Hangry Wife from Mr. Leahy, Bob the Frickin' Builder, and we got Ahmed, we got Rob Weather's Channel. Did you work at the Weather Channel, Rob? I need to know. Get at me, my man. We got Yo Adrian. We got who else, man? Common Sense and Jacques, KC, 526, KC. Bob, the Builder again, Jay Haas, ATX. We got Gamble Ethos and Fluffy Hippo. Shout out to Breathe Breathe Tidal Wave. Okay. We got Yannick. We got Buffalo Soldier. We got Why Not, Hammer Candle Wicks. Nakul 92, Ed Miller, VW, Levi Corbett. We got Yanks. We got Grandpa Trades. That's what I want to see, man. My mold man won't even open the computer over there. Shout out. No, that's not true. Shout out to Ronaldo, Josh Shaw. One more. Rivian Millionaire, the OG in the chat. Good morning to everybody. I hope y'all had a fantastic long weekend, safe as always, and had a great time with fam. Welcome back, Joey. Good to see you.
Yeah. Great being here once again. I hope everyone enjoyed their long weekend. It was a nice rest and relaxation is the term I was looking for. But yeah, don't even pull up my screen just yet, guys, because I had to restart my computer literally a minute before. So I'm just pulling some things up. And yeah, when the market was selling off this morning, I'm, okay, this is a little fishy. And then you get this nice rip higher, and then you come back in a little bit. So that's what we got going on. As soon as I get my stuff up here, I'm going to be able to display you what we have been trading on the day. But I need everything to cooperate, that is for sure. So I'll let you take it over for another
Absolutely,
minute.
And I'm going to shout out Theory of Stars, free mustache rides for everyone. Shout out.
Oh.
Dropping $2 in the super chat. Thank you very much, Theory of the Stars.
It's crazy.
It's funny. Yeah. All right, guys, here's what I'm doing. Neil already kind of foreshadowed this. He prefaced this, whatever word you want to use. It's HW frickin' H. 250%. We've already executed on it through the break of the 248, 275-ish previous area of resistance. That takes us to this top wick over here. But we've been using that said previous area of resistance as, you probably guessed it, current area of support. No wicks closing below this 470 spot, despite the fact that it did wick into 452. So we're looking here for 475-ish area as an area of support and a break through the current area high, which is around 5.25. Technically, it is 528 HOD, but we're going to look to that $0.25 level as the real area of resistance. Let's bring in the trusty side chart to show you what we're looking at. Top left of your screen is said HWH, the best looking name in small cap gapper world, in my humble submission currently. And here we go into the high teens. We could be low 20s. 528 is the high. Let's look over here. It's showing 20s here. Joseph Wilson, 22s. 23s. Here we go. We could be taking out the area high. There's a monster seller at the... He got decimated. Sorry, bro. We tried to tell you. 525 got decimated. It's 540 high now, 539. Technically HOD. Be on the lookout here for HWH. It's given the goods if you like those small cap style stocks, which I do. Wow, but there's more, Joey. There's more. Let's show them. MLYS. This one's coming into the 10 EMA, a bit more expensive of a name, so be careful with this one. Oh, Ram decided to show up to work. That's nice. Triple U, not quadruple U, triple U. 82%. She's giving me the look. Yeah. Joseph was the one pointing it out. I just said it in passing. Ram, we love you. All right. So Triple U is doing its thing. 25 at around $6 over here. A 710 high. Neil mentioned this one already. SOGP. Get it, Randy. Randy is destroying everything back there. SOGP, this one was running all sorts last week. Assassino, I know you remember this one because this one was up 300% in one day, and it's got another 67% to its name today. And trust me, bro, it's well off the highs. 2309 HOD, trying to get back above 20. So this one's in play. Nuke as well. NUKK up 25 and change. Alas, this one is losing the volume weighted average price a little bit lower than the $0.50 and looking like it might want to lose 6. If you are okay with trading these ones below VWAP as a long, which I am not, I would be looking at 550 to 530 for that, breakout area from the pre-market high. That should be an interesting area of support. I'm talking about 550 to 530 on NUKK. I won't be taking that because I don't trade these ones as a long below VWAP. LAWR bull flagging to no end over here. You get that big move up 930, but it was trading all sorts from basically 7:30 onwards in the morning. It is below VWAP. In fact, VWAP here on LAWR looks more like a line of best fit than an area of support or resistance. So I would base almost none of my entries off VWAP here on LAWR. Mankind, MNKD, this one was above the volume weighted average price when we started. It's got a gnarly looking double top into 6 2/3. I'll get that one from you in a second, Katina Man, but it's losing VWAP here at $6 quite quickly. And then last but freaking not least, DUO, not Duolingo, otherwise we'd be shorting this one to no end. 21 1/3, looking to take out 3. Katina Man, what's going on over there, brother? Tesla is absolutely dropping, and Katina Man's printing up a storm on his short on Tesla, so we're going to shut him out and hope he prints more. Joey, those are the ones I'm looking at right now. What's your focus, brother?
Finally. All right, guys. We got everything rocking and rolling here this morning. What were we trading? More or less scout mode. By the way, I also just took the first loss of the day on Ethereum, piece of garbage. Decided that it didn't want to hold trend and continue its trajectory to the downside. So IBIT, we grabbed the tops. Why was I short this name? Extremely strong out of the gate there, and then sure enough we have these indecisions at the highs, and then sure enough then we just take a little short off there, and then we get this move, bounces off of 63 multiple times, and then that's when we get out. So that worked out for us relatively well. So green on the day, but we did just take a small loss on ETHA. So there it is, IBIT getting that move, and then also Ethereum, NVDL, we took a small scalp on this one. It's unfortunate that I didn't hold it long enough, but it is what it is, and we just accept our wins for what they are. So bang, there it goes, boom, boom. We take a pop there, a nice 60 cents there, 60, 70 cents on NVDL. And then let's pull up ETHA. Again, we'll go 1 for 2 on this. Nice little scalp up here. And then we look for the volume weighted average price to hold. And then as soon as it cracks 32.80, we got out of that trade. So see you later there. And then we want to break it down to the 1 minute for any forms of indecision and volume spikes. Now, why isn't this trade working as well as the IBIT and the NVDL trades? Well, because the volume wasn't supporting the bounces. So as you can see, we have those indecision prints at specific levels, but the volume isn't there. And now I want us to take a look at what we had on NVDA. And this is why I decided to go long just out of the gate. Beautiful five-minute hammer candle, and then sure enough, you have to take that trade regardless of it's 5 minutes, 2 minutes after the open. There it is, bang. So a nice move off of that, and then we get a nice little move up into the 170s via NVDL. But yeah, getting a nice little bounce here in the market, considering I like what Sean was saying, that we get that pullback, but we don't necessarily break through the lows. So I agree with him there. A nice trend line. You can see that higher low being formed. So if we can hold up through that specific level, I think we're going to be sitting okay there, Sharif. So we'll be patient. We're going to wait for indecision prints at the lows. ETHA isn't necessarily doing what I want, so it's more or less consolidative, and the volume not supporting it. So if we get something to step in and we can look at a signature that says, hey, this tells me to go long, then that's what we're going to decide to do. But right now, we're 3 for 4 on trades, and we're not going to complain whatsoever. So we want to put on a little bit more size, starting things cool as we rock and roll into the start of this week, my guys.
Sounds good, my man. All right, we're long HWH again, taking some scalps into the high 30s, low 40s, trying to build this position. Don't want to get too aggressive here at the highs. So we've got now 15s on. I'll defend this into about the 75 penny area at 4s, because that's where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. So let's see if we can kind of work our way up over here. We've got 23s on now. Let's set up some at 33s. We're getting a seller here at 23s, sort of a bizarre area to get the selling, especially since we just posted there. Always so unusual when it does that. So I'll set up some more dip trades into this one, but it is putting in a bit of a topping tail candle of concern over here. So let's go ahead and set up at 75s, and that will be my bigger position at 475. So we're going to wait at 77s, looking to front run that area for a dip trade on HWH. Again, well ahead of the 10 EMA, and I perceive that 10-10 candle on the 5 minute to have kind of rejected off 67s ish in and around there. So let's see what we get with HWH at this area. I'm also keeping an eye on SOGP. SOGP is rocketing back to the high side right now on the NQ. It's 2309 high, and it's breaking through 22 right now. So the closing print prior to that had actually been below 22. So despite the fact that the level on the day is 2309, I think 22 is the real resistance level, given where this candle actually ended up opening at. It never closed there. Remember on the red candles, that is where you close, the top part. So let's see what SOGP does. It's already dropping $1. So breach 22 momentarily, dropped below 21. And in fact, it's in the 20 mid-80s now. So you're going to have to be really careful here with SOGP. It's super expensive and it's moving crazy. Very volatile. Be on the lookout for this one. It's very good, has a lot of potential parabolic upside, but it gives back very quick, very fast. So you got to be on the lookout for that. So I'm going to be really focusing right now on HWH as we built our position into that $5 area around there. Let's set up some beak wetters possibly to the high side. Let's see where, though, the sellers are at. The sellers seem to be in control after we printed that 557 high. Now we've got 13s on, we're showing 12s. All right, can we get back a little bit higher? There we go. Moving nicely back into that high teens, low 20s area. Let's see if we can get some continuity back to the high side. And there we go, popping back into 18s. We'll wet the beak there as well. We've got a nice position on here showing 09s. Let's wet the beak again into the mid-teens, but down it goes again into 5. So we're going to have to pack our patience here, getting some nice profit takers into the mid-teens, but by no means out of the danger area, sort of, Joey, because we're still in and around that 5. You never really know what's going to happen. What are you looking at, my man?
I can see that you're short Bitcoin. I think it's pretty strong here today. As you can see, the market did pull back in through the volume-weighted average price, and we're holding a base relatively well. You can see the buying pressure step in on the 5-minute candles. So there's a base that I was referring to earlier, right at 63, and then now you don't even establish a new low off of this previous high right here. So for me personally, I think that we're pretty strong here in Bitcoin, and I'm not going to say the same thing for Ethereum, considering it is following the overall market and is south of the volume-weighted average price. So just keep that in mind. I'm seeing BTC holding 111, no short on BTC, says Rusty Dutch. Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that. One, obviously, you know what you're doing. So, I mean, you got from 50, so you're right at the high. Risk profile really defined. So you only have to risk a couple pennies or so. You got 50s, I'm giving it to 60, so 10 cents of risk. I think it's worth it just to put on the trade. Hopefully you did take some off at 63.06 once it failed to establish that new low of the day, and there you go, bang. You're starting to see a little pop here in the crypto space, which is something positive. And then we got our guy Gorev as well starting to climb on Robinhood. He's like, Joe, double bottom. Nice grab off of that one there, my friend. Almost to the penny. We'll use the bodies on this one, not necessarily the wicks. So again, once not able to establish a new low, and then you post a nice little bounce right there. So just keep an eye on this. If price starts to kind of compress, you want to look at it as, okay, yeah, we're starting to establish lower highs, but then we're also getting those higher lows, right? So then you you get that wedge type price action, and then look for volume to step in, and then obviously follow the direction in which the volume steps. So yeah, that's what you got going on. I mean, at one, you could be right. Like, the volume isn't crazy or anything along those lines, but if it starts to accelerate and pick up, and then you're really pushing towards that high of the day, I would lock in some profits and then maybe get out, reestablish the thesis, and then who knows, you could probably get a better price at that point. So that's kind of the game plan there. I was going to take another stab on Ethereum, but considering it's the weaker of the cryptos, I don't love it. But ooh, a big time pop right there. So volume starting to pick up in this name, Sharif. And if we go on the 1 minute time frame, so we're going to really start to zoom in. Boom, we cracked this trend. I would look for this to break, and that's going to put us north of VWAP there. But you have this hammer candle. For me, it's just the volume profile isn't adding up. You're getting the bounce, but what I'm seeing from a volume standpoint isn't saying, hey, Joe, take the long.
Hey, Joe, take the long.
Hey, Joe.
No, don't do it, Joey. All right, just packing my patience here, man. Keeping my eye on the 5-second chart on HWH, trying to spot areas of local resistance and support. We're in a bit of a consolidative mood right now on HWH. It's having a lot of trouble breaking through the high teens. I'm talking about 17s, 16s. That's what I'm looking at on the 5-second chart above. Let's bring it down and show everybody it's just a regular chart, guys, just with a lot of information. So what I'm trying to keep an eye on, are we putting in higher lows? Are we getting a flat top? And it just absolutely skyrocketed, bro. It took out 90% of my orders. Now we're 30% in the money, 30 pennies in the money on this $5 name. Put these resting orders, guys. I sound like a broken record, but I say it for a reason. Here it was me doing some TA, and I'm sure you guys are doing the same thing as well. And then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose to the upside, but it spent like no time there. So if you weren't resting with some orders there, if you didn't have super quick hotkeys and reacted to it in the moment, you didn't get printed, right? And that would be the frustrating part. So I've seen that story before. So we're taking out some orders right now. We're still below that 540 area that we spiked up to. Let's see if we can get back above there. We've got $5 on at the moment, and we still got shares on. So I'm just going to wet the beak over here super quick to de-risk, and we'll have many more. Here we go. So now we're waiting a little above 40, Joey options. We're waiting in front of 48s, showing 38s now. Can we get 40s? We're not getting 40s quite yet. There's a seller here of note at 39, and we keep rejecting 49s. There's 40, but we sell again into that 41 spike, so right back into the lower 30s. Now, keep your eye out on the higher low. If we lose 517, that is a lower low, and I'm going to probably flatten out. Okay, I'm trying to look at the 5-second chart over here to spot the areas of support and resistance. So that's what I'm looking at right now, guys. I'm not doing anything else other than trading this one on the 5 and executing, of course, as you see here on the 5-minute, charting on the 5-second, executing on the 5-minute. Kind of a little bit of a specialty there. Let's keep an eye out on this one again as we work our way back into the mid-30s. We had some selling here in the low 40s. We spent almost no time in that low 40 area, so I'll be looking for another price spike there. But SOGP is working its way back up again. Assassino, look how good this one looks, but it's having a lot of trouble, as I mentioned, staying and holding above 22. So be on the lookout for that, right? That $22 area has been tough to stay above. It is a 23.09 high, Joey options. So I'll be looking out for that as well. And then MLYS, guys, MLYS curling back into 30. That could be an interesting one as well. Joey options. Boom into HWH in the high. We're still above that. We're still below that $0.50 though.
Good luck. Adara, you ready for this? A whole lot of red in the sector performance. There you go. You like that one. All right. So, guys, the top performing sector today is the consumer staples, and we're negative on it. So, yeah, it is a whole lot of red. Then we got the utility sitting in second place, down 1/4, and then healthcare down 1/3%. Now, the bottom three, we have real estate down 1 1/4, the industrials down 1 1/4, and then the tech sector almost down 2%, guys.
Say it ain't so, Joey.
Say it ain't so. Do you know who sings that song? No. I don't either, but I like the melody of it.
Ask your friend Copilot.
I will. We'll see what Copilot's up to. I'm sure Adara might know maybe too, but I think that's more of a punk rock. But anyways, guys, as for the best major... Pardon?
Weezer?
I think so, yeah.
The chat.
Yeah,
I just cheated.
Yeah,
was all over that.
Okay, so yeah, guys, as for the week, the IWM is the only positive major average here, up about 0.4. The Dow is down 1/10, and then we have the SPY down 0.8, and then we have the Qs down 1 1/3. That's on the week. That is last week's performance. So off to a great start here this week as well, too. So, I mean, obviously being slightly sarcastic on that, but guys, be patient. We know that August is usually slightly bearish. People start taking profits. Same thing with September. But come October, we might get another nice little bounce, friend.
Who do you think you are? It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Oh my goodness. Yes, Joseph. That's the Dollar Club right there, baby. There it is on a $5 name. HW freaking H. Into 6, guys. This one is on a rampage. It's 307%. Looking to take out more now. It is a 609 high. Let's be on the lookout for this one. It's got all the goods, but let's not forget about SOGP, because I keep looking over there and it looks like it's accumulating for an explosive $22 take. But it is currently still the HWH show as this one works its way into $6. So we've been in this multiple times. I'm happy with how we executed here. We can always do a little bit better. And I got to tell you, I should have been adding on those dips. That's my mistake. I'll look to improve into next time. But definitely happy with how what I've seen so far with HWH. Look at this, man. It's still accumulating for a breakout. This is a 609 high, but the way that the tape is trading right now, you can see the longs are in control. At least that's how I feel for now. Maybe I should make a bit more of an assessment of the $6 area. Oh my goodness, it's a 625 high. Here we go. Sorry, 627 high. I feel like I'm going to be correcting that multiple times as we get up. It's a 674 high, Joseph. This one is on a rampage, guys. It's 350% and still going. HW freaking H. Here we go, Joey. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. Tell them what you're looking at, baby.
Yeah, I'm all about let's see if we can get a bounce here in Ethereum. I mean, you got to take those swings. If you don't, then you're not going to have a good time. So I'd rather be wrong on it than miss out on a potential trade. But enough is enough. Let's take a look at the options chain and see what we got cooking up here today. So at 180, we have this is NVDA, right? So we want to always keep an eye on the underlying. This is this week's expiration cycle. So at 180, we have 86,900 contracts. I mean, that's kind of relative where it was last week as well, too. So you're starting to see that rollover. Watch out for that call wall there. But then also a put wall at 160. I believe that's going to be max pain. 160 on NVDA, I don't think necessarily is going to be the case. Let's pull it up to see actually what we're trading at. Yeah, so by the end of the week, that would be absolutely hectic if we did trade all the way down there. So what delta is that? Okay, so that's okay, so that's a 13 delta, so nothing substantial. I think those will expire OTM, which is relatively good. Now let's take a look at the crypto space, because now that Ethereum and Bitcoin are obviously optionable, it's really important to note where we can spot some call walls, because there's going to be conviction between both of the underlying and then what we actually have going on in the options market. Smart people over there. So $34.5 and $35, $12,900 and $22,300. So you can see that congestion through those specific levels, but nothing at 33 that is substantial. So Ethereum does not want to participate in any form of a bounce today, and if Bitcoin wants to continue with selling, then I don't believe that this trade's going to work out relatively well. So I don't want to get too carried away in trying to force something that may not be there. And I think that's going to be the case here in Ethereum. Now, moving on to Bitcoin, 65 strike price, we have 10,800. That's nothing substantial. What was our high of the day? 63.50. What do we have at 63.50?
What do you got, Joey?
14,800. That is going to be the largest in this congestion zone. So a potential call wall there, but nothing substantial. I believe that if volume and the volatility steps into this market, you might get the ability to bounce. What is the delta on this? It is 0.44. So what is that telling us? For every $1 move on that specific contract right now, you're getting a $44 increase in your options contract. So not quite a one-to-one trade.
Joey, what is Bovin known for doing?
Pointing out the bangers on the small caps, man.
And he's pointed out another one, Joseph. NBY. Shout out to the OG Bovin in the chat, a.k.a. my other pair of eyes. There it goes, baby. NBY. Great call out, Bovin. I didn't have eyes on this one. And it's a trade de novo, meaning that it was really doing bupkis in the pre-market. Really didn't get the volume going there. The big volumes bars started showing up around 1035. So it wasn't doing its best trade in the pre-market. It wasn't doing its best trade during power hour. Right after power hour is really when it started going, 10:35. So we'll keep it, well, not power hour, excuse me, the opening drive. I know power hour is later, my mistake. But yeah, 239, Bovin, it's still well above the 10 EMA, which goes all the way down to about 218. I'm going to be keeping an eye here on NBY, but I got to tell you, man, it's really hard to look away from HWH, because there's another high a day. It's a 680 high a day now, Joseph Options, but it's having a lot of trouble. Again, not surprised by this, because we know the $0.50 is an area of both support and resistance. The 50 penny area, a little above, a little bit below, as you can see right now on the level 2, breaching above that 650, all the way back down now into the low 30s, low mid 30s. So I've been watching this story manifest here for the last 4 or 5 minutes. That 6.5 is a pesky little area, right? And I'm not talking about pesky, that stock that we were trading the last couple of weeks. No, I'm talking about this one being a pesky little bugger, because that 650 area is a tough area to clear. Alas, when you look at the the trend that is currently still intact on HWH, we still very much have higher lows on every successive candle. So I wouldn't be looking for the short all that quickly or yet at all. So that's what I'll keep my eye on, guys. I'm all done my HWH trade, but I'm very interested in this one to come back into possibly 5.5. First, obviously, I want to see what it does at 6, right? $6, that whole dollar area. resistance, psychological resistance that is. So if it gives up 6.5 and it keeps dripping down like it is right now, what's it do at 6? It doesn't hold up at 6. The 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart is at 550. So I want to see what that one does as well. So yeah, it looks like SOGP, Assassino, is going to take its sweet time today. It's not exactly exploding to the high side. In fact, it's doing exactly what I said it was going to do, which is reject the $22 area. It's continuing to do that. Let's put NBY, though, on a trading screen and get a gander of what this bad boy has been up to on the level 2. Where the hell does this trade? It's on the MX. There we go. Show me. There we go. Show me the reason I'm being lonely. NBY, my boy. 230 right now, but it's got a topping tail into 240, kind of bull flagging a little bit. I want to see more here, Bovin. Where the hell is the volume on this thing, bro?
Where is he?
Like, this thing's dried up, Joseph Options. I mean, what do we got? 3.86 million, and we got all of it super quick.
Wow.
Look at that volume profile, though. That's no good.
That's crazy. Yeah, I know, and that's a nice move there as well, too, to the top side. Excuse me. So
yeah, of course.
So what I was looking at here, so max pain on the week in the Nasdaq here is going to be right around 580. You can see we have 16,000 contracts, and this is next week's expiration cycle. Yep. So is it? No, it's not. Sorry. So let's actually go out a little bit more here. And that is going to be the 12th. And then we want to look for, why does it do that? Okay, so there it is. So nothing substantial, but what I was noticing on this week's expiration cycle is that we're experiencing a lot more open interest on the put side. So what is that? Potential hedging take place. Just look at the open interest here compared to what we're experiencing on the call side, all right? So just keep that in mind, just potential hedging, and you want to see a lot of this congestion start to clear up, and that can give you a signal, hey, the market is ready to start climbing again. So right now, we're not getting any of those signals. Can we be wrong? Absolutely. Hopefully we are, for the sake of the long-term accounts and even your swing accounts, but right now, bearish territory. No questioning that. All right, we're in Ethereum here. Let's try it. This is going to be our last attempt. I promise, because I don't want to force something that may not be working. But the volume really started to pick up here. So we get that pullback. Look at the volume on the pullback here, guys. Just falls off a complete cliff. So what essentially my thesis is excuse me, is I'm looking for the continuation in strength and then a potential break of this 32.95 level. Now, in order for that to happen, of course, we have to break through those previous resistance zones and, most importantly, the volume-weighted average price. And with the continuous bid stepping in, it's not too good of a look. A nice engulfing candle, but the volume just fell off an absolute cliff once again. So I'm curious to see what this is and why it necessarily hasn't been sustained. Now, if we break this 32.70 level, I'm out of this trade 100% because I would have given back a lot of today's gains. And we don't want to do that. But again, you have to take those shots. If you're looking to put on winning trades, you have to put up the risk as well, too. Neil said that if you're looking to scale, you got to be willing to take some more losses. And I was going over some of my swing stuff on the weekend, which I'm pretty happy about it. But again, it's time to start scaling. There's no questioning that, Sharif.
That's fantastic, Joey. I got to agree with you on that. I wanted to point out a couple of things. Oh, yeah, absolutely. We're going to go to Adair for crypto in 1 second, but I got to point out one thing, Joey.
Yeah.
Sunday was the big game. Yeah. It was Arsenal versus Liverpool.
Yeah.
And I was just reminded by somebody in the chat, so I just wanted to get this out of the way. We lost 1-0.
Okay.
We lost 1-0 on their turf. We didn't play badly, but they had the X factor. Dominic Sloboslai, this guy, dead ball from like 30, 40 yards out, top corner.
Oh, yeah?
Unsavable. Unsavable.
Nasty
Yeah, if we weren't getting dinged here by your friends over at Google there, I'd show it. But we
can't do that stuff.
711 high, 725 high. HWH is what we all thought it was. It's going, Joseph. It's 400%. Adair is going to give you the goods on crypto.
Come on.
Before we get to crypto, I want to mention a ticker that Sharif actually just mentioned here, PSKY, Paramount, Sky. Actually, on Watch, I'm seeing these headlines circulate over like the last 15 minutes. Not really much market moving here, but it is an interesting story. Apparently, Paramount is partnering with Activision, of course, now owned by Microsoft, to develop a live-action Call of Duty film. So PSKY potentially on watch. Again, the stock did not really react to this news. Let's talk about these two for a second here. These are Donald Trump's eldest sons, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, and they have crypto-related catalysts, actually, two of them. So let's get into those. First, we actually have the launch of that World Liberty Financial Token. That came out yesterday, ticker WLFI. Apparently, they initially traded around above 30 cents, traded a little bit lower later in the day. As of around, it looks like 2:40 p.m. yesterday, according to CoinGecko, that WLFI was the 31st largest crypto token in circulation. So seems like a bit of a mixed launch there for the Trump brothers, but they have another crypto-related catalyst on watch today, guys, believe it or not. We had an announcement here from Dunamu, which is in Korea, and it actually runs Korea's largest crypto exchange called Upbit. Apparently, Eric Trump is going to be speaking at the Upbit D conference on September 9th, but that is not the only Trump son-related crypto headline, because Donald Trump Jr. is going to be delivering a keynote address at the Korea Blockchain Week in 2025. So both of these sons are going to be in Korea this month with crypto-related catalysts, interesting stuff, and I guess that WLFI launch seems to have gone fairly well. Let's look here at Bitcoin, which spent this long weekend forming a pretty sturdy base. It looks like around that 107,000.3 level. Today pushing higher, but we are still technically making lower highs and lower lows on the daily chart after making that new all-time high just below 125,000 on August 14th. Let's take a look here at Ethereum, and then we'll take a look at Solana. Ethereum continuing to push a little bit lower from that recent all-time high, just below 5,000, but still holding pretty steady support above that 4,000 level. Let's take a look at SOL USD. Solana, though, actually continuing its uptrend. Solana and Bitcoin definitely a little bit stronger on the day compared to Ethereum and also compared to the market. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to the Bash Brothers.
You're pathetic. You're just pathetic.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You can't.
Petty, pathetic.
You're pathetic.
Yeah, petty.
All right, guys.
Cat.
Joseph HWH, bro. Oh my goodness.
my
It is a 744 high.
308%?
Yeah, we were 400 not that long ago, like seconds ago, Joey. We're dropping back down into 7 right now. It's the HWH show, guys. Trade it carefully though, because you don't know when the bottom is going to drop off. You know, in the past, I would say it's getting extended away from the 10 exponential on the 5, and you know it's due for a retracement. But I've been shown that is not exactly an accurate, you know, way to gauge overbought and oversold conditions on these small cap gappers, because they've been plenty extended away from the 10 EMA on the 5 and continue to go. HWH just but one example of that. So I'll continue to watch this one. I need it to set up a bit better, punching into the highs after I've traded already a little bit of you know, a risky business over here. But I want to point out two different ones that somebody in the chat that I don't personally know for trading small cap gappers, but who's asking me about them. Oh. Shout out to ADL, Adam Deleuze, baby. Adam, you called two really good ones, so I got to give you credit on this one, Adam. And my response to you was probably less than flattering. LAWR. Adam was asking me about this. I'm like, look, this is bull flagging. It's very consolidative. You know, I went through this right at the beginning, and there it goes. If you picked it up off that bottom, which it showed you its hand multiple times, I'm talking about 320, 315, you printed up a storm. I see you, Mr. Ducats, as well in the chat. There's that 389 breakout, and all of a sudden, LAWR knocking on that 100% area as it's up 99 and change, looking to take out 100%. Trust me, bro, if it breaks above 4, we're already getting that 101 print. So LAWR is breaking out. Full disclosure. MLYS as well, another one that Adam was asking me about. I like this one now, Adam, as it's kind of showing you that curl, that rounding effect. It didn't use the 10 EMA, all that strictly, closed below it as well as printed below it multiple times. But you can see the higher low, higher high pattern on the candle and that bottoming, rounding effect. It's still having trouble with 29 on a closing basis, but I suspect that is just moments before that ends. MLYS is up 86.5%. So many different names right now into the highs, Joey options, or near triple-digit territory. What's happening over there? Why are you doing
getting
that?
absolutely lit up here on Ethereum. Yeah, just an absolute. I got to get out of this. Yeah, so there goes about 90% of my profits of the day. So, Ethereum. Why are you doing me so dirty? So what did I do? I obviously want to pull up. Sorry to interrupt there, Sharif. Again, I just wanted to take a look at what we had going on from the daily, obviously monitoring it throughout the weekend. And I'm liking the buying pressure that you're seeing, right? So we push down and then it just gets bought back up. So it's not that I needed to. I would like for this to close a little bit higher or as another indecision print within this phase that we're experiencing so that we can take that additional leg higher. But again, we can't complain too much considering that we've been up 136% since June. Like, crazy. What in the days? That is such a massive move higher. So to experience a little 10% pullback is small potatoes. Right now, we're currently at the lows, 15%. So another 5, and then you're going to get into bear territory. And I'll have to think about closing my my position here. And we're in around I think my average is around 3,500. So I'll just get completely out, especially if this snaps, and we'll lock this. We'll lock in those gains. And then if it comes back into this range, we'll just hop right back in. Because I believe throughout the year, this could be a potential climb higher up into 55, 6,000, maybe even possibly. Because my guy Tom Lee's bigging it up. He's saying 10,000 even by mid-26, which would be absolutely phenomenal. But I'm not going to hold on to this swing position that long, all right? So now for me, it's just what are we doing? We're continuously selling, bleed, and then wait for some indecision and some volume prints in order for us to start to participate. So there it is. We took 2 losses on ETHA, 1 win on this one, so 1 for 3. That final one did take away the majority of my gains, so we're just barely holding on to green with it by a thread. But then also we're getting NVDA. This one worked out for us already throughout the intraday session, so volume starting to pick up. If we can get this to close as a complete hammer and the Qs to correlate with that, I think we're going to be sitting in a half decent position for a nice little bounce back into the volume weighted average price. Sharif.
Sounds good, Joey.
Thanks,
all right, here we go, guys. I'm looking at DUO now. And full disclosure, I was looking at punching in at 91s. I hesitated. I canceled my order, and now it's going away from me. That's on me. And here we go. It's going to take out $3, it looks like, right? Nice hold there, off 280. I tried to get high 80s, low 90s. It didn't let me in, and I didn't feel like chasing it because we were really close to 3. So my bias always is I want to see what happens at that psychological area of support and or resistance. I'm talking about the whole dollar area, your 2s, your 3s, 4s, etc. Sorry, my chair is malfunctioning lately. It keeps dropping.
Oh, is
Maybe
it
I'm
doing
gaining
it again?
weight, Joseph Options. Who knows?
It's muscle mass.
No, I'm not gaining any weight. I'm not gaining.
I don't know. I'm not even going to tell you what I ate. I wouldn't even tell you what I ate over the weekend.
Did you make a trip to to the exhibition?
No.
You didn't?
No.
So you don't have any fried food?
No.
Oily food?
But I had a boatload of candy.
A boatload of candy?
Yeah.
Say it ain't so,
Yeah.
bro. Fats over sugars, baby.
Yeah. And
Fats over sugars.
Brother, the sugar is the worst thing, man.
Bad joke.
It's bad. It's
That's
really
okay.
bad.
What you have? Tell me.
I can't. Okay, I'll disclose half of what I had.
Half?
So Selena brought back these English candies that were phenomenal.
Already the problem right there, eh?
those
You're
were
blaming
good.
her already right
so
there.
Those were
First
good. Those
word
were
out of your mouth was Selena brought.
Yeah. So, but the
that,
thing
Neil?
is, though, when
trying to
you
blame
bring
his girlfriend.
something, that's the thing. Like, you know not to bring it into the household because I'll eat it. I can't help myself.
Yeah, same
right?
with me. I don't blame you
I
with
don't
that.
buy that stuff. She'll bring it in and then I consume it. But anyways, I had that bag of candy and I had 3 bags of the Welch's fruit snacks from Dollarama. And a score bar.
And
It was bad. It was bad. I woke up.
Tastes fantastic.
Yeah, but I had to. You don't even understand.
Did you hear
it was
all
like
that he had
every
there,
morning.
Rim? What?
Yeah. All right. Anyways, guys, what was I about to touch on here? Okay, so we're not getting that print on NVDA or on the Qs, so that's why I got this up looking for that indecision, but we're not getting it just yet. Market still wants to sell off a little bit, so we're going to keep that in mind. Let's zoom out to the daily and see what, Sharif, this does not look good whatsoever. Break through some of these key necklines, that 167, but again, guys, like this is...
You picking it up at 160 then, Joey?
Maybe, possibly. Yeah, I have to really think about what I'm going to do with my Ethereum swing trade here to see if I'm going to hold on or maybe sell some a little. I am still. Oh yeah, that's right.
What happened?
I'm still holding some shares of NVDA from the earnings report. Doorknob. Anyways, so 112%, starting to pull back a little bit from that 184 high. We're now down 16%. So are we going to head back into that 20% territory? I think so. Just considering the trajectory that we're on and some of these other mega cap names. That is BMSFT. What are you guys laughing at over there?
Ram's trying to find out from the chat what we said.
Yeah. No. Ram could probably get behind a good score bar or something like that.
Bro, have you seen the fridge? The little...
There's Coca-Cola's in that. Get that out of here.
And the Reese's Pieces and the Saudi bars with the Arabic writing on them.
Yeah. I had... I have my little chocolate stash. I'm not going to tell anybody where it is, but it is in the vicinity. I can't
It's
tell.
in the freezer.
That's where I like to keep all my chocolate. I like it nice.
That wasn't that hard, Neil.
That was not hard whatsoever. But back onto Microsoft.
Yes,
so guys, this is the big massive fail, Joe. I know that was easy. I'm an easy giveaway there. So back to Microsoft. So we talked about this trend being snapped. A lot of us in the chat were like, yeah, this isn't sustainable. And sure enough, after the earnings report, you're now down about 15% or so. Right? 10% to be exact. And then also with the likes of Google, some of these big names, guess what? We need them to participate in order for the market to continue its ascent. So 52% off of those lows, lagging, but it did establish a new all-time high over the past couple of sessions. Very, very positive. I was talking about this catch-up trade for some time.
Absolutely, Joey. Well said, my man. All right, Adam, we're in LAWR, my man. Come what may. Look, we're small position. We're gonna look to DCA into 375 to 380. So the first initial entry at 4. I want to see what it does with the whole dollar level. We're in a small position, so I can allow this to go against me, Skosh. But I will be looking to add into the low 80s, high 70s. Let's go ahead and wait right there, right now for that add. I'm going to wait at 88s for my first area add. And then we're going to look to add again into 75 because that's where I perceive the breakout level to be. So I want to see if it does end up holding that area. So let's go and post those there and come what may. So LAWR, but I also want to bring your attention to HWH again because current bar, the current 5-minute candle has a higher low than the prior 5-minute candle. So the prior 5-minute candle, I'm talking about the 1135 one. That has a low. Come on, bro. Stop embarrassing me, man. 617, 618, I can't exactly see because the mouse over is not working. This current one also can't see because the mouse over is not working, but it's higher. Looks like 6 1/4. Okay? So this current 5-minute candle, a higher low than the prior 5-minute candle. So if you were to get in here, I would be basing my out on prior bar low. Not exactly $6. That's one side of the equation. The other side is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 on HWH is right at $6. So, this could be an interesting dip trade if you don't really want to base your entry randomly and then put your stop at prior bar low. You could wait for 6. Obviously, that risks you not getting in at all. So that's what I'm looking at right now. LAWR, I'm looking for prior area of resistance to hold as support. I'm talking about between $4 to $3.75. If that doesn't hold, we're out, and that would be my first L of the day. If it holds, fantastic. It looks like I'm getting a beak wetter here, as I just saw this thing flash to my side. So let's flip back over here. And we got a couple of outs there, Joseph Options. All right, so we're doing it freaking live, Adam, man. What is this call out over here, this sorcery that you're sending my way? The guy never trades small cap gappers. The first time he trades them, he's calling them real well. So shout out to my man Adam. I'm gonna wait at the $0.25 here, Mr. Deleuze. See what this one has to offer. Showing me 19s. I'm waiting at the $0.25, Joey.
Nice, good look there. Yeah, Gorev. So essentially, I'm long off of this 1-minute print here. So you can see that this volume candle is the largest 1-minute candle aside from what we experienced right out of the open. So let's see if it can hold. I want to give it a little bit more room. So there it is. We're going to give it to 167.69. Sorry, that's going to be NVDL. Oh, wait, you got
69.
yeah, 69. You like the 69er. So that's going to put us right around 76.88. So I do have to give this one 50 cents. And I just decided to go full size because of the correlation between the volume and the price. So it's only a matter of if it's going to work or it's not, right? Either way is fine. So yeah, patience is going to be packed on this one because I believe that the market can get a bounce. Even though it does look continuously bearish, there's no specific bounce signals on the NASDAQ just yet, but anything can change on the flick of a switch. So everybody's like, oh, okay, that's enough selling for today. Boom. Yeah, look at the flick. Oh, you remember that? Look at the flick of the wrist. Man, that's crazy. That would bring back some good times. Yeah, great times. So there we go. We're starting to get a little bit of a pop there. We'll take the 20 cents. Not going to lock anything in just yet. We want to aim for 77.60s, right? That's going to be that next support or that next resistance zone. So hopefully we can punch through that. And then we're going to take the majority of it off. Scalp mode is the narrative for today. You can see we had this long, again, this pullback just got me right out. As you can see, I got stopped out of the break even, and then now we're starting to climb. So there it is, 77.68. This guy's doing the, what is that move
I don't even
called?
know what I'm doing.
What is that move
We're
called,
having a
though?
good time. Oh, this one?
Yeah.
I don't know what this one's called.
What is this one called? I don't know, man.
Can you do the worm?
Yeah, I used to.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
I think it's one of the easier breakdancing moves.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's like if you do it the wrong way,
Then
you know,
it causes
as a male.
severe pain.
Yeah.
So you can't do it for too long. You can't do. Oh, did you ever see that one UFC fighter? What a clown! This guy wins his fight.
Oh,
Johnny Walker. He's a Brazilian guy.
Johnny Walker.
Yeah, that's his name. He wins his fight and then decides to do the worm as a celebration and then dislocates his shoulder right after.
No, I did not see that.
Yeah.
The
I mean,
poor
he was
soul.
out, and he was out for a while. Guy's a clown, anyways. Sorry, continue there.
No, it's all good, Joseph.
Yeah.
All right, we're doing it live. We got 82s on over here. So scalped up into 4. We got some into 415. It dips back into 80. So we did take the fill at 80 as advertised. Scalped up again into 4. Now I'm just going to hold a piece for the dream. 375 or the loss, of 375 on LAWR gets me out of the trade. That's where the 10 EMA is. On the 5, that's where I perceive the right area of support to be, the previous area of resistance. So we're in the money on the second trade as well. I'm going to leave a piece for the dream because it's a smaller position. And if it breaks through 75, that's over. Let's go ahead and throw that there right now so that we don't have to monitor said position on LAWR. Just making sure that's accurate. There we go. And we'll throw up one more beak wetter in and around that 405 area. See what we get into that area. So that's the trade right now on LAWR. Uh-oh. You know who's reporting? Who? AEO.
Yeah. Oh, this is after the bell, right?
It's after the bell today?
Yeah. It's sometime this week, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because you know how your things. What's that, Adara?
They are tomorrow after the bell. It will likely.
Thank
Okay.
you. So you know how your platform sends you notifications about upcoming earnings?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just got that right now.
Oh, you got that one there?
Yeah,
Nice. Also, I think
so Adara was muted, so she said that they're reporting tomorrow after the bell, and there is an upcoming infographic on canceled? Sorry?
Potentially.
Potentially.
Very
Okay, so
likely.
there's a potential infographic that may be coming, so stay tuned for that. You should be following Trader TV research, though.
You should be.
I mean, I don't know what's going on.
If you're not following that, then I don't know what you're really doing.
I don't even
there
know what's happening.
on X. What a piece of garbage NVDA
Why,
is,
Joey?
man, because it's not bouncing. So yeah, again, we'll hold on to this because I think at some point we will get a little bit of a curl around. But if it wants to be a free fall Tuesday, then we don't want to be trying to catch a falling knife. The prints were there, the volume was there, so now we just need all the work is out of my hands essentially. And into those behind these numbers, and I would love to have a conversation with them, Sharif, sometime.
Talk to Jensen.
Yeah, I would not. It's not even Jensen. It's the market makers. These guys. I would love to just have a nice little meeting, a cool cup of coffee, calm and cool. You know what I mean, my
You
friend?
bring anything to that meeting? Any weapons?
No weapons.
Oh, okay. My
No
bad.
weapons. No weapons allowed. But no, I'm obviously being sarcastic.
Get it, Joey.
Holding up that level pretty good. The indecision prints are there. I mentioned that the volume's there. Now we just need that bounce into this prior resistance zone, and then that's when we're going to take the majority of this off. Now, considering that I've been holding on to it, I'm only looking at a 1-to-1 risk to reward, but if it wants to take another leg lower, then I'm not going to be mad or anything, but I'll be just like, Epa, come on, what happened here? We did all our due diligence, and then now it's starting to climb, so continue on what it is up to, and then it gives it all back. So that, just like that, sometimes you have some of those good days, and if I take this loss, I will go from green to red, which kind of sucks. But what doesn't suck is some of the top volume names on the session. As we start to retrieve this data, at the top of the list is the name that I am currently sitting in with 116 million shares. So the volume's there. And when I was looking this morning, Rigetti had 15 million shares traded at like 8 o'clock. So I'm like, oh, okay, what the hell? Yeah. But then sure enough, it hasn't really done too much. It's just still selling like a lot of these major tech names. So I think it might be hop out of NVDA here momentarily, and then maybe look for a continuation in the strength in Bitcoin. I don't know. Time will tell though. Where is it? What is I'm looking for here? There it is. So yeah, not looking too good here on NVDA.
Ozan, I heard, well, this is a different Ozan though, not the original Ozan. The new Ozan, Ozan Khan, Wallah, means I swear to God in there. I'm buying a Lotus Emira V6 6-speed soon. That's what I'm talking about, my man. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. I like those cars too.
A Lotus Ellis?
No, the Emira. Have you seen this? It's like a it looks like a Ferrari a little bit, but it's obviously not Ferrari pricing. Yeah, we'll pull it up when things slow down. Joseph Options, but yeah, I do happen to like that car. Shout out to my man Ozan. All right, guys, we're doing it freaking live, and the only reason we're doing it live is because your boy ADL in the chat pointed this one out to me, and LAWR is taking off. We got 82s. It's about to break through 15s. It still has a lower high in the current 5-minute candle, but that could end soon if we can break above that $0.25. The previous candle, the previous 5-minute candle did reject off that $0.25. Here's 20s right now. There's a seller at 20s that we can't shake, so we're not able to shake them right now. LAWR is up a very, very respectable 111% and looking to go more. But you know what else is respectable? A 378 or 380% move on HWH, because I'm keeping an eye on that as well on the side chart. So there's all sorts of small cap gappers today going, baby. It probably behooves you to maybe take a look or two on these bad boys. Perhaps maybe you got a bug that allow you to make some extra money trading some different stocks over here. You know I'm referring to these small cap gappers. They get a bad rep, but hey, that's all good. So we'll keep tabs on this one. LAWR 438 high, but having trouble taking out 20s on the current 5-minute candle. I'm just packing my patience here. I'm looking for more. I'm looking for a high day break. So I'll do my best not to take it out before 438. My objective here is to look for a $0.50 break and take. I'm talking about that 4.5. If it's a 438 high currently, and I perceive us to be bull flagging, second bull flag right now on LAWR, then maybe we'll take out that high of the day. But I got to bring your attention one thing. LAWR, even though it's up 110%, look how long this bull flag, this initial bull flag took to break out from. So there's the breakout right at 9:30. We consolidated from 9:35 to 11:30. So essentially an hour and a half of consolidation for the first bull flag. So don't expect, that 438 to get taken out real soon. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But if history's any guide, we're going to have to wait a little bit. I also want to bring your attention to SOGP. Show yourself, SOGP. And here it is again, off 19. 19 has been an area of prior support. Take a gander at what it did over here from basically 1040 all the way till 11. So 20 minutes worth of defending that $19 area. In addition to that, the $19 area is a little bit higher than the volume weighted average price, which currently as Asino is about 1875, 1880, give or take. So SOGP up 60 some odd %, also at an important technical area. And that's HWH, that's what I was talking about right now. It's got multiple bottoming tails all off that 6 1/4, 6 1/3, and looking to go higher. And here we go, here's 7. Don't forget, 744 HOD. It just breached 7 momentarily, but it's having trouble holding 7, and back into the mid-80s we go. So you're going to have to trade this carefully. Wow, Joseph, 715, 720.
Oh, no.
Wowzers, dude. Okay. We got movement today. We got movement.
All right.
HWH. This one's definitely not giving up the ghost. We're not involved within it right now, but we're definitely keeping an eye on it because this one could be potential money. Yeah, so that's what I'm keeping an eye on. Joey, I just saw that LAWR drop back into 4. I'm fine with that. I'm going to keep my eye on HWH here.
Let's go. All right, guys. So, yeah, I'm back into, so I got stopped out. I'm back in it again, and I'm actually double this size. So I can't give it too much risk. Yeah, and we're just getting absolutely lit up on the longs here. We need the NASDAQ to bounce. Otherwise, this is going to be a bad time. Told you guys already I was green on the day. This put me officially to the red side. So we're going green to red on this one. But let's see if we can get a bounce considering I have now doubled the size up on this one. So that's working pretty good. Bang! All right. We'll take this starting to slowly cook. If the NASDAQ could any form of bounce back to VWAP, I think would be a little bit of a stretch. But we will take anything. Oh, yes. Let's go one.
Get
yes.
it, Joey.
Oh, yes. This is exactly what we want to see. Hopefully this can be sustained, 2x leverage. What do I got to see? This is going to be a key level, 77.18s. So maybe we can aim for that. But again, I want to hold this considering I just gave a lot back here. I want to hold it for as long as I possibly can. So Diamond Hand, Deontay Wilder, get right back in. You get dropped, you get back up, and then sure enough, we get this move here. And Sharif, I was, yes, let's go. It's working for us nicely. So we're going to just steady let this cook. So there's this big debate going on. I believe it was on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Hear it, baby.
So MMA is not as dangerous as boxing, and I agree with this. We had this conversation before because in MMA, if you get put on the ground, the chances are the guy's going to be able to finish you. But in boxing, you have 10 seconds to get up, and that's just going to cause some more,
get more whooping.
Yeah, and get more.
And how many times, Joseph, have we been yelling at the television? Stop the damn fight. Right? Like,
that's the thing with boxing. It's either it's too early or it's just a horrible stop. And I don't know what's going on with that. But anyways, we got the Canelo fight coming up in 2 weeks.
September 13th, bro. My mom's birthday, man.
Oh, yeah.
Pumped for that.
Oh, really?
Pumped for that. Then I'm going to the Jays game the next day. I bought Neil's tickets, his seasons. Into that game, going with my cousins. So it's going to be a nice weekend.
Yeah, that's a solid weekend. Yeah, that's a good sporting event weekend. All right, guys, it started to pull back here a little bit. We were nicely in the money, ran right into this resistance zone and starting to come back in. We're going to hold on to it because I think we can get somewhat more of a sustained bounce. If it cracks the lows, then we take the loss.
Joseph, I want to bring another one that Bovin brought to my attention. It's up a little, about 50%, a little bit shy, 48 1/3. Shout out to Bovin again. SMTK. A good-looking chart pattern, if I can say so myself. SMTK, we're just throwing in that ticker so you guys can follow along. It doesn't have a lot in the way of volume for a $1 name. It's $1.25 right now. It's done about a little bit less than 5 million shares on the day. The 5-year average is 185,000. So it's doing plenty of RVOL. It doesn't mean that it's tradable. Just because it's doing a lot of RVOL relative to its average volume doesn't mean it's a safe trade. But what I like about this one is the umpteen of higher lows. You're not necessarily getting higher highs on every, bump up, but you are getting higher lows. So with that in mind, you can kind of try to gauge it. I personally would go off the 10. I've seen it, weasel up and down below the volume weighted average price. Like, look at it, loses VWAP here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles before it can reclaim it, right? This time around, it ends up holding VWAP, but I'm going to base my entries and exits, entries, off the 10 EMA. Currently, the 10 EMA on SMTK is $1.20, $1.21. That's what I'll keep my eye out on there. I'm interested in executing on it, but I'm also concerned that its liquidity is, there's a little bit left to be desired. Sorry, guys. The flies, they're back. They're in full force everywhere. As you know, we're obviously going through that construction. We got the doors open and everything with that good stuff there. So that's what I'm looking at right now. You little punk.
Get him.
SMTK, yeah. Well, we gotta get that Raquel.
The swat.
Yeah, the chopstick's crazy, bro. Yeah. The chopstick's crazy. All right,
man.
guys. LAWR has had this obsession with range. Here's the $0.25 again, Joey. We're gonna take it out here, right into that $0.25. We're gonna let this one go. I'll pick some up if it comes back into that 10 EMA again. put some maybe at 388s, 4s, in and around that area or so. So done that trade currently on LAWR. Happy with how we executed on it. Definitely could do a little bit better, but maybe we should load up SMTK now. It's just about who we're going to take off. DUO. We're going to take off Duo. Shout out to Dua Lipa. That was a good.
Oh, yeah. Did you play
little...
One Kiss? One kiss is all it takes.
I don't want to get into it.
Yeah, oh, this guy was dancing up a storm.
So SMTK. This guy, you're killing me, bro. $1.30 on SMTK, Bovin. It seems to be where all the resistance is right now on SMTK. It's up 52%, even though this one is weaseled into $1.36. No closing prints, Bovin. I'm sure that you've noticed this above that $1.30. So I want to see how that $1.30 starts trading once we get to it on the level 2 there. I want to see what kind of hidden orders we got because there's barely anything posted there on the size. What do you think?
Lunchtime already?
Yeah, it's lunchtime, my guy.
That's crazy. All right, we got a nice little pop back in NVDA. So, yeah, that worked out pretty good. We're knocking on the door of 77.10. What is that level on the actual underlying itself? 168, we'll call it roughly. So hopefully we can break through this and head to that next level of support and resistance, and that's going to be the primary goal. So as long as we don't establish a new low of the day, we're pretty good. We're going off to Adara and then Neil's lesson of the day.
This market almost at, we're at low of day in the last 15-minute candle, but we actually, I guess, double tapped this pre-market low. Let's see if we can hold up or break below it. The market trying to push higher off the open, but unfortunately unable to sustain that relative strength and coming back lower. We know that we did get a ruling against Trump's Liberation Day tariffs coming through on Friday. This sending the markets to a bit of a tizzy, at least pre-market right now, though. Again, it looks like we're already pushing back a little bit lower. PEP, though, was not trading lower, at least in the morning. It has given up a lot of this move. Wall Street Journal reporting that Elliott Management, that is an activist investor, they're apparently planning an activist campaign at Pepsi with a nearly $4 billion stake. Then Reuters actually reported that apparently PepsiCo commented saying they're going to be reviewing Elliott's perspectives within their own growth strategy, I guess. So PEP on watch. Earnings on watch here as well. NIO reported earnings before the bell. This is a very mixed report, to put it lightly. EPS beat, or I guess rather smaller than expected loss per share. They missed on sales. Their Q3 guidance left a lot to be desired. But we have a pretty big earnings report after the close as well with Zscaler. You can check out this infographic on X at TTV Research. Sean and myself will be giving these numbers to you guys on the Market Recap Show. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, we have Neil and we have a lesson of the day. So without further ado, Neil, take it away.
Thank you, Adara. As always, lesson of the day here at noon. And let's be real, if you were looking bearish in today's market, the issue became, well, the market's at an inflection point, which is a support zone. So there's two things you can do in a situation like that. Go long if we bounce, but if you're bearish, it requires a little bit of patience. But what you can always look for is the signs of when to strike. So if you go back, look at the cues in the pre-market, we were already bouncing off support, the last line of support, right back here from the 20th. And when you're at a level like this and you're bearish, you can have individual stocks that you like, that you're trying to short or whatever it might be. But sometimes you can just look at the trend that the market is bouncing off of, right? So like when this was bouncing higher, it was right in and around here at about 10:15 or so when you broke trend and started holding lower highs. So about 10:15 to about 10:35. So it was about 20 minutes of consolidation after the trend had broke. And a lot of times, like I'll say, well, wait till a certain price level or just be incredibly patient. All of that good stuff is true. But if you can confluence that with, hey, the market is also showing signs of stopping his bounce off the lows, now would be when I want to time my shorts. And I'm going to show you an example. I'll give you a couple of examples. One, like Amazon ended up being even weaker than I thought. And ultimately, it never made higher lows. But if you look at what happened in that 20 to 30 minutes when the market was topping out, there's your lower highs, there's your wall. That's where you want to be aggressively adding to position. In this particular case, it was already a weak stock, so it was a bit of a different story. But that's your chance to get in. And I think ultimately, when I look over at, say, like Palantir also super strong. And you can identify some of these names when they gave you that curl. Palantir gave you, I'd say, one of your two best shorting opportunities in a relatively strong stock. Yes, it went to 158, but when the futures made that break, that was your chance to try to get in to the short, and even an upward trending stock. Now, the reason it's the lesson of the day is because, well, I had Tesla, and I think dead to rights. If I look at the entry, it was the right price level. It was in my note 332 to 334. But if you look at when I got short, and then note when the futures broke that trend, the futures broke trend and it held a double top. So the futures had broken trend and then we've double topped. There's that other entry into Tesla, which I could have had. It would have been off my level. It would have been off a double top. It would be with the futures breaking trend. That's the extra confluence you're looking for. Not just, okay, this is the price, this is the level. Well, the market's been trending up and you're going into a short position. The more reasons why the short actually is any good at that price, you should be trying to pile on and give yourself more of a reason to get into them. And a lot of times we'll just use the futures as, oh, I'll be looking at the tape, how quickly is it going up, whatever it might be. But I'm a big mean reversion trader. And if you're using mean reversion, when the market is showing you that it's breaking the trend, then that can be your signal to jump back after you said, oh, okay, the market's too strong. I don't want to keep blowing away in those shorts, getting blown away in those shorts. Wait for the time when the futures breaks that trend and then jump into your individual names. I mean, you're trading individual names because you want to get a bigger move and you think that they can give you more, but you can use the futures as that other indicator. Like, yeah, sure, I like my level on Palantir, but when the futures break that trend, okay, now's the moment when I try to snipe in on it and not before. So oftentimes we can get caught up with our own, which we should, our own bias and ideas and price levels, because that's what your analysis on individual names is going to give you. But there are moments when, especially when you're experiencing a technical bounce in the Qs, a technical bounce in the ES, that you might not want to get into your trades if they're against the grain until the futures show you a reason to start looking for that direction. Then you can just take the trade you would have normally. So a lot of times, the lesson of the day can be like hyper focused on our individual stocks. Not this time. This time it's about using the futures to confirm on days your entries where you're very much going against the grain and it's technically related. There's nothing wrong with trying to revert. There's nothing wrong with trying to short a pop because you still think it's valid. Today is a perfect example. Eventually we dig it back down to the lows, but your timing, the timing of it, huge hint when the Qs broke trend. Not something I usually look at enough, and certainly something I will going into the future. So there's your lesson of the day. Good luck, everybody, and market right back to the lows.
Before you send you back to the Bash Brothers, I have an update for something I know a lot of people look forward to this year. These are our Jimmy Carter picks. I update these at the end of every month to kind of see how the hosts are doing. Sean and Neil are by far winning here. As you can see, we have GEV for Neil and PLTR for Sean leading the way, though. Again, it is worth noting I calculated all of these returns as of the close on Friday. For Bitcoin, I calculated as of the close yesterday, though I actually should go back and probably do that as of Sunday because that was the end of the month. Regardless, either way, these are, I guess, how everyone's performing so far. But more interestingly, I have the wrong image loaded here. I was going to look at the returns on investment. Either way, we're still doing well. As a group, we're about 13% here to the upside. A lot of people's returns are relatively flat. That would be Sharif, Brendan, myself, and Joe. But Neil and Sean here are the only people with salient gains so far. Again, I apologize. I have the wrong infographic loaded here. If you go on X at TTP Research, you can see all those visuals. And if you keep scrolling here with these quote tweets, you can go all the way back to when I first started posting these in February. Back to you.
Okay, this is not good. What happened? Yeah, I'm getting absolutely lit up here, just like my Jimmy Carter picks there as well, too. So, yeah, this is bad news bears. I mean, this 168 level has been acting like a brick wall throughout the session, but I'm going to send it to you, Sharif, as I manage this position.
Absolutely. Okay, guys, so I got to bring to your attention two different ones. SMTK, shut it to Bovin. This one took out 130. It's holding above 130. I don't think 130 is a resistance level anymore. It is now using that, in fact, as its support level. It's up a very respectable 61.5%, 62.5%, and looking to take out more, man. And I should have been listening to ADL, baby, because this one, LAWR, took all the tops out there through 450, through 4 2/3, through 4 3/4, all the way up, breaching 4 4/5 into 484. Alas, is trying to hold that $0.50 right now with the current 5-minute candle looking awfully hammerish. Still red though. Let's see if it's able to break above that 70 penny area. That's how it goes green. So there's all sorts of small cap gapper and small cap gapper like stocks that are moving right now in the midday and still taking and testing the highs. Case in point, SMTK and LAWR. HWH though, I want to report to you on this one, holding near the highs. So it's obviously got a bit of a range going on here. I want to say about $7 to the high side on the closing print basis, and then about 6.5 to the low side. Clearly, it's wicked above and below that level umpteen amount of times, but when you take a good look at the closing prints, that's generally the range, $7 as resistance, about 6.5, as support. So I'm trying to gauge whether or not the bulls and bears are in control based upon the higher lows and the lower highs. And it looks, at least for the last 15 minutes here on HWH, that we're in a bit of a compression pattern because we have 4 lower highs, but we got 3 higher lows. Let's see if this one is able to work and hold above that $7 area. We haven't closed anything above 7 since about 11:50. That was 20 minutes ago, so we'll pack our patience and keep tabs on that. But here's the deal, Bovin. I'm going to get into this one. I'm going to get in with small shares, so we're going to work our way in. We got 38s here on SMTK. It loses 28. We're going to risk 10 pennies. We're out. Simple as that. Why 28s? Because I gauged 30 as support, so I'll give it a couple pennies buffer there. So if it loses 28, we're out. And if it continues to go, take out highs, perhaps test that $0.50, well, we'll be pleased as punch. So that's what I'm looking at right now. SMTK, Joey, we're going to set up at 41s. Let's see if we can get something up there. Shout out to my man, Adam. After seeing that fill above on 420 on LAWR, I'm happy. A winner is a winner. Profit is profit. Shout out to my man, ADL. Pretty Panda, waza, waza. Miss you guys. Okay, I go back to building my home. See ya in a couple of months. I caught the IPDN blast Friday, so I got my fix. I'm good for a while. See ya. We miss you, Pretty Panda. I didn't even know you were building a house, brother. Come check in from time to time, and if you want, throw some pictures my way on the gram, and I'll be happy to post them up here on the show if you're okay with obviously showing that. If not, of course, I'll keep that private. But yeah, shout out to good seeing you, Pretty Panda, and yeah, join us.
At any time, my friend. Join us at any time in which you please. All right, guys, let's pull up this chart. I want us to focus on the tape. So, boom, we're just continuously running into defense. Maybe if we get another push, we're going to see it displayed, but it's just consistent flushes on the bid, and that's just bad. So there it was, and look at the size. So I just scrolled back a little bit here. So you run right into that 76.80 level, and then boom, sure enough, you just got someone defending it. And look at the amount of size. So it's like 200 shares, So there's thousands and thousands of shares being using as defense right there. So hopefully that's been lifted, and then we can break through this level because we've been continuously testing it. Now that I've held it slightly longer against me than what I should have, I need a larger risk to reward, right? Because you want to keep that risk to reward obviously always positive. Maybe 1-to-1 is fine. I know there's some traders who are like, I'm willing to risk like half a dollar or like $1 to make 50 cents, and that's their system. But me personally, we got to look for higher risk to rewards. So breakthrough of this key level and back into this entry price is something primarily what we're going to be aiming for. So yeah, patience. Nasdaq starting to climb a little higher, and then here we go. 168 is that brick wall, acting like the wall of China right now. On this one, have you ever? Actually, no, you haven't. You've never been there. I want to go there.
Soon, my man. Soon.
Yeah, soon you're gonna go over there. Yeah, you definitely have to go and see what's cooking up over there on the Great Wall.
Chung.
Is that where it is in Chungcheong?
No, it's called
Chungcheong. Is that what they call it? Okay.
Yeah.
In what province?
Chongcheng Henyao Ming.
Oh, yeah.
Means the Great Wall is famous.
Oh, yeah. What province is it in?
It's in the north. It's
it goes across the whole. Yeah. That's right.
Stop the Mongols.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The Mongol. Oh, yeah. What's Buddy's name again? Khan.
Which guy?
The Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about a boxer. My mind always goes to boxing.
No, Amir. My guy from my boxing gym, I told you that, Sharif, he fought Amir Khan.
No, I'm not. The guys, that's actually how you say the Great Wall. I'm not joking.
Oh, yeah. So
literally,
a guy at my boxing gym actually fought Amir Khan and he made some nice money on that.
Hold on.
Yeah.
He fought Amir Khan.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Did Khan get knocked out?
No.
That glass chin didn't shatter?
No, not that time, unfortunately. But he, I'm not going to wait.
Did you do the stanky leg?
No, like he did. No, not
You know what
like
I'm
when
talking about?
Yeah, when definitely. I think that was versus Cal Brook or something.
Bro,
like that.
he's been shook by many guys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you seen what Canelo did to him.
Remember
It was
that
like
Colombian
night,
guy
night.
that knocked him into tomorrow?
Oh, did he?
What was that?
Oh,
guy?
my buddy
The
knocked him
Colombian guy.
down. My buddy knocked him down.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying
He
to you.
knocked
He's
him
got
down
a
too.
soft-ass
Yeah,
thing, bro.
I remember that. Sammy Vargas, a good boxer. So yeah, there it is, guys. Starting to get that bounce, and then again, once we head right into 77s, you see that defense start to pick right up, and I don't know why. Like, come on, you can break it. We can do it. There's enough demand north of that 178, 168 level. I know there is, especially if the Qs wants to continue to climb higher. So patience, and there it is. We break through it finally. Now the volume needs to be picked up here, Sharif. Otherwise, this move will not be sustained. But where is that next target? 77.20s, and then I'm going to look to take off about 60 to 70% of the position.
All right, man. Sounds good, Joey. I'm still in this SMTK long. Here we go. We got 40 showing up right now. There's been that seller, though, Bovin at 40 for a hot minute, and I'm seeing more size come onto the gateway here on ARB and ARCX, now about 226 lots each, in addition to what we can't see, but we just took off a significant amount here, and then it's a hidden seller now because there's no size posted on the gateways. There's none. 41's now showing up. I'm at 41. Boom! Into the high. We'll take up some here as well. Good look. Now we're setting up at 45s. It's showing 45s. There it is, Bovin. Breakout into the high of the day. Now we're posting at 49s. SMTK. Shout out to my man Bovin. Boom, Joey, into the $half. We're still going, baby. We're squeezing into the 60s, and boom, we take it out at 60. There it is again, SMTK. We're up 94%. This one's squeezing into 100%, Bovin. What an explosion there from that $1.40 all the way into 165, quicker than you can say. Amir Khan has a glass jaw. Boom. No, I don't mean to harp on him. He probably has a way better jaw than me. Anyway, we're going to keep an eye out on this one. SMTK continuing to go, guys. Let's keep an eye on it and look to do more. Here it is now, 167 again. That's a seller. Do we show 68s and then 69s, obviously? Seller at 67 here. So let's keep a watch right now at 67. That he's gone. Now it's 170 high. We're continuing to go. 172, guys. 174. This is on a squeeze now. It's up 107%. And it feels like the shorts are getting caught offside here as we're starting to move in a parabolic fashion. 175, 177. Sorry to keep you waiting, Adara. Let's just see where this one goes. 179, 182, 181 now, Joey. 185. The shorts are in trouble. We're going to halt to the upside over here. 181. Let's see if this halt parameter hangs out here for a little bit longer. What a move up on SMTK. The shorts got caught upside.
Keep an eye here on NVDA, NVIDIA on watch as the company's Newsroom X account. They've actually been very active lately at NVIDIA Newsroom on X. They posted regarding quote-unquote erroneous chatter in the media, claiming that the company is apparently supply constrained and sold out of their H100 and H200. They're denying these claims, saying that apparently this rumor is, quote, category false. Selling the H20 has zero impact on their ability to sell other NVIDIA products. So they're denying any claims that they have reduced their supply of H100 or H200s or Blackwell. So I guess, yeah, denying some rumors here is NVDA. Again, that newsroom account on X has been pretty active as of late. Potentially worth a follow if you trade NVIDIA. Back to you.
And
Ready, Assassino?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right. Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60 as well as semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees down to just 65 basis points all until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs, guys, they also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. Pesky Forex disclosure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, then you need to check out betapro.ca/3 times daily to learn more, Joey. That's something we don't often consider. as Canadian traders, obviously, the Forex headwind that comes with owning some of these currencies.
brother.
And that's what they're talking about, Beta Pro right there.
Remember what I was just showing you?
Of course, go
Okay,
ahead.
here, look, I'll show you another thing right here. Look at this. Look at this. Look
What's
at that
the
right
Forex
there.
headwind?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
$240
Yeah,
Forex headwind.
yeah, like that's insane. What kind of BS is that?
Well, there it is.
That's
Joey.
what
I
it
mean, that's
is,
just kind of
right?
the way that
So,
one goes.
yeah.
I love how he's doing. What he's showing me right now, guys, is his P&L for his swing trading for the year.
Yeah.
He's up very nicely. I was congratulating him
thank
on
you
that,
very
man.
much.
And when he was showing me the line item
Yeah.
for the Forex headwind that he had to take, but that's kind of the cost of doing
Yeah,
business.
yeah, exactly. No, I was just about to say that's the cost of doing business there. Guys, there it goes. Yes, let's go NVDA. We did take half off there running into supply zone. Otherwise, this would have been just absolutely big time for us, but that's okay. We still got 50% of the position on. I'm going to take a little bit more. So after I take this off, we're going to be 40%. So a nice little bounce there in NVDA. This is why resting orders are important, Sharif.
Resting orders,
that's why
baby.
Sharif always tells us, because I'm trying to get a fill, and there we go. We finally got it. Yay, we did it. No, we caught a fill there. I'm still holding on to about 40% of the position. But yeah, again, I had to take some off. It would be ignorant of me not to, considering the steady defense that we're seeing displayed here on the tape. So I'm like, all right, I have to take it off into this supply zone. We take half off. We get that breakthrough, and then we take another additional 10% off right there. So sitting on about 40% of the remaining. VWAP is going to be the dream. I don't know if we get there, but the TQs are starting to crawl over, so that's positive for this. Let's see what some of the other big names are up to. What's my friend Goggles been up to, considering these guys are just continuously raking in more cash, more cloud deals, just more and more and more. And I think that's what you want to see most definitely as a shareholder in this name. I know Katina Man and I dumped the stock. Why? I don't know. But we'll have to definitely go back in and replay what we were thinking, especially around those specific times. But there it is. Google starting to head back towards the volume weighted average price. Nice indecision print at the lows. But one thing to note, volume isn't there. So for me personally, that's more or less of a, I wouldn't say a gamble, but you'll have more conviction within the setup if you have that isolated volume print like we experienced there on NVDA. That's what helped me stay into it a little bit longer. On the 1 minute time frame, you can see it displayed, right? So I'm looking at this as stopping volume essentially. Now, does it bleed a little bit lower and south of that? Yes, it does, but then eventually you get a small, cool curl over. Now we're north of this prior resistance. Let's see if it can act as support there, Sharif.
All right, SMTK, 193 top. We're still halted. 12:17:32 is the halt time. It's currently, let me check the atomic clock, 12:22. So we are going to open in about less than 30 seconds if it is going to be a 5-minute halt. So we will open at 12:22:32 if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. I think this is the first time it's halted on the day. So unless there's a reason, typically we just do get these initial 5-minute halts. The top is 193, still hasn't changed. The top is a theoretical auction price. We were halted at 181, so slated to open 12 pennies higher than where we halted prior. And there we go, open right on time, 196 high now, holding down. Let's see if it comes back and test that prior area of the halt area, which is low 180s. There's a buyer at 191, also a seller at 92 that we can't shake. Let's see if we can get that 180-ish area. I like to see if this one wants to test the breakout, or not the breakout area, the halt level, because that acts as areas of support and resistance. But there it goes without me. 203 high a day. This one looks like it may want to take 204 high a day now. That 205 high a day, well, not quite. 204.5, technically the high of the day. Up 137, 140%. It's trying to hold above 2. SMTK is what I'm talking about, guys. It's up 140%, give or take. So didn't quite retest that 180-ish area, but it did have a print in the 80s, and it got as low as 87. But that was not what I was looking for. I was looking for a 2 or 3, so I didn't get what I wanted there, nor did I have a plan to take it at 87. So we're going to keep watching this one right now as it's the strongest one in the market. And there it is again, 210 high a day now, baby. This one's got the goods. It's got the goods. All right, here we go, 211 high a day. Up almost 150% now. You feel like the shorts are certainly getting squeezed. I don't know what the short float is on this one, so we're going to have to fly blind at least for the moment. But we'll keep tabs on it, and if it halts again, we'll obviously give you the top. Just tag myself or Joseph in the chat, and we'll let you know what this one is up up to. I'm looking at the side chart to see if anything else is making a move, and you better believe it, HWH is back into that 7.25 area. It's about 20, maybe 15 pennies away from that high at 744. So HWH is looking primed as well, baby. It's not just SMTK. There's a bunch going today, not all at the same time, but HWH very much near that high, and it's been consolidating here, I want to say, for about an hour and 15 minutes. So if we get a big pop through that 7.5, and there it is, Joseph, as we were talking about it, into 777. Shout out to Boeing, 777, the high of the day right now as we break through that $0.50. HWH is 425% in Greensville and looking to do more, baby. We could easily see 500% by the time I'm finished speaking. Wow. No, I exaggerate for effect, obviously.
I think that could be definitely in the works, brother.
It's a good looker,
yeah,
man.
Yeah.
It's a good looker. So were we talking about the Rust getting crapped on today? Because, well, the Rust is getting crapped on, to be fair, 1 1/3 in negative, but the small caps are still going, Joey.
They're still living in their own world there. Sharif will give you the tap for free. I charge a small fee. You know what I mean? So if you ask me, I need something.
Everything costs with this guy, bro. Everything costs with this guy.
Everything costs a little something. You know what I mean? You can't go, hey, but hey, it is what it is, guys. So if you want, ask me. But again, put the little fee behind that, and then sure enough, any donations we accept. No, I'm obviously being sarcastic.
He's not. He wants that money. He'll take that money if you have to.
I will take it. If you offer, I will take. No. But at the end of the day, guys, it's all fun and games here. We're having a good day. I mean, we eliminated. We took a hefty loss on this. This is why, like, again, I held this a little bit longer than what I should have. And if I didn't, if I just got out right when I planned to at 80s, then we would have been fine. Like, we would have been bigly nice up on this one. So 2 Mars bars, I take it. I told you I'd take anything, my friend. So there it is. We enter again, and then we add it. There was another add opportunity here, but this just wasn't the trade considering we're using the 2x levy. We don't want to continuously do that because when you get south of your average price, that's when it really starts to accumulate and you end up taking a significantly bigger loss than what you want to. All right, let's take a look at Goro there, the Jameson. GRO. Okay, yeah, there it is. It's starting to climb higher. Obviously, some liquidity issues as you're running into these lower price stocks. But I mean, you can't go wrong here. The thing is, what's really scares me about this is that, okay, let's take a look. So boom, you open, you close. That's fine here, but then it's like, okay, what if you're short? You go from 54 pennies, you open up here, and then it does a little halt, or there's some consolidation, and then you open up another 10 cents there. So, okay, actually, that's a cent. Okay, so I wouldn't be scared about this at all. Continue to rock and roll and push some size on this. So, yeah, nice look there. I see that super chat. $20 from our guy, Gavin Irish. Made 620 on SMTK. Thanks for highlighting that one. Bang. We love seeing those. We love those figure dates. 3-figure, 4-figure, even 2-figure. We like that. If it's positive, it goes into the count, and we're having a good time, guys.
Baby, that's what I'm talking about. All right, guys. Every trader knows that if you want to grow, you got to risk more. At least that's how it used to be. Trade the Pool is changing that. It's the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line, just a small skin in the game, so to speak, and you're trading with real capital. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using the company's capital. So head on over to tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on the screen for more information. Shout out to the great folks at Trade the Pool. Shout out to Mitch as well, bringing us the goods this morning. All right. Shout out to my man, Gavinish, SMTK. Couldn't be happier for you, my man. And here it is. And this gave you an opportunity, Joseph, because that bottom wick there off 161 was exactly where the volume weighted average price was on my black charts. As you know, my black charts start populating from 4 a.m., not 6:30 onwards. So my VWAP on the black charts may be different than yours, depending really upon where your VWAP starts populating from. But there it is. So you got this is a very much a candle of indecision. High of 206, low of 161 or 162, and it's somewhere in the middle right now in the mid 80s, low 90s. SMTK Looking at taking out that high day at 211. We'll have to see if this one has got the goods to continue going up, baby. But this one, oh, baby, I told you, Joseph, as quickly as they are here,
just like that,
as quickly as they will break your heart. I could use all sorts of analogies right now, but I'm going to leave that where it is.
Yeah.
Triple sevens, Joseph, the high of the day, and as quick as you like, we're down into 5 double sevens now, losing that $6 area. In addition, losing the 20 EMA on the 5, and it's also, yes, for the moment anyway, below that $6 area psychological support. So, you know, I don't really have a trade on it when it's coming down like this, other than to say, observe how it trades at 5. And then observe how it trades where that white line is, wherever that white line is. That's a volume weighted average price. It's currently at about 460, 4 high 50s on my chart. But by the time, if the price makes it down there, the volume weighted average price could be a bit higher, maybe 475. So be on the lookout right now. HWH, a lot of profit taken over here as the longs look to secure those profits, baby. And that will cause a drop. Oh, no. It's really dropping here. By the way, I wanted to bring to your attention an interesting story where we don't have too much on Meta on the news today.
Yeah.
But apparently all sorts of chaos is happening in the super intelligence lab at Meta. There's beef between all of them. There's a whole bunch of stuff. People are wanting to quit. People are leaving they're leaving as soon as the onboarding process is done. So it's not all hunky-dory in Meta world.
It is not, eh?
Yeah, we threw out, you throwing around money is going to be the fix.
Yeah.
But it's not quite.
You know what
So I have a TikTok video. The reason I'm bringing this up, I got a TikTok video I want to show a little bit later.
Absolutely. You know what, Sharif? I think it goes for a lot of things in life. So, sometimes pooling the best talent and putting it onto one team isn't the best thing to do.
Well said, dude.
Yeah.
Well said. You got a lot of different opinions, a lot of A-type personalities that could, you know what I mean?
So it's more or less about constructing the best team, not necessarily having the best individual.
Well said, Joey.
Right? So I find a lot of that to do with sports, right? That's how I'm kind of just using it. Because you can have teams where you literally, like, look at the Brooklyn Nets when they had James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Durant. And they just weren't that good at the end of the day, right? So sometimes putting the best players all under one roof, especially when, as Sharif just mentioned, they all have egos and claim to be our alpha males, whatever they are. Sometimes it's not too good. They clash and you can't get anything done. So it's more or less about constructing the best team and what fits best. And correlating personalities, I think, is equally as important as to allocating talent. So it's unfortunate. Wow. Maybe it's a little bit more dramatic than what we personally know. Obviously, we're not inside of what's going on at the superintelligence. But at the end of the day, I still like what Zuck's doing, and I'm really curious to see what the team will bring, because there's no question you don't spend that type of money and then not bring something to the table.
And that's what the video kind of ends at, Joey, to basically exactly what you said. Like, basically, don't look for a good Llama 4. They're putting their real focus right now on Llama 5 and how it all comes out. So I sent to Assassino the video. Hopefully, we'll be able to play it for you. It's an interesting TikTok take. You should never put all of your eggs in one basket. Just because we're bringing you this information, it may or may not be accurate. It really is going to come down to you doing the homework and making sure that your investments are kosher. Guys, I got to bring back the attention over here to SMTK. We're talking a little this, we're talking a little that, but we got to make sure that we're covering these markets because they move fast and furious, baby. It's a 215 high right now on SMTK, right back down into 10s though, but we did dip aggressively, as I mentioned, into that volume weighted average price only to turn right back up, but it's a little zig and zag right now, a little above 2, a little bit below 2. What do we do with this one? I'm not going to trade this one until it sets up at a better technical area. I can't base my out on prior bar low. So if I'm the punch in right now, my stop is going to go into a random place, because if I was to give it to prior bar low, I literally have to give it to $1.58. That's more than I'm willing to risk on a $2 name. That's a lot. It's about 25% that I get to give it room there, and I don't want to do that. So I'm going to wait to either clears that 215 high, and I can start using 2 as a previous area of resistance, now support, or I'm going to have to wait for a deeper retracement into that volume weighted average price. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm going to pack my patience on that one. Nothing to do with this one currently. But LAWR did dip down aggressively now into the volume weighted average price. So this 366 let's just say from about 3 2/3 to about 3 3/4, this is a support area right here. This is the area we couldn't break. This is the initial area that we were bull flagging at. We ended up taking that plus some. So now, do we hold up at that prior area of resistance? Again, I'm talking about that 350 to 360 area here on LAWR. It took a big dump off that 484 high, and now it's $1.20 south of that, printing 364s, and there doesn't seem to be a buyer here in the low 60s. Let's see if this one gets down into 50. It's already lost VWAP at 375. It's losing, at least for the moment, that area of psychological technical resistance. Sorry, not psychological, actual technical resistance at 360 from the earlier bull flag. It's holding up right now. Maybe if I get in here, Joey, and risk 10 pennies on this monster, we can get something out of this. But it's below VWAP, and going long here would breach my rules. So I'm going to say no to that. But I'll bring to your attention one other thing over here super quick is triple U, not quadruple U that Mitch was bringing us a bunch of times, but triple U. This one, you know, it had a very nice move in the pre. It's up 89%, but it's off that high of 710. But it did kind of find support a bunch of times here on that red line. That red line is the 50 EMA, and up it goes again. Alas, it's still a lower high, so it's not exactly you know, a parabolic trade. But I wanted to bring it to your attention. Triple U, right above that 6 1/4 area, up 88%. Let's see if this one's got the juice to kind of continue to the high side, or what its situation is going to be. So that's the look there. How'd that go? Prep it? I appreciate you, Fabian. All right, guys, so we're going to be able to get you that, hopefully, that TikTok video shortly. Again, really what it talks about is the disharmony, if you believe the report, about what's happening in Meta right now with all the new AI acquisitions and hires. They've been poaching people from OpenAI, Apple, as well as other places. And it seems as if, you know, it's not all hunky-dory over there, Joey. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, it's expected. Growing pains, baby.
Well said, Sharif. And I think to touch on the point on what I was getting at earlier, and I learned this in my days at Bell of just having to manage people, is that not only do you have to manage people, you got to manage personalities, which I think is extremely, extremely important. So there it is. Not too bad of a look. Have you seen gold today?
Yeah, Katina couldn't stop talking about it.
I know.
So
I'm
gold,
about to be the exact same thing.
GC, where the hell is my gold contract over at? Oh, it's up 2.14.
Yeah.
So the December 29th contract is about to take out 3,600, 3,590.
Yeah, some really good. So I got GLD up here, and there it is. I thought that you would see a little bit of selling, and they're like, no. See you later. We're going to continue this breakout. So a nice curl over, bottom held, and I had this graded on my weekend swing trade list, and this was a pretty much a B plus right here heading into this breakout. So 317.46, now putting a high of 324.24s on GLD. So what a phenomenal move. This consolidation is relatively lengthy. So you go from April to where we're currently breaking out in August, early September. I think there's going to be some more moves sustained in this GLD trade. So that's a really good look. We're going to start trimming some more off here on NVDL. There you go.
Can I tell you, bro? People are selling these gold bars on Marketplace. Can you imagine buying gold bars on Marketplace?
No, I would.
Like, you'd have to get that checked out.
Absolutely. I would.
Like that's how like popular it is now.
Yeah.
I mean, people are literally selling ounce gold bars on Marketplace.
Really?
I have no idea. It's probably lead.
Probably lead,
They're not going to see any of my money until I get that checked out.
I mean, Costco is selling them as well.
Costco, you're not going to question that from Costco. I mean,
heck
it's
no,
Costco.
or the bank. So yeah, this is working out pretty good for us there, guys. I might take some more out, but I'm curious to enough of how our day is. I'm curious to how your guys' day is going. So we're gonna do our typical emojis here. So I'm gonna tell you how essentially what went down on the session, and I want you guys to follow as well. So that's gonna be that. Then we're also going to do this, bang, right? Hopefully it allows me to post this, and then we're gonna go back to this, all right? So there's that, and then now I want you guys to follow suit as well. So there it is. I was green, went red, Now back to green. So thank you all for sticking around and obviously, but I'm curious to how your day is going. Is it red or green, or are you flat? You can put, I know some people put purple in there as flat. XRP is apparently moving, says Danny Dila. So we'll take a look at that one. Red, red, red. Start putting those in. Flat, lots of reds, lots of flats. Don't see too many greens. There we go, Uku done. Nice work there. And then I'm glad that we took a little bit more off. I do have about 20% of the position remaining, and that's that on the bounce that we experienced there on NVDL. That might be the end of it there, guys. So any nice bounce back into 77.40 or 77.50, I'm going to just close out the remainder of my 20%.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
What'd you get into on the weekend?
I was just working on some stuff. I showed you that.
Yeah.
Was outside with the dog for a bit, just chilling at the park. Ate a horrible. Oh, the gyms were great. Gym sessions were good. Yeah, in the morning, crushed legs and core one morning. Then we did shoulders and back the next day.
That's crazy.
And then Monday.
Outdoor park or did you?
No, I was downstairs. Yeah, I went downstairs. More chilly in there. And then yesterday, it was just kind of just like a free roam day. Some days I have those where I'll just go crush some push-ups.
Active recovery,
curls.
baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Active recovery.
And then I'll do body weight squats because my knee. I tried doing some goblets, but my knee just won't have it.
It's not
good for it. No, yeah, it's not good for it. So that was it. So I just try to rep out as many body weights.
Did you ever try the what's it called? Those incline things that you put under your foot to kind of shift the weight on your heel?
You know what I mean? So yeah, so right in front of the mirror, there's like they have the mats on it, and there's like a double thick mat. So it gives you about an inch and a half. So I just put my heels on there when I'm doing my body weight. I put my heel on there, and then I just rep it up.
You're already doing that.
Yeah.
All right, guys, it's SMTK show, bro. Another midday mover. Here we go. It's a 225 high of day. It's now up 158%, almost 160%. And this thing is all sorts of strong. Shout out to Bovin. It's given you multiple opportunities to get back in. I don't know why, but I feel like after 12:30, my mind shuts down and I'm less inclined to want to punch into these positions because it gave me many opportunities. I'm talking about 3 times, many's 3 for me. First, off VWAP, then off VWAP again, and you probably guessed what the third opportunity was. Yes, another VWAP entry as VWAP was moving up with the price action, and now we have a 225 high. We're showing 15s right now, a lot closer, obviously, to the high of the day than we are VWAP or the low of the day, obviously. And here we go again. Here's 23s. Can we get more than 25s? The answer to that is no so far. There's a seller at 25 that we can't shake. I'm talking about SMTK, guys, up 165%. And this one's all sorts of strong during the midday here. So be on the lookout. If you're going to trade this, for goodness sake, trade it carefully because it has a way of flipping the script. Just ask HWH if you don't believe me. But now, we do have the video ready, which is a perfect segue to kind of wind down a little bit of the trading and get into our new segment. So, Assassino, if you're ready. Can't hear it.
Happening at Meta right now. If you remember a few weeks ago, they were all over the news for spending hundreds of millions poaching top AI researchers from other firms. And now it's looking like some of those hires aren't sticking around. Apparently, the most recent one is Shengzia Zhao, who is one of the creators of ChatGPT. He joined Meta from OpenAI, but within a few days threatened to quit. And he actually went so far as to sign paperwork to go back to OpenAI. So in order to keep him, Zuck allegedly was scrambling and handed him the title of Chief AI Scientist. You have Avi Verma, who's another former OpenAI researcher who completed his onboarding at Meta, but then never showed up for his first day. Ethan Knight, who's a machine learning scientist who lasted only a few weeks before leaving. And Rishab Agarwal, who joined in April, but just announced on X that he's out only after a few months. And it's not just happening to new hires either. You have longtime veterans, people who have been at Meta for close to a decade, also leaving in the middle of all these org shakeups. What's becoming super clear is that the transition here hasn't been smooth. The new recruits are clashing with Meta's culture. There are complaints about bureaucracy, bottlenecks in getting resources, and just generally around the constant reshuffling. Meta's already reorged its AI division 4 times in the last 6 months, so we'll see if another one is coming. So we have more reports of drama.
So again, guys, never really want to rely on any one source for, as the end-all and be-all, but just something to be on the lookout for. So if we're really bullish on Meta for Llama 5, I still am very bullish on Zuck. I think he's a hell of a creator. But, every company is going to have those growing pains. Joey, all right, do you want to let them know anything before we start the news?
Yeah, absolutely. So I thought I was going to get some there. All right, so we're going to take a little bit more off there, guys, at this high. So there it is. I got essentially nothing left, less than 10% of this position remaining. So a nice little grab there in NVDA.
Uni World Tech, 100% Uni World Tech. No, I'll play it. All right, let's get to the first headline over here. Oh, baby. Treasury yields jump as a court ruling threatened these tariff revenues. So let's get right to it, Assassino. So the court, well, first let's go through these different Treasury yields. So the 10-year Treasury rose 6 basis points, now up above 4.25, with the 30-year, hitting a high of, oh no, 4.978. That's a 6 basis point height. It's basically on the verge of taking 5%. I'm looking at it on my side chart. The longer dated part of the curve obviously has a lot to do with the growing fiscal deficit. The 2-year yield climbed also as well 3 bips up to 3.652, reflecting the upward pressure across the curve. Yields moved higher as bond prices fell, signaling investor concerns about the fiscal pressure. What fiscal pressure are you guys talking about? What's new since we left it on Friday? Well, a federal appeals court, ruled in a 7-4 decision that most of Donald Trump's global tariffs were illegal, saying only Congress can impose these broad levies. The tariffs, however, will remain in place as Trump pledged to appeal to the Supreme Court, calling the ruling partisan, according to him. Tariffs were expected to generate, Joey, about a little bit less than $103.25 billion, so about $172.1 billion in all of 2025. That's a projection, a significant revenue stream, obviously, for the U.S. government, who's fiscally strapped. If upheld, the ruling could force the U.S. government, possibly, this is just being speculated at the moment, to refund the tariffs it's already collected, worsening the deficit. Analysts warn in such a case, if that was to happen, the Treasury may have to issue more treasuries because they would have to generate new money to pay off the existing people who paid these tariffs illegally, apparently, and that could worsen the fiscal position for the United States, Joseph. So this is all undecided at the moment, but something that the market doesn't like, and you can just ask all 4 major averages negative over 1%.
Yeah. I mean, again, they're calling his moves illegal. Sure, but isn't it somewhat working out? Isn't Donald striking deals in favor of the U.S., running it as essentially a business? And now with these tariffs, yeah, we get it. It's essentially a consumption tax, but we can't maintain these 2020 level or 2022, 2021 post-COVID levels of spending. So I really like that Donald is doing it. It didn't seem good at the beginning, but a consumption tax, we don't need everything materialistic, in my opinion.
Remember when we first, like we're just talking about Canada, remember it was the national security over fentanyl, and then that kind of dropped by the wayside a little bit. It's like, well, I've had the power to do this. He stopped mentioning fentanyl as often as he did.
Well, we know at the end of the day that was just his scapegoat essentially to get him to do what he wanted to. Fentanyl is obviously a major issue, but is it enough to slap the whole world with tariffs? Probably not. No.
This is going to be very interesting to see how it goes into the Supreme Court. Adara, what's your take on all this? It's a really kind of It's nascent, let's just say that. It's the first time it's been struck down, but importantly, Adara, this is an appellate level court that struck it down.
Yeah, I think that level of court is pretty significant here. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is one of those stories where we're going to have to wait and see, I think, right? We're going to have to see how this continues to progress. We know that I don't think this is going to really stop the Trump administration, truthfully, unless there's a hard line. You guys cannot do this. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200 of tariffs or whatever. You know what I mean? I think there kind of needs to be another line in the sand here for the administration to really care about that. In terms of, I guess, the payback aspect of this, that's what I'm really fascinated in. How are they going to actually facilitate that? How would that work? I have lots of questions. And I honestly think if that is what they end up basically forcing out, I think they should come up with a really clear plan ahead of time so that everybody knows what the score is, because I think this runs the risk of being a bit chaotic.
Yeah, well, analysts at the moment, Adara, they're projecting that the Treasury will have to issue new government debt in order to pay this stuff off, which obviously worsens the fiscal situation because I think that they're already heavily in a deficit. You and I have talked about this many times. About $1 trillion a year, Adara, are being just spent by the U.S. Federal government in paying off the interest on the current debt. So I think that probably worsens the situation.
One more thing, too, if I might. I think the other thing as well here, in terms of how they actually do the payments, is we know some businesses have taken it on the chin a little bit with tariffs. Others have passed it on to the consumer, right? So how do you actually decide who gets paid back, right? That's, I think, also a pretty interesting element in addition to, of course, the turmoil or whatever extra added chaos with regards to the government debt with the bond situation. I think actually determining how the money gets distributed is going to be pretty interesting should that end up happening.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Adara. All right. Let me know, SSE know, if we want to do that. When to do it, because I don't even know what the account. Oh, actually, I do. So just I want to shout out the individual's account there that we just showed her video. Her name is Zoe at ZAUEY on TikTok, and she's got great information. I follow her at times, so just want to definitely give her a shout out there because that is obviously her content. So we just want to give her credit for her content there. All right, let's go on to the next headline there. NVIDIA. Before I do that, I just want to let you know that SOGP is freaking out right now. It just got into the high of the day of 22.30 there. This is the stock on, this is the 5 minute on SOGP. It's taken out 23.20. That's the high of the day. It's up 85%, so be on the lookout there. Sorry to digress for a sec. Let's talk about NVIDIA, AMD, chips in general, because we know Abu Dhabi backed G42 is seeking chip supply partnerships with AMD, Qualcomm, Cerebras systems to reduce their reliance on NVIDIA. As we know, Joey, NVIDIA dominates AI hardware, but heavy dependence exposes firms to supply bottlenecks and price risks. Okay, I'm just going to have to mute my phone because that doesn't work out for me. All right, G42 is building a UAE artificial intelligence campus positioned as a global hub for advanced AI research and infrastructure. Negotiations are underway between G42 and AWS, Azure, Meta, XAI, and Google also reportedly in the most advanced talks to join as a tenant for this data center build-out out in Abu Dhabi. The campus aims, Joey, to anchor G42 as a central player in the AI ecosystem, blending hardware access with cloud and software innovation. Microsoft also deepened its ties with G42 with a $1.5 billion investment this year and a $1 billion developer fund, expanding that joint AI services across the Middle East, Africa, and Central Asia. And G42, it's not just partnering with the hyperscalers, they're in bed with OpenAI as well to roll out solutions in the Middle East. And chip diversification here, though, Joey, you feel for them anyway, super important. They do not want to be reliant on any one company.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to, but does that mean they're going to be? I mean, at the end of the day, right, we know how dominant, and there's a reason why everyone is buying NVIDIA chips. But as I read through some of the notes, Sharif, all I'm seeing is with these G42 countries, all I'm seeing is American company, and more America. So at the end of the day, who's going to benefit from this? We know that the billion-dollar deals that they've been striking in the likes of NVIDIA across the Gulf Coast, kind of to, I guess, subsidize what they were missing in China, not completely, but reduce some of that potential balance sheet loss. Now, for me personally, I think it's going to continuously grow throughout their build-out. They have their Stargate equivalent. So I forget the name of it, to be honest with you, but how they're building all their AI data centers, their Stargate version. I forget what the name. No, but it's not Stargate.
I think they just called it the Middle Eastern Stargate.
Did they? I don't know. Like there's a different name to it. There's a different name to it. Yeah, but anyways, they're going to continuously spend. And for me personally, I think down the road, their deals are made until 2029, I believe, with NVIDIA. They're going to renew them, and they're probably going to up their shipment orders as well too, because those guys got boatloads of cash.
All right, just before we get to Adara's take on this, shout out to Trader Gibby on X. Thank you very much, brother, for the $20 super chat. It says as follows. Let me make sure I read this right. Hi, guys. Love the show. I've been consistent at catching multiple 100% gainers every week with proper risk management. Thanks, Sean. My struggle is selling too early. How did you hold with confidence once the setup was working? I'm sure the Katina man will love to answer that question for you once he gets back on the show. But thank you very much, brother, for that $20 super chat.
That was for Katina Man, that question?
Thanks,
Sean.
Right?
Oh, yeah. But I mean, how are you selling too early when you have 100% return? I think you're doing pretty good.
I would
if
say
that's
so.
the case, I wouldn't say that's early. But also, if you want, what I personally do is obviously piece out and leave a little bit of a runner. Get out what you're comfortable with, and then just leave the rest. Whether it be 70%, 60%, 50%, and then let the rest run, and then just continuously piece it out. And that's kind of what we did here with NVDA. If we can pull up the chart, we're all out of this here now. 50% right there, and then the remaining 50%, we just piece out, and then eventually I get all out right there, my friend.
All right, Adara, let's hear what your take is here on G42 lessening their reliance on NVIDIA.
You are correct, or at least closer here with the name of the Stargate project. It's called Stargate UAE. So, yeah, I would say you are more or less correct there with the name of that Stargate project. Now, with regards to the NVIDIA story, yeah, I think like the take that Joe kind of said, I think is interesting. Like just the idea that either way, it's still going to be an American company, right? It sounds like that's massively what they're favoring. So, yeah, I think honestly, in terms of the wider scale of things, we know there will be some American companies, of course, in talks that will benefit from this, even if one of them isn't NVIDIA. Google apparently is the closest in talks with regards to, I guess, being a tenant at the data center. So I think maybe this is more of a Google story than it is an NVIDIA story. And I only say that because NVIDIA has so many different eggs in the basket. I think for NVIDIA, China is going to be probably the overwhelming catalyst, at least on probably traders and investors' mind, until this gets sorted out in any kind of definitive way. With that in mind, too, I do want to quickly mention the other NVIDIA catalyst that came out intraday that I mentioned. NVIDIA on X via their newsroom X account, NVIDIA Newsroom, they basically denied any claims that they're actually having issues here with supplier demand for their H100, H200, and Blackwell chips. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, kind of interesting stuff. I think with a lot of these stories where things are rumored and things are unsure and things are reported, I like to kind of wait and see. We know sometimes things are buy the rumor, sell the news. Maybe this case for NVIDIA, it'll be sell the rumor, buy the news.
Oops.
Great, thank you. Let's go on to Amazon Prime Day. Boosts sales but misses sign-up target. Oh no. Amazon added, according to this article, 5.4 million new U.S. Prime signups during that 21-day Prime Day run-up and that 4-day event that lasted between July 8th to 11th. This was about 116,000 fewer than it added last year and about 106,000 below internal targets, about a 2% decline year over year and versus the company's goals as well. During the 3 weeks prior to Prime Day, however, Amazon signed up about 3.9 million members, missing the goal again here by about 193,000, which is about a 5% miss there. By contrast, the 4-day Prime Day event itself, which was July 8th to 11th, saw 1.6 million just U.S. signups, not even international. We don't have that yet, beating the internal target by about 87,000, which is about a 6% beat, give or take. Let's talk about the financial significance of that Prime Day event. Prime members spent on average about $1,170 in 2024. So if you're a Prime member, on average, Prime members were spending that much. I'm not even close to that. And I've been a Prime member for many years, compared with $570 for non-Prime members. Subscriptions are highly lucrative, though, for Amazon because they drive about almost $24 billion in revenue in just the first half of 2025, giving you that data point on its own without even having what's spent with that. Prime has been steadily repriced now, about $140 annually, $139 US dollars. That's up from the $79, back about 20 years ago when it launched back in 2005. The performance on Prime Day, CEO Andy Jassy called Prime Days Amazon's biggest day ever, citing record sales and billions saved by customers. Internal data showed sales strengthened, but mixed success in converting their non-members into Prime subscribers. That's a big metric for them. Analysts stress Prime's strategic value, which are its members are stickier, they spend more, and they resist competitors' offers. Speaking of those competitors, we know Walmart's been doing all sorts of craziness on their end. Amazon faces rising pressure, Joey, from Walmart Plus, which has expanded perks and fast delivery options, and now they're giving third-party sellers a space on their website. So in the same way that Amazon allows third parties to sell off its platform and does all the logistics for them, Walmart Plus is offering the same stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Walmart's e-commerce sector has been grabbing share from Amazon.
We know that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and we've been monitoring it for some time now as well, too. But Shreve, as for Amazon Prime here,
it's a great trade, bro.
on NVDA. Yeah, thank you. I'm out of it now. So yeah, it worked out for us. So we're happy about that one. But as for Amazon Prime, I think a lot of and what I'm referring to is the street. They're like, yeah, that's great that Amazon's an e-commerce business, but we don't really care about the e-commerce side.
Oh.
It's AWS, and obviously with all the hyperscalers and cloud spend, who's going to benefit the most from that? It's those top three, right? We got Azure, AWS, and Google Cloud. So that's how I'm looking at it. I think that you got the increase in Prime membership is an absolute bonus, but the hyper focus, in my opinion, is AWS. This is just the icing on top of the cake.
That's fair. I respect that. Yeah, it's the big money driver. And Gara, this is interesting here because they did really good during the actual 4-day event, but prior to that, they hadn't been doing as well according to their internal metrics. Do you feel there may be some retail pressure here? Is the consumer finally getting squeezed?
I mean, I don't think so. Andy Jassy himself said it was a record event. Like, I was just going to say, I kind of think this story is a bit of a nothing burger. As Neil and Sean were talking about this morning, it's likely to, I mean, a lot of people who are going to be signed up for Amazon Prime have already signed up. Right now, as someone who actually signed up for Amazon Prime leading into the event, I guess I'm actually part of the metric that they missed on. I think they're still going to be sign-ups, but I think this is such an odd metric to begin with. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not something I realized they measured. And if you still have the CEO saying it's like their best event ever, then clearly this isn't a metric that they care too much about. At least that's my interpretation of this. So I don't know. We'll see. I think if it's like a recurring pattern, that would be more of a concern. But it's 1 year. Andy Jassy does maintain that it was the best ever Prime, and they still had better than expected subscribers during the event itself. So I don't really know how much of an issue this is. I think, again, traders maybe cared about it a little bit today, but we'll have to, again, I think this is something that we can't really comment on until we see it as a pattern, which we certainly haven't yet.
Yeah, so I just wanted to focus on the biggest day ever. Yeah, absolutely. Their Prime Day and their Prime 4-day event was by far the best. But what I was trying to focus on was preceding that their metrics were down substantially year over year. In fact, they missed their goals prior to that by 193,000. They only beat their goal on the 4-day Prime by 87,000. So to me, the miss is a little bit more outweighing than the beat. Like, look, here's what
I agree. But I'm saying I don't think Andy Jassy cares, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think the company cares. Yeah. So with that in mind, I don't really know how much stock we should put into this. Again, unless it is a recurring pattern. That's my take on that.
Interesting. Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, one last thing. I'm curious. What do you think? Do you think that some of these streaming sites take the Netflix route and stop releasing their subscriber growth from month over month to year over year?
They could. They're totally within their right to do that, but the investors are also within their right to kind of sell or not be as bullish.
Absolutely. Right? Yeah. But it's been positive for Netflix, I think, in my opinion. Right? They're consistently raising their yearly subscription, whatever it may be, and then they're putting on big events as well too. So it's like that was swept under the rug. Can you see some of in the likes of Disney and Amazon Prime start to follow the same path and say, hey, we're not.
I could see that if it was negatively affecting their business. But so long as it positively affects it, Joy, they're going to want to dance all over that.
They're going to want to release it. Yeah. But I mean, so what? Do we think that it was negatively affecting Netflix?
The speed at which they were adding, yes, it was slowing down.
At some point, you're going to slow down when you're that big.
And I think that's what they're worried about. But go ahead,
All right, guys. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NICE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with rapid first-in-class intranasal drug design for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach over $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. And there goes NVDA continuing to climb higher. Well, I'm all out of it now. So, again, we're happy with this one. Again, VWAP was really nice. I didn't think we were going to get back there today, but nice bounce off of the lows. And we're not too far from that level.
All right, let's go on to the next topic. Apple's down one of the worst performing Mag 7 names today, down 1 3/4, but JP Morgan reiterated their overweight rating on Apple with a $255 price target. It was trading around $232 in the pre-market, trading around $228 right now. Other bullish calls include Goldman Sachs reiterating their $266 price target, Bank of America also at $250. We know, though, that we don't have to wait that long. September 9th is when Apple is expected to unveil the iPhone 17 series as well as a new Apple Watch lineup. The highlight will be the slimmer iPhone Air, at least that's what analysts are predicting, positioned between the base and the Pro models. Supply chain expectations are about 10 to 15 million iPhone Air units for the second half of 2025. We haven't talked about 26, though analysts see room for potential upside if the consumer demand surprises and they need to sell more. Pricing is critical, though, in China. There's a reason for that. Where smartphones under about 6,000 yuan, which is about $840, well, they qualify for a 15% discount, which would boost Apple's competitiveness. So you got to think about where Apple's likely wanting to price certain models of the iPhone to take advantage of that $840, 6,000 yuan sort of deal. The services expansion as well will be in focus. Apple Music curated radio stations and launching on TuneIn, expanding reach about 75 million monthly active users outside Apple's app ecosystem, which marks another push, Joey, to grow the services revenue, which is a core margin driver. And let's just call a spade here. How long will Apple be able to realize that 50 some odd billion coming from goggles, coming from Alphabet, for being the default search engine? I say that for one of two reasons. One, the regulator could get involved, and that could be put the kibosh on that. Or two, search as a business could dry up and not warrant that kind of investment by Google's as a result of LLMs. What's your look?
Yeah. Well, I mentioned this before, like just kind of the transition from a blue link society into just a single search using the LLMs, right? So that can most definitely play a factor in it. People not needing all the continuous links. You just go onto your chat GPT, whatever it may be, and it tells you. My friend's writing itineraries. He's like, yeah, I did an itinerary on Grok for our Chicago trip, just all through there, and not having to click through. He's like, give me what's fun and exciting for younger people in there, etc. But as for that, again, it just might be the transition from blue link to just single search. But again, with the iPhone 17, we all know that Dan Ives thought that super cycle was going to come in with the 16. But it didn't necessarily. Why? Because of the flop of Apple Intelligence. I'm really curious to see what they got going on. There's a new beta version of 26 out. I didn't download it, but they did take away some of the glass effects on
they did,
because a lot of people were complaining.
Can't read it, right?
Yeah, you can't read it, right? So a lot of it did move back, but for me personally, it's just the release of Apple Intelligence and an updated Siri, obviously, that can really drive a super cycle into the 17 that we essentially missed with the 16 because the flop of the release of Apple Intelligence.
All right, Adara, we know you're going to be covering this Apple event very closely. What are you looking forward to the most?
Looking for, I know last time really we had that sell-off after they said, oh, we're going to work on AI in 2026. I think if they, honestly, in my opinion, they should not mention AI unless they're going to give us a better timeline than we expect. Now, what I want to talk about here, too, a little bit is just both iPhone revenue and then more specifically iPhone revenue in China, because I know that's something that was a concern and that was just mentioned here. So this infographic is not super up to date. It says of fiscal 2023, so I'll probably update this before the event. But either way, as you can see here, that blue is going to be iPhone revenue. Now, in 2023, we actually had a decline in iPhone revenue on a year-over-year basis, right? So we're seeing already that this metric kind of lessened again. I need to get the 2024 comparisons. If you look here, this is our Apple revenue by region, again, up to 2023. And you can see here China, which is the purple, was relatively actually stagnant between 2022 and 2023, right? So maybe these concerns about China sales to an extent are not as warranted. Again, I'll need to get the 2024 numbers up there. But either way, I think like the iPhone sales decrease across the board is pretty significant. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here with regards to I guess this new 17, but honestly, in my opinion, in terms of what I'm looking for the event, as you asked me, I'm looking for them not to mention AI. I actually think them mentioning AI at this point will hurt them. We know that we had that drop last time to mention it at the previous event. So I think in that case, like if you don't have anything nice to say, just don't say it, Apple. Just do not say it. The internet loves Craig, that one guy from the exec team. And like, you know, Craig, we like you more when you don't, you know, say things about AI that we don't want. I actually have to say the opposite about Apple that I do with, you know, with Elon Musk. I'm like, just stop giving us unrealistic timelines that are too quick. With Apple, I'm like, stop pushing back timelines. Either way, you know, maybe just don't say anything. You're right, they probably will say something, but I hope if they do, that it's going to be actually a better timeline than we think.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
No, me neither.
To add to her point, though, the last keynote, they set the bar pretty low because
they used a lot of Apple intelligence on the last earnings call.
Did they mention
that
a
was
lot?
insane. You could tell it was super scripted. So the fact that they don't say Apple intelligence is,
well, they said
I don't think it's
like I said, the keynote, they set the bar low. Yeah. Now it's okay. Now they're going to raise it a little bit, and hopefully they meet.
They couldn't stop saying it on the call. I'll tell you that. Anyway, let's go on to Pepsi. Pops on Elliott $4 billion activist stake. So Elliott Investment Management acquired about a $4 billion stake in PepsiCo, making it one of the activist investors' largest equity bets ever that they've ever taken. The stake places Elliott among Pepsi's top 5 active shareholders. That obviously excludes ETFs, guys. That's just only for active shareholders. The stock, I don't know where the stock is up. Let's find out what it's up year to date right now. PEP, where are we at, Peps? We're up 0.73%, so not doing much on the year. That's a year-to-date move for Pepsi. What else? So the company's faced weakness, as we know, in its core soda business, losing shares to rivals in recent quarters. Its food division, which has historically been a good growth driver for the company, is actually now under pressure, adding to the concerns that investors already had. Shares have lagged the broader consumer staples market, leaving room for activist pressure to push for restructuring and strategic pivots. And what's Elliott's playbook here? What are they looking to do? So even though they haven't made their specific demands clear to the market, Elliott is known for driving operational overhauls as well as pushing for cost cuts, divestitures. I like you to spin off parts of your business, and they're very activist when it comes to the board. They like to have their own people on there, especially in underperforming firms where they can feel they can add value. Given the size of the stake, that it's their largest bet ever, one of, Elliott likely aims to influence Pepsi's long-term strategy and capital allocation, Joey. Investors may speculate on the potential spin-offs versus, whether they're going to go beverage versus snacks, their margin improvement initiatives, Joey, or whether or not they're going to put money back into the hands of the shareholder through a dividend or buybacks.
Yeah, I mean, we know that the GLPs did have effect on that, on the price of the stock, obviously. But I'm curious to see, as you mentioned, Sharif, the transition into more lower-calorie drinks and healthier snacks, which I think that they're working on here. So as for PepsiCo, off of these lows, the June lows, at that peak, you're up 23%. But as Sharif mentioned, year to date, you're just holding on to it. And by the chances by the end of the session that this gap being filled are there and you going negative year to date are also there. But for me personally, I'm just curious to see what they got coming in the pipeline from a healthier snack standpoint and a low-calorie beverages.
What's your look here, Dara? Is this a big move for our friends at Elliott, or are they kind of climbing up the wrong tree over here?
I mean, I don't know. I think either way, it's interesting to note that Pepsi, according to Reuters, I guess Pepsi spokesperson said this, Reuters cited them saying that Pepsi is willing to work with Elliott with regards to, I guess, their own turnaround and growth plans. And we know Pepsi already last week had an announcement with Celsius with regards to switching up their energy drink brand. They're really giving that over to Celsius to kind of, hey, like you take charge of these brands, you take charge of the marketing here. So I think it sounds like Pepsi already has a bit of a turnaround plan. Now, what I think will be interesting is if that turnaround plan actually aligns with or contrasts with what Elliott wants to do. That's my take on this. I think that the timing of the Celsius announcement with this announcement is pretty fascinating. I don't have too much more to say on it, quite honestly.
Thanks, Adair. Meta eyes AI partnerships while advancing Llama 5. So let's get to this because we kind of gave you that Meta headline a little bit earlier. Sorry, as my chair continues to malfunction. Meta is in talks with Google and OpenAI to power AI features on Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. The company's already tested Anthropic's Claude model internally for its coding assistance. The deal here with rivals is seen, sort of as a short-term bridge while Meta develops or its own next-generation models. As we've heard, Llama 4, Llama 3 haven't been well received by the market. We're going to wait for Llama 5, see how it does, but they really are going double hard on this open sourcing initiative to kind of differentiate themselves from OpenAI and others. Meta's AI unit, though, Meta's Super Intelligence Labs, is focused on building Llama 5 to compete directly with Gemini and ChatGPT. Development, though, will take time, so outside partnerships, at least in the short term, to fill the gaps make sense in the near term. The strategy reflects, though, Joey, Meta's mix of open source, which is the Llama releases, as well as their proprietary scaling. Should pause here for a second to let you know that it's only pseudo open source. If you use more than a certain amount of tokens, you're going to get dinged. They're going to charge you money. So you're not going to be able to leech off their LLM and use their API for free. If you're going to be a big user, you will have to cough up some money. Meta, as we know, signed a 6-year, $10 billion agreement with Google Cloud for servers and storage, underscoring the need for the massive compute and resources that comes with building these AI models. Despite the rivalry, though, between the two companies, Meta and Google, infrastructure partnerships highlight the mutual benefit of scale for AI buildouts, and billions also, Joey, being poured into new data centers, not just these concretes, baby. No. It's just not Caterpillar building these. No, I'm kidding, of course, involved in the name. Reinforcing Meta's long-term AI infrastructure roadmap.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zuck's going to be doing just fine right now. We're not going to expect an ROI on this. But for me, I think it's a horse race with some of these LLMs. You have ChatGPT, obviously, in first place, but they're just continuously passing each other and one getting better than the other. And we haven't really experienced that in the Llama series yet on its prior versions. But I think with what the team that he's established and that he's built, watch out. It will probably be one of the more popular used ones if they do get it right, and Llama 5 being a positive or a successful release.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Yeah. I mean, I'm always rooting for Zuck. I like him. Dara, this is an interesting take here. Enemies in general, but at least in the short term, we're friends if you help me get to my goal, so to speak.
Well, yeah, I mean, with that in mind, I actually find this to be kind of an odd story, because even, you know, as it says in the notes here, Microsoft and OpenAI, that alliance, plus Google and their Gemini push, those are actually rivals to Meta. So the fact that they're teaming up with these rivals makes you wonder, are these rivals even like really incentivized to actually help them in a meaningful way, right? So I don't know. I want more details on this. You know what I mean? This is just a pretty vague report, and I think the fact that they're, you know, purportedly looking to work with the competitors, like I said, I don't know how incentivized Google or OpenAI would be with that aspect in mind, and B, you know, it makes you wonder what the extent of Meta's AI struggle is that they're even looking to turn to these individuals in the first place, or these entities, sorry. So yeah, I want more context. It's kind of hard to make too much of this right now, as vague as it is. But yeah, I mean, we know that Meta does have that Google Cloud deal. I would say, at least, at the very least, that the Google Cloud pair up to me, or sorry, not Google Cloud, just Google in general with Gemini, that makes more sense to me than an OpenAI pair up, also because we know that Sam Altman was pretty critical of Zuckerberg's aggressive AI poaching strategy earlier this year.
Yeah, and that absolutely makes sense. I mean, what kind of incentive do they have other than money for wanting to help Meta? Absolutely. I agree your point there, Dara. Thank you for that. Makes absolute sense. Let's go on to the next story. Tesla faces China sales slump amid intensifying competition. So some silver linings to the story, a lot of year-over-year negatives, but when you look a little bit deeper, the month-over-month, not that bad. Let's get right to it. So Tesla's China-made EVs fell 4% year-over-year in August, Joey, following a steeper 8.4% drop year-over-year for July. Despite being Tesla's second largest market outside the United States, sales in China have been volatile throughout all of 2025. So let's get right to them. Deliveries of the Model 3 and the Model Y from Shanghai, including the exports, surged 22.6% month over month to about 83,192 units, or exactly that many. The stronger export performance to Europe and other regions helped soften China's domestic weakness. So even though they're maybe not selling as much of the domestically produced China-made EVs in China, they are finding markets outside of China for that, specifically in Europe, which has me scratching my head, because we look at these European numbers and they're down aggressively year over year, like 40-some-odd%. So who the hell is buying these outside of China if China's not buying them? That's what doesn't make sense to me. Still, Tesla's Europe sales plunge, as I mentioned, down 40.2% year-over-year in July, trailing BYD, despite overall EV growth in the continent. It's not like they're buying less EVs. No, they're buying more. They're just not buying Teslas. The pricing move. Let's talk about this, Joey, because they're trying to move the needle there with price. Tesla cut the Model 3 rear-wheel drive price by about 3.7% on Monday. That's for China, less than a month after they launched it to boost the demand. They also began deliveries of a 6-seater Model Y called the Model Y L. It's priced about 339,000 yuan, which is a slightly above that that Xiaomi SUV, which is the main competitor right now for the Model Y in China. Tesla previously refreshed the Model Y in January, known as Juniper, but the uptake's been weaker than expected, Joey.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here, Sharif, and I'm obviously curious to hear what you think about this, but as for the supremacy of Tesla's EV just dominating the space, I think we're starting to see that absolutely cool down as you see some of these Chinese EV companies head into Europe and other places and just start dominating the space and taking market share from Tesla. There's multiple things that we need to keep an eye out for. Where's the Model 2? As you mention all the time, they got drones flying over the Gigafactory in Austin, and there's no signs of much. So the chances of them being released by 26 are probably relatively low. So with this name, I've said it once, I'll say it again. You got to be forward-looking and look for the robotics and for the autonomy.
You just brought a fantastic point. We're going to get to that in the next story. You just brought up the cheaper EV, that the Model 2 or Model Q, whatever the hell they're going to call it, as hurting them. And the next story, I want to kind of preface it super quick. We're going to see how good the Chinese EVs did as a result of that smaller model. So you're basically right on the nose with that.
Like, we know that the margins on the 2 are probably going to be absolutely horrendous.
No, but they move the needle.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. You think it can be a complete? I think autonomy and the robotics will move the needle drastically.
Oh God, yeah, 100%. Look at the margins on that are going to be like 80-some-odd%.
Yeah.
Dara, this is interesting here. I mean, I don't know what to make of this. Their Chinese sales are down, but their Shanghai production surged 22.6% month over month because they're able to sell these China-made vehicles outside of China. But Europe's not buying them. Where the hell are they going, Adara?
Maybe they're just going to, like, Norway? I don't know. I mean, all jokes aside, I'm really, this is a bizarre.
I don't blame you.
Bizarre report. Like, you're right, because the math is not mathing, to put it that way. It's a very confusing look. And I mean, yeah, it's very clear that people in China don't want Teslas. It's the one thing we can absolutely ascertain from these numbers. If the sales are down, but the deliveries are apparently up, but the deliveries aren't going to China. So it's one big, question mark. Now, one thing I do want to mention with regards to Tesla revenue, where Elon sees the company going forward, he actually posted, I believe earlier today, about how he sees robotics being about 80% of Tesla's revenue going forward. So we know he hasn't exclusively seen it as a car company, but that is a staggering number. And I don't know if we have enough yet from Optimus to support that. But either way, we know Elon Musk, he's a forward thinker. But here's the thing, though, Joe, what you mentioned with Tesla being forward thinking. At a certain point, it's a little too forward thinking.
Absolutely.
If we have Elon Musk saying these numbers like over a year ago, we're going to get this Model 2, whatever, the cheaper model production, and it's never happened. So, again, I will continue to, my only issue with Elon Musk is the timelines. That's going to continue to be my issue. And, I just think that if we can
show me a picture. Show me something, bro. Show me a picture. Like, Apple showed us pictures of their crap, their Apple Intelligence crap. At least we saw a picture, Derek. Just leak a picture.
Or, give us, an actual production timeline. Elon Musk says the thing, the market gets excited about the thing that was said, and then years later, there is no evidence of the thing. Now, I mean, we know he does eventually deliver. Cybertruck was an example, although there was, the car break that shocked the world. But, yeah, I mean, I think, a little bit more meat on the bone, especially with Tesla struggling as much as it is, I think that would be very much warranted.
I agree with that.
What were the July deliveries for Tesla?
I'd have to go back and look.
In EU?
I'd have to go
something
back.
Absolutely ridiculous.
It's in my notes.
It was 800 vehicles or something.
It was
8,000.
What was it? It was England or something.
It was 800.
It was ridiculous.
It was triple-digit vehicles, and that's the issue. And Adara mentioned as well. It's just how forward-looking can you be? You need to start seeing something come up. But he needs to stop being so optimistic with his timelines and just start pushing things out. And if it happens to be a little bit early, then sure enough, boom, it's good. It's kind of like the Steve Jobs and Tim Cook scenario, where Steve would never release anything until it was 100% ready, unlike what Cook did with the Apple Intelligence. He released it prematurely and was petitioning it significantly early, and it wasn't ready.
And look what happened.
Look what happened.
And I mean, what's going on there, Ram? Who are you disciplining in the chat? Oh, okay. Oh, my God. Y'all don't even know what I heard in my ear right
that's
now.
Crazy. Let's see what they are.
Ram, bro. She'll come down on you with the gauntlet. All right, let's go on to that next story, Joe, because this is going to build on what we talked about Tesla here. So China EV sales rebound in August with record deliveries. Again, weakness for Tesla in China, but you're not seeing that with these domestic brands. So let's get right down to it. BYD shipped 371,501 units in August. That's a 22% bump year over year, solidifying its position as China's EV leader. The growth reflects your resilient demand recovery after a summer slowdown and a fierce price war, which has been much to the chagrin of the Chinese regulator. They don't want their companies in a race to the bottom, a bottom to the price, that is. They want this price war to flatten out, and they've been threatening the companies lately. Let's talk about NIO. We're going to cover, we already gave you BYD, we'll give you NIO, XPeng, and Li Auto. There's more though, okay? So NIO delivered 31,305 units in August, a new record after slipping momentarily there in July. NIO's been doing a lot better, really much to my surprise. The surge has been really driven by their sub-brand, Onvo. That's been moving the needle, which delivered about 16,434 units, so more than half of their units delivered in August, were as a result of the sub-brand Onvo. It's the first time that this Onvo brand has had a 5-digit month versus the 6,000 they delivered back in July. Their L90 SUV, which is a 6-seater competing with the Model Y, began deliveries on August 1st, with the 7-seater due in late September. NIO also launched pre-orders for its flagship ES8 SUV, which is priced at about 309,000 yuan, about $43,000, give or take, with delivery set for September. But then you got XPeng as well, XPeng, not XPEV, despite the ticker, posting more deliveries than NIO, beating them by about 6,000. 37,709 deliveries in August, the highest ever monthly figure for XPeng. Get it, XPeng. It was boosted, Joey, by the launch of the P7 sedan on the 28th of August, priced competitively 219,000 yuan, making it one of the lowest cost EVs in the market. And that hot garbage Li Auto delivered 28,529. This one was the leader of the three. Now it is lagging behind all three, marking the third straight monthly decline for Li Auto, despite launching the competitively priced LI. The Li Auto i8 on the 29th of July. Sales slipped, Joseph, amid backlash, over a controversial crash test video with Dongfeng Liu Zhu trucks. I don't even know about all this. I'm going to have to look into this. What the hell did they do on some crash test videos? Pissing off the market.
Yeah. They probably did something that they didn't like, probably something live in there, or who knows where they go. But at the end of the day, Sharif, we know what's going on with the China EV space. And there's a reason why they're not allowed over here. They go over into Europe, and you can just see on a month-over-month basis, BYD is just absolutely grabbing share from Tesla left, right, and center. And then 219,000 won. I'm curious to how much that is in USD or CAD, because if it's relatively cheap in that pricing, chances are it's about a $20,000 to $25,000 vehicle here. So yeah, it's not too bad. Just watch out for these Chinese EVs. There's a reason why they're not allowed over here.
All right, so let's just talk about that, because Adair's not at our desk for a second. But let's talk about it, Joey. So what North American regulators, North American governments are accusing the Chinese of doing, they're saying, look, these companies, XPeng, NIO, BYD, Xiaomi, Li Auto, they're all getting subsidies, and plenty of them, from the Chinese government, with the objective of flooding their cars for super cheap on the world markets, hurting the likes of Ford, GM, drive them out of business, hurt them, and then incrementally raise the price as you start dominating market share. Now, Joey, what our response was to that was to throw 100% tariffs on that, right? Now, Joseph, can you say that maybe the methodology by which the West is responding to this Chinese subsidies is to subsidize themselves? Let me make my case. You got 10% stake in Intel from your boy Donald. You got golden shares in U.S. Steel. You got 15% of AMD revenues. You got about $500 million by the Pentagon in MP materials. Is it now the methodology of Western governments to subsidize their businesses because the Chinese have had success doing it.
I think they have to, because as you just mentioned, Sharif, this isn't the first time that they do. They essentially undermine companies, make sure that they can't sell anything for a profit, just destroying their margins, and then step in and then slowly start increasing their prices after that. So it's essentially their playbook. It's like, all right, we're going to make everything significantly cheaper than what you charge, run your companies dry, and then step in and then grab all of the market share and then and then essentially start raising the price after that. I think that's the exact same case. We've seen it in the precious metals, and then now we're seeing it in the auto industry in the countries that these Chinese EVs are allowed.
I agree with you, man.
So I think that's exactly what's going on. And if you ask me, that's ideally essential business. That's how you want to kind of run it at the end of the day.
They didn't want to do this. Like the laissez-faire, people didn't want to take an investment in these companies like your boy Donald wanted to do. Like let's call them the established. I know.
I'm saying like undermining everybody and then stepping in.
100%. That's what we're doing. I'm not disagreeing with you at all about that. That's 100% accurate.
Yeah.
I don't know, Dara, did you have an opportunity to hear this? This like little back and forth thing that we're talking about Chinese EVs, because I don't want to throw this your way if you didn't have an opportunity.
I mean, I looked. I just went to the bathroom. I was there for part of it. Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting here is the Li Auto. I'm going to look at Li Auto in particular. I mean, Li Auto, of the three major Chinese EV stocks, by far performing the best today. But again, this is just on the day. Yeah, I mean, I think this one is certainly in a bit of trouble. This controversial crash video, I don't know enough about it, but I think that's definitely going to be a bit of a concern. The fact that they're, these third straight monthly declines, even as you have, XPeng having its highest ever monthly delivery numbers, I think Li Auto, regardless of today's performance, might be a little bit in trouble. Again, if you compare its performance to its two major peers in the space. I'm not talking about BYD. I'm just talking about the ones that are publicly traded in the U.S. In terms of the golden shares thing, I think I've said something to this effect before. I find it fascinating that as much as the U.S. criticizes China, they are adopting a lot of similar policies.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right? That's what I'm saying. I've thought that, like, the second we started having the Intel thing, I know Trump even, I think, used the word golden share when it comes to X. We know that's already China's playbook. And yeah, I mean, it's curiouser and curiouser. I'll say to that.
Yeah, to me, it's like almost admitting that the Chinese methodology of propping these companies from a domestic money source has been the right move. Because initially, what I was saying to Joseph while you were away was their move, Adara, was to put 100% tariffs on these things, keep them away from North America, they said, because they're illegally being subsidized by the Chinese government. Then, lo and behold, the Canadian government's been subsidizing whatever battery plant they could subsidize, Adara, one that is going bankrupt. I forget that Swedish company or whatever, the one that's out in Quebec. So aren't we doing the same thing? Aren't we subsidizing the EV game? So are we admitting that their methodology was right and ours was maybe a little bit behind? So I don't mean to put you on the spot there, but I'm just thinking out loud, right? So this is kind of like what I was thinking about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think that. I 100% think that. Like, not necessarily that it's wrong or whatever, but I think that there's very obviously, the U.S. is at the very least curious about it, and they're studying it. And I think what's more interesting is, again, is we do have this animosity between the U.S. and China. We do have the U.S. not so subtly picking up certain trades. Yeah, that's all I'll say to that, I guess.
Fair enough.
One last thing, to add to your point is just ask for the subsidies. I like what they've done here in the state. Howard, obviously the Commerce Secretary, was like, okay, yeah, you want this money, we're going to take this stake, but you have to fork up more money and invest more into America, because he essentially said to TXN, you're not getting that grant. To Intel, you're not getting it unless you invest more into America, and we've seen it across the board in the likes of TSMC and some of these other chip companies as well.
Man. Well said. All right, guys, let's go on to Novo Nordisk. Their Wegovy shows stronger heart benefits versus their rival Eli Lilly. So let's get right to it. Real world trial data showed Wegovy cut risks of heart attack, stroke, or death by more than 57% more than Eli Lilly's Zepbound or Mounjaro. That's a big percentage, 57%. That's for heart rate, not 57% more weight loss. It's for the heart-related conditions. Event rates were very low, apparently 0.1% on Wegovy versus 0.4% on Zepbound and Mounjaro, but results suggest the semaglutide-specific heart protection. Novo argues the benefits are unique to semaglutide molecule, not broadly applicable across all the GLP-1s. So if you think you were going to get it from Eli Lilly's, you're not. You got to go to Novo Nordisk. Not me saying that. That's what the company is saying. Believe them if you would like. The competition with Eli Lilly, very well noted. Between the two companies, Eli Lilly's Zepbound and Mounjaro remains Novo Nordisk's biggest competitor in the weight loss drug market. Both firms are racing, Joey, to develop oral obesity pills to replace the injections. People don't like poking themselves. Analysts caution, however, results are not randomized controlled trial, RCTs, which is the gold standard, making comparisons a little less definitive, so take that with what you will. But we know that there have been challenges in the U.S. market. Despite the blockbuster success, Novo stock is down about, at least at the time of the writing of this article, 40% year to date after losing U.S. market momentum. The struggles are tied to the White House tariffs, rising competition. CVS is expanding Wegovy access with their compounds and whatever. And believe it or not, Joseph, Denmark halved its economic growth forecast, partly due to weaker Novo exports. It's insane that this one company has such an effect on one country.
That is crazy. I didn't know that.
I don't want to say it's only because of that, but partly due. Yeah.
Halved? Is it global?
Denmark halved its economic growth forecast, partly due to weaker Novo exports and reduced U.S. market share.
Yeah, well, they're going to have, speaking of getting halved right here, Sharif, that's the look on Novo Nordisk right here. Again, for me personally, we know that the subs are, Sharif tells us, the subs are extremely expensive for the injection. Yeah, the injection. So for me personally, I mentioned it once, I'll mention it again, there's definitely cheaper alternatives on way that you can lose weight. But as for the heart thing, that's positive, I guess. There's other things that you can do from a physical activity standpoint that benefits your heart as well, instead of injecting a substance into you. But down 61% and barely bouncing off of those lows there, Sharif. So
crazy.
Yeah, a really, really tough look in Novo Nordisk.
All right, Adara, this is one that you know very well. You trade, you report on it. What's your look?
Yeah, I've said this before, I find Novo Nordisk an actively frustrating stock to day trade because, as you've seen today, this is objectively good news and it sells off. So I'm with Lilly all the way from a day trading perspective. I do want to talk here a little bit about Novo going forward. They do have the new CEO they announced, I believe, back in May. July? Yeah, I think the old guy left in May. I think they announced this new dude maybe in July. Mazyar Mike Dustar. This could be pretty notable here. He is the new president and CEO of Novo Nordisk, and Novo went the Elliott Hill route with this, and by that I'm comparing this to Elliott Hill being appointed CEO of Nike. He was a longtime employee of Nike, and then he got, I guess, promoted or appointed there to the position of CEO, and Elliott Hill's case taken out of retirement. Mike Dustar has been with Novo Nordisk since 1992, so he's a long-time company insider. We'll have to wait and see what kind of turnaround he does for the company. This is just talking about its overall stock performance. But yeah, I mean, I guess how the mighty have fallen, and I did not realize the extent to which this company impacts Denmark's, I guess, economic outlook overall, but that is pretty shocking, and I hope for the sake of Denmark and Novo that Mazyar does the job.
I wonder if Mazyar knows Brian Armstrong, Adair. Let's go on
That's
to the...
like saying if maple syrup sales go down, Canada's economic growth is cut in half.
Bro, nah, man, come on, man. We're more diversified than that. Stop crapping on this.
But you know what I mean, though? That's like kind of what we're saying here. Which is insane, reliant on one company.
There you go. That's crazy, Joey. All right, let's talk about this Kraft-Heinz merger, but we're going to pause for a second,
Absolutely.
Joey.
New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning-fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading. Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Before we move on to that there, Sharif, let's just touch back on the market here, guys. We're getting a really nice curl over off of those lows in the NASDAQ. So keep an eye out on this, just in case we do establish a lower high on the session. But I would be looking for that as a potential target. So around 86 1/3 there. So not too bad. And then we also have the likes of NVDA trailing right below the volume-weighted average price, and some of the crypto names getting a bounce. I'm referring to Ethereum, but we still have IBIT consolidating right above the volume-weighted average price. Robinhood starting to climb as well, too. So we're seeing a nice rebound in the overall market.
Sounds good, Joey. Let's talk about Kraft Heinz splitting into two companies, ending their $46 billion mega merger. So Kraft Heinz will split into two companies, reversing much of the 2015 $46 billion merger, which was backed by Berkshire as well as 3G Capital. So here's the deal. Company one, Brendel made a joke about this, and I think he's right to do because they're almost the same. Company one, their focus is going to be on shelf-stable meals. That's going to include Heinz, Philadelphia. We're talking about Kraft mac and cheese. That's expected at least to bring in about $15.4 billion in sales this year, about 75% from sauces, spreads, and seasonings. And then company two is going to be what they're calling a scaled portfolio of North American staples. That's going to include Oscar Mayer, Kraft Singles, not Kraft mac and cheese. They're splitting those two for whatever reason. I don't know, Adara. Kraft Singles, Lunchables, and that's expected to bring in about $10.4 billion in revenue this year. The goal by splitting the companies up is to streamline operations, improve capital allocation, and unlock brand growth potential. Let's tell you a little bit about that 2015 merger because I didn't even know about it because I was in the market at the time. Investor enthusiasm faded quickly, I should say, as U.S. sales weakened. And back in 2019, Kraft Heinz faced an SEC subpoena tied to accounting issues. It also cut its dividend by about 36% and took a $15.4 billion write-down over Kraft and Oscar Mayer. Buffer later admitted he overpaid for the company. Multiple leadership shakeups and further write-downs followed that whole thing. And they had divestitures. Divestitures included most of its cheese unit, which was sold. And their planter nuts division was also sold. So a lot of divestitures there. And despite these moves, though, Joey, Kraft Heinz shares down
Bigly.
60% since that 2015 merger. Show them that weekly, Joey, because it's not a good looking weekly. I hope it doesn't embarrass us there. Yeah, I know, right? Zoom out there a bit, Joey.
All right, there,
Look, you got to zoom out, Joey. You got to go 15, baby.
Out.
Yeah, it's real ugly. It's real ugly.
Dude. Yeah, that's not a good look here. All right, guys, a lot of people aren't going to like what I'm about to say right now. But if you like Kraft Singles, then I'm sorry. Then we can no longer be friends, all right? If you like Kraft Singles, then it's it. It's done. It's over. It's over. It's that quick. As a real cheese lover over here, you cannot have Kraft Singles. Funny story. When I was really, really young, my friend's mom made us a homemade pizza. Okay. And she put Kraft Singles as the cheese. Oh boy, was that the worst pizza I've ever tried in my life. And to this date, I still cannot eat Kraft Singles. So please get away. As a cheese lover, get out of here with that stuff. But from a technical standpoint, Sharif, to add to your point from 2017 to where we're currently trading at right now, you're down 72%. The chances of this stock ever recovering after almost a decade are slim to none, in my opinion. Stay away from Kraft Singles. I haven't cooked mac and cheese or Kraft dinner in probably over a decade. So I'm not looking to eat that stuff. Easily.
I might have smashed a few back in university, you know, when you're tight on money.
Me and my
school,
exactly. It's 89. It was like 60 cents a box back then. You know what I mean? So you would come in. My friend and I, we would grab a white cheddar and the original, and then we would put them in there and we would mix it, and that's what we did. But at the end of the day, after
throw a little
school,
sriracha in there, bad boy?
No, we didn't do any. You know what's crazy? So I used to a lot of new people from Newfoundland lived in there, and they would throw those little can wieners. You know, the little hot dogs in the that's a thing in the Kraft dinner. But the most disgusting thing is, my friend's dad used to drink the hot dog water out of the cans. It's the most disgusting stuff ever. I'm telling you, with that stuff. So just avoid it at all costs.
Bro, what the hell?
It's so gross.
What the hell?
Dude, it's the little cans. He would crack it. He would crack it, drink the.
No. We don't need descriptions,
and
bro.
then put it in there.
Crazy.
That is so.
That's
gross.
crazy. Oh my
So
God.
gross. Yeah, ties are tough. Yeah.
It's not a great segue, Adara.
Yeah.
Now I smell nasty hot dog juice everywhere. I'm sorry to bring that picture to everybody, but this is a concerning development here with the company really 60% off that high from the merger and looking to go into 2 different companies. What's your take?
Yeah, I hate that story, for one. I'm just disgusted now, and now I have no appetite. But I mean, if I was an investor, I wouldn't have an appetite for Kraft Heinz here either, because it's getting pretty crushed. To be quite honest, even like intraday, if you zoom out, it's a bad look regardless. Now, what's interesting here is, I don't believe you mentioned this because I think it came out intraday. Becky Quick was interviewing Warren Buffett, of course, of Berkshire Hathaway. Berkshire Hathaway and Warren Buffett himself played a very large role in this merger, and apparently he's disappointed that the companies are breaking up. Like, he's acknowledged this did not go well, the merger, but he doesn't think that breaking up the companies outright is necessarily the best way of doing it. So I think Warren Buffett's comments are pretty interesting. I mean, the stock was already on a free fall, but Buffett's comments, which I think were publicized a little after 10 a.m., sent it a little bit lower. One thing I will say, too, is apparently Warren Buffett said that Greg Abel, who's going to be stepping into the CEO position as of January 1st, 2026, out of Berkshire Hathaway, apparently he expressed his displeasure to Kraft Heinz. And I'm like, I have some concerns now about Greg Abel, because I'm like, if you're this concerned, actually, tell them, make it a little bit more clear. Like, we know that Berkshire was basically massive role was a driving force in this. So, I mean, I think other than the slight concerns about Greg Abel's leadership that I feel are awakened by that issue, I think it's fascinating that Warren Buffett is not a fan of the breakup, though he did acknowledge obviously things aren't perfect. But the fact that they're like divorcing brands within the Kraft line is I don't even know what they're doing. I don't even understand this. The strategy makes zero sense. And I will say too, with regards to Kraft singles, I think they have their purpose on a burger, and that's it. Don't eat them solo. But I think this stock you might not want to trade solo either. It's about to make you low of days.
That's going to be between you and Joe. I'm not going to have an opinion on the Kraft singles here. I haven't had them. I haven't had them in years.
Brother.
I mean, I used to have them back when I was a kid.
I can get behind what Adara's saying.
I can't even remember when the last time was.
It has to be on a barbecue, but no, brother, you can't eat that stuff like out.
Don't eat them solo is what she's saying.
No.
So you're okay throwing that on a barbecue?
I would prefer not to. If there's an option with cheese and without, I'm going to go with the without. All right.
What's your favorite cheese?
Old cheddar.
Old cheddar.
Yeah.
Adara, what's your favorite cheese?
Oh, well, lately I've been into the apple maple variety of Boursin, which is like I know Joe and I have talked Boursin before. It's like a nice little round, soft cheese. That is fantastic. But there is this, I don't know the specifics, I apologize. There's like a maple cheese that my dad's cousin buys and has at like family parties. No, it's sharp. I went to recently this same family, like a distant relative, they had a party recently and they had all of these cheeses that they had imported from Spain.
Interesting.
And all of them were excellent. So I mean, I guess I'm into Spanish cheese right now, but Boursin that's mine.
Boursin.
Yeah.
The garlic.
Yeah, see, I think I like more like, the fun fruity flavors of my cheeses, because the garlic is good, but the fig and the apple Boursin.
Oh, you like the fig one? Yeah.
No, I wasn't laughing at Derek. The Chilean nightmare was in my ear.
What did he say?
Such a liability. I love him, man.
Yeah.
I got to say, like, my favorite everyday cheese is going to be feta. That's what I throw on the eggs.
Yep,
I crush that bad boy. But I also happen to like blue cheese. I like Gouda. I like I don't even know how to say it in English, bro. It's like Turkish cheese. That's not what they call it.
I like halloumi.
I don't even know what halloumi is. I've never tried it.
Really? No. Am I saying it right, chat? Let me know. It's good. It's like a grilled. It's like a grilled cheese that's really good, and obviously ricotta. You've never had halloumi, brother?
I probably have, but I'm
you definitely have. Yeah, that's good. It's a little salty. But it's really good. You throw it on the frying pan, and it's great. It doesn't melt or anything. Yeah. It's really good stuff. Yeah.
Let's talk about this IPO that's come in recently, Joey. Everybody's heard. Well, most people have heard of Klarna. If you've used Buy Now, Pay Later, you've probably weaseled into them. They're targeting a $1.27 billion IPO, and it's been long awaited. So they filed to raise up to $1.27 billion, as I mentioned, for a U.S. IPO. It's going to be on the NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange, under ticker KLAR. The offering is going to include about 34.3 million shares, and the initial price, Joey, we'll have to see what it comes out at. We've seen this lately, $35 to $37 a share. That's the initial price. Now, we need to see how over or undersubscribed that price is to make our assessment whether we're going to trade this or not, because trust me, a lot of us are looking at trading this. This values Klarna up to $14 billion, depending upon where the IPO ends up dropping. The breakdown here is going to be as follows. 5.56 million shares are going to be issued anew by Klarna. About 28.8 million shares are going to come from existing shareholders. The joint book runners are going to be your boys at Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley. So deal making is back in business. Goldman, JP Morgan, they're all pounding the table at this because it's been a light couple of years. About the company, who's Klarna? They were founded back in 2005, best known for buy now, pay later platform. They recently expanded into debit cards and deposit accounts, diversifying, beyond the installment plan business. Their IPO aims to boost growth visibility as buy now, pay later faces rising competition as well as regulatory scrutiny. Their financial performance was as follows. Their Q2 2025 revenue, about $823 million in revenue, which is a 20% year-over-year increase versus their revenue this time last year. But their net loss did widen, normal for a growing company typically, up to $53 million net loss now in Q2 compared to smaller losses last year. Profitability for the company remains a challenge despite that top line growth. And here's the history, man. It's not all hunky-dory. Klarna, once valued at $45.6 billion, obviously, during 2021 when everything in their mother's third cousin was inflated. It was a SoftBank lending fund. The valuation collapsed, though, Joey, much like the overall market. In 2022, their valuation dropped from 45.6 to 6.7, all speculative, of course, because they never went public, which is an 85% drop in one freaking year, blaming macroeconomic downturn and higher rates. And now they're recovering that IPO pricing. So $14 billion, give or take, the valuation signals cautious investor optimism, but still way below that 45.6. We're not even talking in the same region here, dude.
Yeah.
The IPO was delayed earlier in 2025 due to your boy Trump's tariffs.
So the question is, do you think we see an oversubscription on this? Like
that's what I was saying.
In the likes of right? I don't know if we do the buy now, pay laters. Anything can happen. We know we have a couple of other names that are in that field. So for me personally, I think it's definitely a waiting game for this one, especially if it does come in oversubscribed and you see come the IPO date that the top is continuously lifting higher and higher. I think that can give a good signal in which direction it may lead. So one last thing here. Look at Google here. As my guy Gaurav, like essentially in the past since 11 o'clock to 12, up from 12 o'clock from lunchtime, it's put in 2 red candles.
That's crazy.
So big time buy program, new high of the day. Still slightly negative on the session though.
Yeah, well, all the meg
gap
is
down. Yeah, exactly.
Only
but a nice recovery.
Flakes is not even a meg. But
yeah, it's again, it comes down to the IPO and what the top is telling us. I think come open.
All right, Adara, what's your take here on Klarna? Is the buy now, pay later craze behind us, or is there still room for this company to be like a big boy?
I don't think so. I actually don't think it's behind us. Like I have, this infographic here just to compare a firm. This is all of its quarterly revenue reports except for the one that just came out because they posted ahead of the earnings. And as you can see, like generally, this is in an uptrend, right? In terms of their earnings from when they went public, this is roughly, I guess, 5 fiscal years worth of reports. So I don't think it's like a bad look necessarily for the sector. We know a firm actually had a pretty well-received earnings report initially, too. If you go back to day one earnings, because they actually just reported earnings, so it gives us a nice basis of comparison. Now, in terms of how well-received Klarna's IPO will be, I suspect it will be oversubscribed. I suspect a lot of people will be into this. Klarna we've been waiting for. I know there were reports that this was going to be IPOing earlier this year. Then with the Liberation Day fears, Klarna liberated itself from an IPO. But now it's, it's coming back. So I think this has been hotly anticipated. I don't think this is going to be as big as the Discord IPO we're expecting, the potential Sheen IPO, the Skims IPO,
Gemini.
or, Anduril, which could be potentially coming out. We know Palmer Luckey indicated at some point that he'd be interested in taking it public. So regardless, I think comparatively, Klarna might not be huge, but I think given the IPO culture as of late, I think it'll be one to watch. Now, The one thing I will say as well is you saw what happened with Bullish, which was also kind of in that financial space, so obviously a lot more crypto than what we have with Klarna. That thing had a massive initial reaction and then sold off. So with Klarna, I think scalping might be in order. But again, you're going to have to wait and see if it even is oversubscribed or what the demand is.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with TrowNet, S64, Androl. I'm buying that IPO, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you kidding me? I'm a big Palmer Luckey fan in general. I'm not a warmonger, but I know where the world is headed. I'm not an idiot. And I know exactly that it's becoming a multipolar world. And if it's going to be a multipolar world, you better have some stuff.
You better have some,
stuff ready, or you find somebody in your backyard, baby.
That's what I'm saying. Right? You got to watch Doomsday Preppers.
Yeah, get myself one of those Zuck bunkers. See about the bunker that he got there at his house in Hawaii?
No,
do a little
crazy.
Google
Well, people are buying those cheaper bunkers and just digging them in their backyard and going there.
I don't have a house yet, Joey.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well,
we could just take over. We'll just do hostile takeover.
This guy's killing it. All right, guys, you guys are killing it. Let's talk about the court ruling that put Trump's reciprocal tariffs in jeopardy. All right. Federal Appeals Court ruled 7-4 that Trump's reciprocal tariffs are illegal, saying only Congress has the constitutional powers to impose broad taxes and or tariffs. Trump had invoked the 1977 International Emergency Economic Powers Act, declaring that trade deficits are a national emergency to justify these levies that he's issuing. The court ruled the IAAPL does not grant such authority, putting most of the April 2nd tariffs on shaky ground. The scope of the impact, well, it's important, Joey. Trump's plan covered about 69% of all U.S. imports, but if struck down, it would wind down to only about 16%. Would remain untariffed. Tariffs include sweeping 10% baseline levies on most countries with up to 50%, as we've seen on nations like India and Brazil. The court also invalidated, Joey, Trump's China, Canada, Mexico tariffs tied to fentanyl and trafficking claims, baby. Oh, that's a broad swath of tariffs that were removed there. The next steps and the legal path. Let's talk about that. The ruling allows tariffs to remain in effect, guys, until October 14th, while the administration appeals to, you guessed it, the United States Supreme Court. Trump warned overturning them would destroy the United States of America, in quotes. If the Supreme Court rejects them, Trump could pivot to the 1974 Trade Act, Joey. But tariffs under that case would be capped at 15% for 150 days unless they were extended by Congress. So it's not out of control in his hands yet. He still has some cards to play, but I'm assuming he doesn't want to go down that road. Just to talk about one more thing here before I send it to you. The steel and aluminum tariffs, which are Section 232, they remain untouched though. So they've expanded in August to cover about 400 additional products. Those remain untouched. So the Section 232 tariffs are seen as legally stronger and likely to survive into future administrations. But the Trump-era China tariffs as well, that made by Biden, they were also unaffected, so they didn't remove that. And then last but not least, that de minimis rule, i.e. the Shein and Temu rule, bringing products under $800. They got, the exemption was eliminated on Friday, we know, meaning imports under $800 now face tariffs, a hit to the small, medium-sized business. Canadian companies took a hit as well under that de minimis tariff. A lot of these smaller companies, Joey, were sending shipments into the U.S. Tariff-free, and now they're having to wind down sending a lot of these products to the States. It's not just China that was affected by that.
Yeah, absolutely. But what is the American government going to do? Send back the money from tariffs that they've already collected?
Joey, that's what they're saying. They might have to issue back the money. It's crazy, but that's what they're saying.
I think there's zero chance. For me personally, I don't understand why they're continuously battling them on this. The restructuring of the deals, I think, is great for America. Obviously, tariffs, people don't like it. It's a consumption tax. I understand that. But if you're running a deficit on every corner of the globe, would you not want to restructure it so it's in your favor? And I think that's what this administration is doing, not trying to do. I believe they are doing it, in my opinion.
All right, Adara, we're going to find out exactly what happens when the Supreme Court rules on this, but they have until October 14th. What do you? What's your take on this whole thing until then?
Yeah, so my issue here, to respond to Joe and also to respond, to the whole general idea of a trade emergency, some of these countries with high tariff rates are not actually in a trade deficit with the U.S. And I think that's really important to remember. Brazil is chief among them. They actually had trade, I think, surpluses here with Brazil. The U.S. goods trade surplus with Brazil in 2024 was up actually almost 24%, 23.9% year over year. So not only is there a surplus with Brazil, they actually increased it substantially on a year-over-year basis. Now, why am I naming Brazil in particular? Because Brazil, U.S. is trying to do a 50% tariff on Brazil. So some of these tariffs, I'm not saying all of them, but I'm saying some of them, and I think notably that one, can arguably not be about a national emergency. So I think that is a really key thing to remember when having this conversation. And I think, again, I'm just coming at this devil's advocate from a legal standpoint. You could argue a lot of these are situations where Trump is attempting to, right or correct these trade deficits. There are examples clearly where that is not the case. And I think that is something that, unfortunately, if you're rooting for these tariffs, is likely going to maybe hurt the administration as this case is continuing to be decided, because not every situation involves a trade deficit.
Yeah, no, that you bring up a really good point there, especially with countries that there's a trade surplus. How possibly can you say it's an emergency? Great point, Adara. Have to agree with you on that. Let me bring it in, Adara, for a second. But let's bring in the more practical side of the equation, Adara. A lot of cases have gone to the Supreme Court in Trump 2.0. He's yet to lose a case at the Supreme Court in Trump 2.0. Could this be the first one?
We're going to have to wait and see. I think that you've already seen that certain Supreme Court judges, even that Trump has appointed, have actually ruled against, not necessarily him, but more the administration in general. I'm talking about Amy Coney Barrett. So there is already an indication that we could get not necessarily, the unanimous ruling, at least for his appointed judges, that he wants. So I think that already is an indicator. The other thing I want to mention, too, is the Supreme Court previously indicated that they're not even sure if Trump is within his rights to fire a Fed official. So that, I think, could be the other case, and by that I'm referring to Lisa Cook, where he runs into some challenges. I'm not sure if it's going to be the tariff case specifically, but either way, for those two reasons, I do think there is a chance at some point down the line, who knows when, that there could be some tumult there for Trump and losing at the Supreme Court level. It
would be definitely very interesting if that happens. Thank you, Adara, for that. We had a couple of more things. The Nestle firing their CEO because I don't want to say that. We'll get dinged. And then also Shanghai Corporation Summit as well. There was a whole bunch of people out in China on the weekend. You had a lot of the heavy hitters, non-Western leaders, obviously, in Shanghai. And China and India now starting to get the ball rolling. You had your boy Putin there as well, Joey. So there's a lot of stuff happening away from North American eyes. I'll just put this to you.
Yeah.
Do these tariffs create unlikely bedfellows? I'm talking about India and China, who have been fighting for decades and decades and decades.
Yeah, I said this at the beginning of this.
Bang.
And we've seen it in the late, even we were doing it. As for the example of Canadian grocery stores buying more Australian beef, people will just find additional trade partners if they don't get the deal that they want with the United States. And you're seeing that when you have companies or countries like China and India starting to strike deals. That's not good. And then also the Russian oil that they're continuously buying.
There you go, baby. So. All right, guys, about 20 seconds left on the show. We'll have to wait and see. These are obviously very interesting developments in the macro world there. We went through all of the micro stuff as well with each company. We're actually going to send you to Adara early. She's got news, and then we're going to send you the big boys for the afternoon rundown, guys. See everybody shortly. Joey and I back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel.
Not news, but just a reminder. I don't know why I was pressing that button. Donald Trump actually set to deliver a announcement. We're seeing this either going to be defense related or related to, I guess, the Space Command Center. That's going to happen at 2 p.m. Now, I checked the White House YouTube channel. They don't have a stream up for this yet, so unclear if they're going to be streaming it live. Either way, according to his official schedule, this is going to have the White House press pool present, so there is a high likelihood it will be streamed to some extent. In fact, it's almost positive it will be. So if there is any coverage of that, I will let you guys know, but I haven't seen any links to any related stream as of yet. Back to you.
Next week. Okay. No, I was looking, Brian Shannon. Last week he was in Boston. Today he's in Chile. So shout out to Adara. Yeah, I should have told him we have the Chilean Nightmare Radio.
Exactly.
He could have suggested.
Because she does the aftermarket show.
Yeah, because she does the aftermarket show, Joe. It's called preparation, my guy.
I need to know this for notes. It saves me time.
Yeah, exactly. Just leave Joe to his own thing there. He's gonna go for a
Joe's
run.
too busy with the hot dog water to
hot
be
dog.
worried about.
Oh no!
Okay,
What was that discussion?
Okay,
That's
so first of
disgusting.
all, I missed.
I hope he doesn't
I missed
use
the
hot
part
dog
of
water for
discussion
anything.
where who actually was drinking this hot dog water. I just know that
You must have lost a bet.
I sat down. I legitimately was drinking my tea, and I started feeling actually sick to my stomach. Because even
What is
the
the story,
idea,
though? What's the story?
No, I just heard something about drinking hot dog water, that an actual an actual person chose to do that. No, you lost the bet then, right? Like you lost.
No, his friend's dad.
He would just do it to do it.
Old people do weird things.
Okay. No, I mean, like if you, because like if
I heard
you
of
lost
people-
a bet, then I could understand because people do stupid stuff all the time when they lose bets. But I just don't understand.
No.
Why?
The thing is,
anybody?
You know what some people do that my wife told me about this, and we don't do it, of course, and I don't want if people do it, or I don't think you do it either. You can, you put the hot dog just in the freezer and just freeze them. Some people take the hot dog out of the freezer and just eat it straight like that. Honestly,
No, they don't.
seen
No,
people
come
in the
on.
chat.
That's not a thing.
Yes, it's a thing. Eating straight frozen hot dogs, not even cooking them. I know it's gross, but I don't. This whole hot dog discussion is starting to.
That's so nasty.
Starting to. Let's see if people
Why?
will say anything about that.
Oh
People
my
are saying no.
God.
Look, I don't. It's gross.
Why would you even?
The one thing that's not that gross that some people do, cooked hot dogs, of course. We talked about this on Kraft Heinz Day. You can put into mac and cheese. There are some hot dogs, wieners in mac and cheese. I don't know what's it called.
You know what my wife does?
Wieners and cheese.
No, because my daughter absolutely loves that. She loves the mac and cheese with the hot dogs, but she does like the octopus thing. She boils them.
Oh, and then
you do
shaves them like a spider.
Yeah.
Doesn't that scare you as a spider guy?
It's not a spider. It's more like it looks like an octopus more than
They're
a
called
spider.
spider dogs.
I don't know, whatever you call it. But it looks more like an octopus.
Randy, you've heard of that, right? The octopus, where you cut the hot dog and you cut the sides of it, and then it kind of opens up. Kind of a fun way to eat hot dogs. What do you got over there, Randy? Oh, just some pasta sauce. The pasta sauce wasn't that bad. I didn't find.
We stayed at downtown for it was my wife's birthday last week, and then we always stay downtown and watch a couple of Jays games.
Yep.
But the breakfast we had at the Weston Harbor Castle, they had this like kind of seasoned tomato, which was delicious, except for the fact that it was like twice as much pesto seasoning as you would need.
Right.
So like half of it, I was having to like shave the. It was delicious, but like it was way too much pesto.
Too much.
Is that pesto?
No.
See, my thing about pesto, people usually use too much.
Oh, that's different. That's a little different than the pasta
heavy.
we had. Okay.
It's just too heavy.
All right.
I got to give a big shout out because I have one beef because we got this thing where we're able to go onto the field and watch batting practice, right? Mm-hmm. I didn't know this is now true, but like now teams have this. They can hit underground, like not actually come on the field. So after a Friday night game, Saturday mornings they tend not to hit in the field as much.
Got it.
Only 6 Jays hit on the field. How many of those 6 Blue Jays, when there was a bunch of people that got passes to be able to stand around and all the kids are there, how many do you think signed autographs of those 6?
I was going to say 3, but I'm going to buy your response. I'll go 3.
1 signed a single autograph for a kid that held up a sign. So a kid had a Davis Schneider sign, was a bench guy on our team, and one person signed an autograph. Jose Barrios, who wasn't even pitching that day. So he has no reason to be out there.
Right.
He comes out.
Good man.
And signs for every single person there and was talking to everybody for like an hour. Shout out to Jose Barrios. It's like my daughter had one chance. A lot of bench kids had probably one chance to be out there, and there's all the players, and one guy stayed to make sure he could sign and make everybody's day. Shout out to that dude. Like that's a real one right there. Immediately, he's now like the second favorite player.
Yes,
because
I think more players should do
the
that.
time to do that.
But to their defense, like sometimes it's not the right time.
I get it.
It's just
I get it.
yeah. They're all just excuses at the end of the day. I mean, Jose Barrios makes what, $25 million a year? Something like that. Anyways, shout out to the NFL starting. They give back, I think. Most sports franchises.
Most do.
Most sports teams give back, but what is? Oh, Lucid. How much is it down today?
Split though, right? 11%.
Yeah, well, that's always
this is what they do.
That's
reverse
the
split,
kiss of death, Randy, for
tank.
stocks that
Reverse
decide to
split,
split.
tank.
So you get, remember, this was a $2 stock, of course, and here it is, Lucid, right now. So it went out on here. Let me see. This is not a great chart because we don't have that marker there. But we went out on Friday right here on Lucid at 20. So that's $2, right? So it was $2, and today it's $1.76 basically, all the way to the downside. So now you've broken down below. Now they don't have to worry about that NASDAQ restriction of the, under $1, which they never had in the first place. So I don't
even get there.
I'm wondering why. Is there something wrong with Lucids there, Randy? Like, I'm wondering what was underneath the hood there because that seems weird. They have a lot of money coming in from the Saudis. We sort of already know that. It's Saudi-backed company to begin with, yet they go ahead and they do this. And they should have known, just historically, that reverse splitting a stock just really dilutes the value of it, and it just creates a big, huge issue. And we've seen it over and over again, and it's happening again today with Sir Lucid.
It's all the same.
Right there.
I guess we got the
Enjoy.
rundown.
And how was Halim today? He was
Apparently
good?
good.
Yeah, he always says to say hi, that guy. All right, so what's up to Halim over there, our most famous barber in Toronto? Not, but he's pretty good.
now.
He's right here. Yeah, he's famous now. All right, let's go back over to the desk. We've got another famous guy over there. It's Sharif and Joe crushing right now. Is that chicken over there, Joe? Okay.
He's happy.
Chicken pot pie. Pie. Nah, he's never had pie.
No.
All right, what's going on with Sharif?
Let's see what's first. Tesla.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. The only way to get those tickers on the top right of your screen is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Make sure to throw in that $ in before the ticker of your choice automatically registers, guys. Let's have a look at all four major averages, and oh baby, all four major averages in red territory, being led here by the triple Qs. The NASDAQ ETF down 1.25%. Bottom left of your screen is the IWM, the Russell 2000 ETF down 0.9. Top right of your screen is the SPY, the ES ETF down 1.06%. And then the Dow ETF faring the best of the four, only down a little over 0.75%. And the number one ticker, as decided by you guys, Open Door, yet again showing up here with a lot of retail interest. No catalyst specific to this one today, but it's doing its fight here with $5, guys, just a skosh below 5.
Just keeps holding for it.
Oopsies, I just wanted to show
that's
something.
not today's, is it?
Wordle?
I do that every day. No,
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, well, get ready. If you do Wordle, is this only on the New York Times? I don't do this.
I do it every day. I want to know.
Well, spoiler alert. How dirty is this word, though? Like, it could have been, you get this. My wife just said it to me, and she said, as if. Like, I don't play this. I told her I wish I had more time, I would. I think, Neil, that's why
I do it on the train.
That's what I was going to say.
Every
do it
day on the train, yeah.
Like, if I did it while driving, I'd probably, I don't know, who knows.
You know
but
what my
anyways,
favorite thing is?
8, fight, right, sight, tight, night.
Nah, whatever. I'm just
And the word was might, I guess. Is that right?
Yeah, but
is that what that means?
I hate those.
It's just like all the words, like they all make sense. It's almost, it doesn't come with a,
those are a pain.
it doesn't come with a hint.
No.
No,
You know what
it's
my
a straight
favorite
word.
game is now, though?
Yeah.
No, there's like 3 or 4 obvious first guesses that you should always do.
Yeah,
That make the most sense.
What are you trying to say? My wife, just because she married me, isn't that bright?
If you're a real nerd, if you're a real sports
Wow,
nerd,
Joseph.
you play this game, which is the Immaculate Grid, which is
Sports.
I do it for baseball.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
So like you have to. It's like if you have like teams. So like it'll have
Joseph's gonna have a
Seattle
problem,
and then I guess Angels and then Angels Texas, or like someone who played right field for
Or
Seattle.
like
so you have to
which
guess
team
somebody.
hasn't won a playoff game since 1993?
Well, it's never stuff like that. It's always you're guessing players,
Yeah, I know,
so it's
just
always
joking.
like an individual player.
Just hating on the Blue Jays.
But Open
because
Door
this weekend. Oh, yeah.
420. That's all you apparently need to know about this stock is buy it at $4.20 and apparently sell it at $5 because it just wicked the $5 level and seems like it's coming back in. So Open Door, it's all retail. It's all about the squeeze at this point. And really, we said this last week, it needs to close above $5. It's been to $5 multiple times. Like almost every single day in the last 5 or 6 trading days did it get above $5. It just couldn't close above $5. That happens today, and you get some new shorts that are a little bit scared. So I do like what we're seeing here. I think if it gets back above $5, I might look for a break of the local high. and then give it back into $5 this afternoon. It looks pretty strong to me. I don't want to be shorted. This seems like stronger than the other days it's been at the $5 level. But again, it's a pure squeeze play. Like I don't know how much I'd want to hold on to this forever. It just looks a little more bullish this time going into the $5 level after the recent rejection. So sometimes when the market is, I mean, let's face it, the market's down 1.2%, and we just put in a lower high after a big bounce. You at least have a small capper, which is going 12% to the upside. Let's see if it can't close back in the 15, back above 5, break out this 508. I think look long at that point with a stop at 5 even for this afternoon.
All right, I just have to, we're sponsoring my kids' team, so the payment has not been made yet, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on, but it's gonna get done soon. Okay, so Open Door, yeah, look, very, very fun day of trade for Open Door. And I mean, I see some people in the chat, some people have made some decent money there off Open Door over the last little while. It's been a fun name to trade, that's for sure, but you have to watch out. This $5 mark is a key level, and we always talk about, you know, key levels and making sure that you don't make a mistake in and around here. So $5, I mean, Neil just called it up, and, you know, you're right here, right now. I mean, Neil was just joking there, saying it was so easy, go long here and out there, but if that's what the pattern is, then I think you got to, you know, appreciate that for now. It could break. Like if we open tomorrow above 530, then obviously, you know, what's been happening is no longer happening, and we could see a break back through, or a break through this past area of resistance. So yeah, it looks like a good day again for Open Door. It continues to work out, you know, ahead of rate cuts, where the rate cut cycle has now started. So we're thinking September 17th is now 80 or 91% this morning. So not that Open Door has any need for that, but there was also a talk about their AI being pretty good as well. So we'll see there. They're getting some AI love in this space now, Open Door. So lots of reasons to go up. Most importantly, short float in around 25%. We like Open Door. A name that doesn't have a huge short float, but can definitely get some retail attention is Tesla, and it's on deck.
Certainly, Sean. It's down here 1 2/3% with this headline from China. They sold 83,192 Chinese-made vehicles in August. Some of those are for export as well. They had bad year-over-year number, boys, but month-over-month, there does seem to be a rebound a little bit here for Tesla in China.
I have a womp trade right here because we got out right there, and so we were short, so we got stuck early. We're actually green, so on this name. We're not green on the day, but we are green here on Tesla. So we got a little bit hit there early. We liked the 330 short, and we did talk about that. So, you know, that's something that we got hit on early, and then we weren't really able to make it back on that until it came right back into here. And then we were really patient with this 333 level. We saw some top wicks kicking off right here, right? And so those are pretty important to notice. And that's what we were using as our out. So once we had that sort of baked in, then we started to hit this. And then, oh boy, did we ever. So that was right there was 333 down to 327. We got a really nice super chat in the middle of the day saying like how, and it was thanking me, and I would just want to thank you for watching. I don't remember who the individual was, but it was like they had numerous days now, or weeks, where or trades, I guess it was, that they had found 100% winners and so on and so forth. And I guess they're talking about options, obviously. So, and they wanted to thank us and say, how can we hold on a little bit more? And I think Joe actually answered the question perfectly, and that is just hold something like we did right there. We got stopped out when it broke 330, right? It broke this area. Hold something so that if it does make a move back in, you got it. And then just start getting out at key levels. So we got out there at 328.50. We got out there at 329. Unfortunately, I couldn't really, once we had that tick right there to the upside, then that's when I said, okay, if we breach that area, 330.40 or whatever, then we're going to get out. And when it came back up, that's what wound up happening. And we got out. Pie in our face, not the kind that Joe likes, of course, but pie in our face right in there as it's now back down in $2 from that area. All right, but if you have stops in there, to me, that's the way you solve that game, is by having a stop in. If it runs down and keeps on going, great. You can adjust it with trailing stops. I know Neil likes to use those, and we sort of talk about, both of us talk about these different things all the time. But for me, that was a good out. It doesn't look like it, but we took the out when it was there. So Tesla, positive name, it just had to wait a minute, and 10:30 was about that right time. So I don't know, we got weaker. What was it? It was better. It was good from China, but weaker from Europe today, right? So there was a little something there.
Yeah, and they've been generally weakish numbers overall from Tesla. I don't know, Elon seems to think that Optimus is going to be the next big deal. for them, which is great.
so.
I hope so, but yeah, the market's probably not going to wait around for that to happen and then be the next big catalyst. I think we need something when it comes to automation, because if we can't hold the 50 period here, I don't know what's going to happen if we can't hold this 50 period here. Whoops, my trend lines went. There we go. I'll just throw that back in. You've got some wicks underneath this trend line. But if you lose the 50 period, then you're challenging the trend since the June earnings, which obviously has been slightly, very, very barely to the upside. I think it's been very slowly going up when the market was going into new highs. This is not the kind of trend that you want to break, unfortunately, for Tesla. So that's where the 50 period is where to watch this week, immediately at 323. And then if you lose, it's about $312 on Tesla. I think we run into some trouble under there, only because now we can talk about EVs. I did say I would look for a short in Lucid. Lucid never broke $20, which would be the $2 price after its reverse split. This is not split adjusted, but it is down 11%. So in the afternoon, I just sort of saw it hold at $18. There's once, there's twice it held at 18, so short of that pop, just looking for the low of the day. The thing about reverse splits is typically speaking, they just trend down. So if they always trend down, then shorting them on the pops until proven otherwise is going to be a bit of a thing here on Lucid, and that $20 level being the big $2 level that used to hold on the bid. Now support turning into resistance. It's never a good thing when you do a reverse split. Tesla obviously doesn't have to worry about that, but a lot of other EV companies do.
Catalyst delay on Palantir, guys, but it's positive, up 0.12. Still very much in this consolidative hold as it trades below 160 for the most part, but holding that 150 level, guys. Palantir, positive on the day, but still holding that consolidative look.
We were just talking about, if you check out Dwayne Johnson, weight loss. He's doing
the role?
It's an MMA fighter that he's.
So he can't be like bodybuilder jacked.
Yeah. So he's just
here.
Look, he looks sick, but he's not. It's just a matter of what. Here, I don't know if I can zoom this in a little bit more here, but this is sort of what he looked like, obviously, when he's working out, and now he just looks like a normal dude. You see this a lot of the time in footbl. If you ever see that Jason Kelce dude. Yeah, he was a center, right, for the Eagles, and was probably, I don't know if he was ever 300, but
I'm sure.
Yeah, but anyway,
Joe Thomas was the same way.
That's the other thing. When I saw him,
he was like 330, and then man, he looks.
The minute they stop
it's
getting those healthy injections, things start to change around for these guys.
Can't we just say
shout out to The Rock?
No, you get off the gear and.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's steroids related. It's just you get off. You have a training regimen when you're in the NFL or like The Rock. I mean, you don't get the way that guy looks, just by eating too many subs or anything like that.
He's on roids.
Okay. You think The Rock was on roids?
What are we even talking about? You can't. No, and more credit. Look how if you to get that jacked constantly with that kind of size.
Sharif's jacked. He's not on roids.
The Rock is on a different.
The Rock is a different level.
That's a different level of size.
I don't know.
Different level of size.
But that's what I was getting at, was the fact that the minute you step away from. Anyways, Palantir. Alex Karp is jacked here with shares.
His weight loss is kind of like the pullback on Palantir.
No.
But you know what Palantir is going to do again?
Rip?
Yes, kind of. Oh, here's the best way to put it. Palantir is once again going to wick the 50-period moving average and close above it. It's happened every day, every single day. It just seems to, and yet I don't know why I didn't buy the dip on it today. That's a bit of a fail. It seems like it's worth it. If it breaks the 50 period on the daily, that's the SMA. In Palantir, we are closing above every single time. Maybe only a little bit above, but that's 156-ish today. So all I have to do is close above 156. That's VWAP.
That's that ish.
So maybe we got a VWAP defend here on Palantir to break the trend. And if it breaks the trend, then you got to go short. I traded it once today, just back in here. It didn't even hold it to VWAP, 157.5. I think 156 is the over-under. That would be that 50 period on the daily. It's a growth name that's just kind of pulling back. Valuations don't matter until they do. And I guess we're in a moment where it's mattering for a little bit here. But somebody keeps buying this underneath the 50-period moving average. It gets down, and someone is a buyer. The second it stops doing that, I think that's the point that you get another leg low. It's obvious to say that, but it's just also clearly true. Until we close underneath that 50-period I guess you keep buying the dips back into it.
Just quickly, yeah, Neil just talked about a little bit about Palantir. They're good, well covered, and maybe we can go back over there and talk about it as well. But I just want to say for Intel, I just got some more out at 08. I just want to make sure that, we're short here on Intel, and I'm just trying to push. I'm not trying to do anything, but it's like every time it comes into here, it's not going. Like I have a bid at 5, and then it just stood there for a couple minutes, and I was like, I'll just get some more out at 8. So I just want to, my out on this one is a break of 20s. So we're short at 14s, which 6 cents down is 8. So it's kind of like 1-to-1, but we've gotten much better. I mean, we haven't got much better. We've got 5s out right there. We're out of half, but wish we had a little bit more movement there for Intel. Yeah, I don't know. We talked about, I don't know what it was. Was it Mitch talked to Kramer? Mitch was just wrong on the Kramer take there. That's all. Kramer's been talking about Palantir. As soon as Palantir broke 100, Kramer said the next stop is 200, right? And so, and he basically nailed that. It went right to 190 right there. And then obviously we can all turn around and say, I remember the Citron. Which is his name Alex again? No, what's Citron's guy's name? I keep forgetting.
Andrew Left.
Andrew Left, right. So A's. That came out, if you look it up, the Citron report came out somewhere around here, August, like it was up in here. I think it was probably this day, August 11th, 12th, or 13th, something like that. And I feel like I remember reading that report and looking at it and talking about it on the show, and that did not create this. The move down, the NASDAQ started to give up. We had some miss on some earnings there, but it definitely did help as everyone started questioning valuation. But it's just like, that wasn't this big candle here. There was just, I feel like there was more stories about Palantir, but anyways, it just became more to light. It's kind of like just dropping the mic a little bit. Once it starts going down, everyone's like, oh yeah, FYI. I can look that up. I'd have to look up that day to see exactly when that story did drop. But yeah, it's holding the levels. So I don't know. I bought Marvell for the longer haul here just before earnings and just a little bit after earnings. I had to pay the piper for that, getting in a little bit too early. So we'll just have to wait for Palantir. And I don't want to run to the gates here to buy this. If the NASDAQ does take that other leg down, we do worry also, maybe there was some news about Google and taking away, now that I think about it, some government funding, but that was for cloud. So, but anyways, at the end of the day, I'm just nervous about this. I know that there's some traders here that want Palantir down, and I don't blame you. I mean, people want to buy it lower, and I think that's the right thing to do. It's just how much lower can we go? I think we can get into these 120s, unfortunately. So for me, it's not a dip buy opportunity yet, but hey, it's holding out pretty good. And hopefully I will have pie on the face here, and this thing gets to 167 in the next couple of days, and then we look back and say, man, why didn't we buy this? But I'd be happy if that was the case. So yeah, I'm not putting any more bags here into Palantir. It's what goes up sometimes must come down, and I think that when we talk about valuation, that's prime for a situation here with Palantir.
Yeah, it's off the juice now.
It is off the juice, yeah.
Or the gear.
Maybe it has a new role now.
Say gear now.
Yeah, that's what it is. They off the gear. Yeah, figured that. We got to get on the gear here and start trading some of these names. All right, Palantir, SoFi, and NVIDIA. So kind of murderer's row right here of all different names where you get basically three hyped up. Actually, if we look at this board right here, these are all like
you could have put
Reddit stories.
If Hood was on there.
Basically, right. If Robinhood was on there or something else. But there it goes. All right, let's go find the story with NVIDIA. Probably, I can't believe I just put Open Door and all this stuff in the same basket as the largest company in the world. But let's go find the story with NVIDIA.
Down in 2.75% here, Sean. A couple of headlines on NVIDIA. One is G42, the Emirati AI company, looking to lessen their reliance on NVIDIA's chips. Secondly, there was this post here on X from NVIDIA saying as follows. We've seen erroneous chatter in the media claiming that NVIDIA is supply constrained and sold out of H100 and H200s. As we noted at earnings, our cloud partners can rent every H100 and H200 they have online, but that doesn't mean we're unable to fulfill new orders. Looking to clarify that, guys, still down 2 3/4.
Yeah, it's
clarification.
Battling back a little bit here, but look, NVIDIA, unfortunately, it's just continuation since earnings, right? Like on earnings, despite the numbers, we dipped. It tried to battle back, and we've seen these high 180s where all the selling has been winning just over and over again. We saw that get rejected day 2, and since then we're just stair-step to the downside. So I'm not really that optimistic unless if it gets back above and closes the 50 period for a day or two, then I think you feel a little bit better about the short-term long. But it's just like we're just starting into a break of the range downside here. So this should be the first close beneath the 50 period moving average since like April something. And when that's the case, that's not the time that I'm looking for the bounce. So I didn't really look for NVIDIA specifically short today. And one of the reasons for that was at the open, it was just sitting right on support. So if you're looking for short, it just didn't feel like that was the one that you wanted because it was right on the last support level and then danced around here before eventually working. I liked SMCI a little bit better because to me that had broken underneath support. And so we're short SMCI. It went into the volume weighted average price and came back out the morning range where I was short successfully early, and now we're shorted at like 40.12. Trying to get some, I'm on the bid here at 39.8 and then lower the days 39.6. But we're closing, barring a miracle, not a miracle, barring a decent bounce here on NVIDIA, closing under the 50 period moving average after their report. I think that means we're short-term bearish on it until proven otherwise. I think about 155 to 160 does look like the next place to look for a bounce.
So I had written down on the sticky note today, it was all about AMD, and we went back to back jacks on AMD over the last week or so, and we were really hitting it well. Unfortunately, though, as I review this, we had written down on the note, and I don't, we can't always talk about it as a successful story because it wasn't today. And there's the AMD 160. I thought that was going to be a level that may have some concern to it. And I'm pretty sure we were right on that because right now you're hovering around 160 and you can't figure out what to do, but we were wrong early, and that's really all that matters. When we started the day at 157, I was all aboard. I think I need a thing for that. Choo-choo train. Come on, ride the train. There. Who's ride it? Come on, ride the train. Is that? Oh, that's not Who Let the Dogs Out. Something like that, though. It's one of those tacky, stupid, dumbass songs. What's up, Dad Nation Unite, or anybody growing up in the 90s? Come on, ride the train. And I'm going to forget it. And ride it. Choo-choo.
Quad City DJ.
Quad City DJs.
That's probably their only song.
Man, oh man.
You know that's their only song.
I want that now. We need a choo-choo thing, man. We need some crazy dancing happening. But anyways, yeah, so, and then it's just kind of lucky, like, at the end of the day when you're looking at this trade, I mean, it just fell in right there. So we were able to get this 162. So, how sometimes we find these things, I'll never know, but we did. And that was it right there. So 162 was the top. And I don't, looking back at it, it's, I don't, Neil's cracking up here, so I don't even want to read this.
There's something inappropriate in this.
Right, exactly. That's why I'm not even looking over there. By the way, Intel making a move down, which is nice. But there it is right there. It's just the close. So I said that we don't know how we found it, but obviously it was right here. So just the close from Friday. So, we'll sit here and we talk about that all the time. Make sure that you're able to identify areas of support and resistance. And when the first one didn't work at 160, I'm pretty proud that we're able to get out of it and waited for that move higher. So just like Tesla, sometimes if you wait, you can be rewarded nicely. So, but there goes Intel anyways. We get our 05, so we're pretty happy with that play. Now this is coming back in. So we're happy with this, man. 10 cents in the money on Intel. NVIDIA we left alone, but we're going to go over here. It's SoFi time, and it's 2:30. Let's go find out what up with SoFi.
Sean, there was some unusual options activity from Friday, but nothing today. Trying to hold this key area of technical support at around 2460, 2450. It's rejected this area multiple times after clearing it. So SoFi guys up or down, I should say, 2.8% on the day.
Yes, sir. SoFi is so fly, and it looks good. Look, I'll tell you.
This is such a good stock.
It is a good stock. It's a great stock. But there's always a but here. Where's my monthly chart? There we go. The one with the M, Neil, that's the monthly chart. Thank you, eSignal. No, look, it feels like this is probably pullback time for SoFi. Like we've seen $26 in here. It looks like that's a bit of a spot. Like it's bumping its head on some pretty large highs on the higher time frame on a monthly chart. So yeah, I think we're getting a consolidation on SoFi, and the sellers just keep on getting in charge in front of this 26, and you're getting more of that. So while it's bouncing with the market, I do fear that SoFi is in for a little bit of a rest here, which it does need to take one. And ultimately, I still like the company, love the bank charter. I think when we go 24/5, it's going to be fantastic for them, no questions asked. But one thing that we got to give a big shout out to is Origenics here, because importantly, each year there are 3.8 million concussions reported in the U.S. And there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, that's OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Scan that QR code for more information. Apt as we go into football season.
Yeah, there's nothing more important right there. Okay, so you can tell your friend Dan that Gia just made one of the top teams that she could ever make. This is for next. So she's already made a spring team for next year.
Okay.
So they've already recruited her. She's already made the top level. And so I'm super beside myself on that. But one of the tournaments, Minnesota.
Yeah,
so Marissa's already looking it up.
Who was like the biggest.
Yeah.
He used to live in Minnesota. So
it's
he was
13 hours from here, so I don't know if we'll drive. We went to Boston, it was 9 hours.
But you've been in Ann Arbor.
No, Minnesota, not Michigan.
Oh, never mind. Where in Minnesota is it?
I don't know, far, man. Minnesota's not close to here.
I know, but like Minnesota's big.
Minnesota, what? Downtown, Neil. What do you mean worry about it? What, you know about Minnesota?
No, but he does.
Oh, he does.
No,
Oh,
so
well,
my buddy
used to
a guy used to play baseball with, like lived in Minnesota. So he's.
Oh, he lived in Minnesota too.
Yeah,
okay.
for a few years.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, okay.
You know what's crazy? So he's an Italian dude.
Yeah.
His dad. So my buddy's dad. He's an unbelievable guitarist. Ooh. And so he played in a Canadian band called the Minor Birds. And the reason the Minor Birds are famous is because when Rick James and I believe Neil Young were dodging, I think they were dodging the draft in Canada. Okay. And they played for a Canadian band called the Minor Birds. So my buddy Dan, the one we're talking about, his dad played with Rick James.
That's cool.
Which is wild. And he can shred. I remember he played at his wedding.
That was one thing I wish.
And it was just unbelievable. Everyone's like, Franco, you got to play. And he was just crushing. He goes on the patio. It was...
I kind of wish I could
to have that
a little bit there. Yeah, because it's so much fun to be able to sit. I always thought about like sitting around a campfire and being able to just go like, whatever.
That's what Dan would do. So his name's Franco Iozzo, and his son Dan. We used to like after our baseball game. Sometimes we'd go to a buddy's house and have a few beers, and he would break out the guitar. But he was like like he would tell jokes while making. He was
way to
like
pick
those
up girls.
What are those? What are the Australian guys that do that? Like their whole shtick. No, the one guy does movies now, but like their whole shtick was like they would play music while on stage while they were telling jokes. That's what my buddy's like. But I wish I could play the guitar.
Yeah, that'd be really fun.
We got a couple of super chats here. One of them is pretty cool. Future hire, Rick James is buried in Buffalo, New York. Very cool grave. I did not know that. Rest in peace, Rick James. Absolute legend. And then Mohammed Coin and Marvell. Is it a good time to get in Marvell long term? I'll look at Coin. I'll let you, because I know you obviously looked at Marvell.
The answer is yes.
Coinbase just came off a bad quarter. Like I was a little skeptical because I was surprised that with all the interest in crypto that they disappointed last quarter. That's not what I was expecting to see, and it doesn't look that great here for Coinbase in particular. It certainly made a nice bounce here off 295, but downward trending into a flat bottom. So if it can break this downtrend, it looks better. Otherwise, wait for a test of the 200 period. Another 10% lower is where I'd be looking for Coinbase. And I do own Coinbase shares. I haven't bought Coinbase shares in quite some time. And I just didn't like it was disappointing that they actually missed.
Why is Rick James buried in Buffalo, I wonder?
That's what's surprised. I have no idea. I didn't think he's from Buffalo. I don't think so.
All right. I'm glad that Bitcoin's at 110 over here, but I was just looking at it because it was a name
he was born in Buffalo. I didn't know.
Oh, he was? Okay, that makes sense. And it was a name that we were short earlier. Boo on that one. All right, what's up, Adara?
So to let you guys know, as far as I can tell, Donald Trump has not yet started this Space Command announcement. I have a couple different streams open. None of them have started streaming the event. We just have the White House building itself. So if I get any updates on this, I'll let you know. Again, Donald Trump was set to begin this announcement at 2 p.m. It is now 2:35. Back to you.
Yeah. Here's a question I don't know the answer to, and I assume a lot of people do.
42.
Where is Donald Trump born? Which province?
Oh, I have no idea.
I don't know.
I couldn't even.
90% New York. I'm 90%
Right,
sure New
yes,
York,
yes,
but
yeah,
I'll double check.
I think that's.
I know that's where he probably lived,
think-
but
I was-
I couldn't have told you he was born there.
Yeah, I was gonna say because of his dad and all the real estate.
Yeah.
I'm right. It's New York.
There we go. So there it is.
Get it.
There you go. So just the more you know, right.
Anytime you start asking a question, I always just start saying 42 because I think you're going to ask something with a numerical.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
What
Well,
price
where's President
or what
42?
of...
I don't even know who President 42 was. But yeah, there it is, man. Hopefully Bitcoin can get to 142 before it gets to 42. But downside play right now for BTC. No real news about it or anything there today. Let me just check out what some of the other coins are doing as the market cap has gotten hit a little bit in this space as many names have fallen off over the last week, right? Including the beloved, let me hear what's his name now talk about Ethereum down 10%, but it doesn't matter. These guys are already making a lot of money on all this anyways, so shout out. More jealous than anything else, than hating on the guys. Bitcoin's made a lot of money for a lot of traders, and so has Ethereum. So down 9%, kind of just for what it's worth. I think Ripple at 280, and we've sort of looked over some of these levels before as well live on the show. I think 280 for Ripple and XRP is a good level to be bought at there. Solana is still holding for it as well. As Solana is one of those tough names that was sort of anointed as maybe one of the next possible ones there. So there's a lot of love for sure for Solana traders, for Solana traders, as that's 202. I believe it got as high as like I don't wanted to say 214 or 215. We can have a look over there as well.
Right now.
Tron. I remember someone made
Look at me, America.
Tron treasury as well. How's that going? I wonder. It might be going great. I don't mean to be throwing shade on that name, but I just
bet you anything it's down.
There was a Tron treasury, one of those coins.
What was the stock called?
It's all about the Tron. It's all about that base. Flowkey, people want to talk about as well. But here is just a quick little look. We'll talk more about crypto, obviously, as we go. Neil has the, what is this? Meet the new product. I don't want any of that. Hold on, I got to refresh this before I show that. I'm not doing no advertising. What is this? Show me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's that. Okay. All right. So today, not the greatest of boards, obviously, as we go out right now at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ being down, what, 1.3? Yeah, 1.3 right now. So just this board just looks not the greatest, as we say. So yeah, that's just that feeling you get in your, when you're looking at stuff. I got out of JP Morgan, by the way. So we'll just say that might have been a good idea. Didn't get out of it all. I still like the bank stocks, but I got out of that 10 or 15%. I think it was more like 10%, might have been 15, just south of 300. I didn't want to wait for that bigger move to happen. It nailed 302.90 or something. I was at 303 even. That's twice that's happened to me. Thankfully, Palantir made it back for us the next day. Tesla down 174. Often when I'm looking here, I'm looking for like where the potential strength might be. So I see retail. I know there's a lot of traders,
really even.
Neil included, myself included. A lot of us are interested, obviously, in some of these Walmart trades. That's 66. I'm not in this, but at least it's up 0.5% right there. TJ Maxx, the discounted retailer there, similar to the Winners. Sharif always mentions that as well. Rossers. Target. Ooh, what? Target down 4%. What is this one? This is Ulta Beauty. Yeah, it's back, baby. We saw e.l.f. Cosmetics back a little bit there today as well. But yeah, Costco and Amazon, of course. As I heard Joe mention, Amazon more concerned now with AWS and sort of trying to figure out that way instead of worrying about it as a retail sector trade right there. When you're doing like 3% of your revenue is retail or something like that, it's not huge. No. Actually, it wouldn't be revenue. I guess it would be 3% of profits because their retail revenue number is probably in the trillions or something like that. I feel like my house alone right there. I don't want to say trillions because that would be wrong. But we did it last year. I think it was 12,000 or something we bought last year from Amazon.
I try. You know what? I should know the number, but it's like it's bad. It's bad to not know.
That's the thing. Did I make more than 12,000 holding Amazon stock last year?
Exactly.
Yes, I did. Right there. So little free rolling right there with Bezos and company. But at the end of the day, I got to pay tax. So that's the thing. I got to pay tax on the money I make, and then I pay another tax on the money that I spend.
Bruh.
Free world economy,
all we get is taxed. Don't worry. The key,
thank God I have children that love me.
We won't get into it. But why is Target down 4%?
That's what I was wondering. Actually, that was where I was going with it, actually. And I got distracted.
So seriously, why is I'm not really seeing a particular
Target got smoked
story.
on their report, right?
Yeah, it's been bad since the report, but yuckity yuck.
Feels like, I mean, look at
It's headed right back to
check the minute
lows.
chart.
And
Come to my
the
screen.
3-minute chart.
Oh, you have it too. Look at this.
Trading down the whole day.
Look at this. Come on, Target.
I'm not seeing any news on it.
Yeah, that's a problem. This is why we like Walmart better than Target. And it's
Any news on this, Daryl?
Because everyone seems to like Target and go to Target. At least I don't know.
I want to hear that trumpet again.
Cool when it came here.
Hear the trumpet again. Yeah.
Hello. Goodbye.
How's it going? That's the best. Now, like, whenever we hear it, it's just like, okay, get ready for the story that. Oh, no, you can't do that now. No, you can't do that,
Why can't we do
Andre.
that?
No,
What's
because
wrong with
what do you mean what's wrong? That's what I was telling you. That when we hear that, we know we've got a story coming.
Oh, that's
So it's
okay.
like she can confirm or deny stupid things that we say. Like we said, where was Trump born? Da-da-da-da-da-da, you know?
All right.
New York. Anyways, I was just looking
Why
here.
is SMR going crazy?
Right, so that was another thing. Oh, yeah, here we go. Is there any story on SMR? SMR, we talked about it earlier. And
Nope.
see, this is perfect. Now we're actually doing something here. So there we go.
Okay,
So
now I'm having fun with this.
earlier we were talking about SMR.
Why does the Toronto Blue Jays bullpen suck?
No. Now we're just. We're getting carried away. We're getting carried away.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Ask that to ChatGPT or something, my guy. Yeah. Okay, so right into here. Yeah, I don't know. It just really started taking off. So Dare's already came with no news. But yeah, I feel like it might have just found a little bit of a bottom there. We have earnings coming through this week, and I don't think last week I misreported that it was Okta instead of Oklo. But yeah, SMR right there for a nice little upside play. And I'm going to find out. I don't know when their earnings are. I feel like I'm going to hear da-da-da-da soon. But here's SMR rate. Oops, SMR. Find the right stock first over here. Now I'm all nervous that Adair's going to beat me to it. All right, so we don't have any earnings coming up anytime soon. We can go over to the earnings calendar and figure out the next time that they are announcing. And it doesn't look like until right there, November the 6th. So yeah, SMR on a nice play higher.
And it's just them. It's not like NNE or Oklo had any big massive moves. It was just SMR. Like there were small moves up in some of the other nuclear names, but SMR just seemed like it went on its own. I'm happy for it because this is kind of the one that we own, but at the same time it's a little bit weird. 5%. Maybe this is just could be a bit of a squeeze play here. If it can get back above 38, because it just seems like if there's no story, someone got caught off guard a little bit. Jay Can, your Blue Jays are welcome to take back Jordan Romano. He sucks. No, we
may need him.
We probably could use him.
Let's not be. Plus, he's also from Markham.
Shout out to Markham. Did you see the kid from?
Where I'm playing in Markham this weekend.
On the Mets?
Kid? No.
There's a kid from Markham on the Mets. He made his debut. He won like 5 scores.
Okay.
Jonah Tong. He won 100%.
Chinese guy?
He's modeled his game. I think he's half.
Okay.
But he modeled his entire game after Tim Lincecum. So you watch him pitch,
so he's going to have arm
it looks like Tim Lincecum.
Okay.
So he's wild to watch. Lincecum was great for a few years, but his body just couldn't hold up to everything he was doing to it. Open Door's not really doing anything. I see a lot of questions about Robin Hood.
Did Lincecum get off the gear or what?
Lincecum never got on. Tim Lincecum is one of those.
He's like 5'8", like 100.
He was listed at 5'11", 175, and I remember at the time like, man, I'm 5'11", 175. Tim Lincecum is not no chance.
No.
Like maybe he's that tall. It's hard to tell he's around taller baseball players. But I'm like, there's no chance he weighs 175 pounds.
But I mean, that guy was hot fire for a while. There.
He was
back-to-back Cy Young or something like that. The guy was hot.
He was unbelievable, and the guy was
Barry
so
Bonds?
confident.
Should have boiled some of the juice, man, from that guy.
Yeah, he could have.
Barry Bonds' neck went from like a pencil neck geek to huge. Shout out to Barry Bonds, Mark McGuire, and Jose Canseco, of which 2 of those members, I don't think Barry Bonds ever hit into the 5th deck, but I know Jose and Mark McGuire, I'm pretty sure did.
I don't think he played enough games to.
No, he would never came over to Toronto too much.
Sean Green hit one in the deck.
Bo Jackson did not.
Bo never played at the. No, Bo probably he might have played at the Dome, but I never saw him there.
I don't think so.
But Bo Jackson was the greatest athlete I ever saw.
Yeah.
And Cosmic Z.
That's not Auburn. That's Oklahoma. Is that where he was?
No, he was Auburn.
Oh, it was Auburn.
Yeah, he went to Auburn. SEC country.
Right.
Cosmic Zebra, it's nice of you to say, I bet Neil could dunk. Could is the objective word. You see that gray hair?
Who is that guy? I want to bet that guy.
Are you crazy? Like, I also, you must have just been tuning in because I tore my Achilles last year. I can barely jump anymore. I'll get back, but not dunking. You crazy?
Yeah.
High school.
The guy said he wants to bet.
No, he didn't say he wants to bet. But Bo was an absolute freak.
Kansas
He
City
didn't see
Royals.
Bo. That's the best athlete.
It's too bad that the Oakland Raiders and LA Raiders don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
That's some of these teams. Okay, we're just trying to cover up some intel here. Let's go over a few different names here as we go. Remember, we do have this. Maybe we can fire this up again, give you guys a chance. Let's just see, what's been hot so far on our chat. And in order to get part of this, you got to be part of the chat. So get into the chat right now, and we haven't refreshed this all day. And this is the thing. This is the names that we went over on our rundown, right? So they're all right here. These are all the top names. So we've already sort of talked about that. We also had Robinhood. Neil mentioned them, down 3%. Remember, I was saying $100 is coming for Robinhood. We probably already broke it already today. I don't know, but down to $100.71. We could definitely have a look there. I don't want to be fooled by the $100 level, but I do think that it's worth going long. So we'll have a look there. Really, finally, thankfully, Marvell back up to the upside. This is about the price that we bought more the other day there for Marvell, as that's coming back in. But for right now, I'm fresh starting this bad boy. So you got to get into the chat. I'm going to find somebody on here. Shout out to who's in here right now. Klarna IPO. Yeah, we can get Neil's thoughts on that in a minute. I don't know exactly when that's happening. Nope. When Adair gets that, we'll get the Klarna IPO. I know they filed. So, but this is what you got to do right here. Just like Joe Schmo's doing, dollar signs into here, and then you can see it nicely populated. Well, that's a pretty cool logo, Novartis there. That's good. Oh, that looks nice too. What logo is this? Ooh, PDD. Nice. Right there. So some new symbols coming through there. I'm wearing these boxers, so maybe too much information, but there's Lululemon right there for their symbol as well. But yeah, get them in and we will review on some of that. But yeah, the Klarna IPO. We're just
with Klarna, I'm seeing it could be as early as September 9th for the pricing. Unclear when the actual offering is going to go through, but this is again just reports. As far as I know, there's no confirmation of that yet.
Okay, so
typically Wednesday for big IPOs.
Yeah, it seems like
almost 100% of the time the bigger IPOs are on Wednesday or Thursday. So if they're supposed to price next week, then you can pretty safely bet it'll be on Wednesday or Thursday.
Okay.
That feels like the kind of name that's going to have our interest right at the open, and then it'll open like 1:30, whatever it might be. But just one note about the 100 on Robinhood.
Yeah, has it? Oh yeah.
It just did a weird liquidity grab on the 100 level. This just happened a couple of minutes ago. There's no story here, but this is the biggest volume, or maybe there was. But anyways, it was a big volume candle, the biggest one since the actual opening candle, and it bounced right off exactly $100 and the volume weighted average price here on Robinhood. Open doors, again, not really doing much of anything, so let's go to Adara.
Trump making this announcement here. Again, we've had reports that this is going to be a defense-related announcement and or a Space Command-related announcement. Donald Trump just started this press conference. J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth, U.S. Defense Secretary, are both here with Trump. And Trump just announced that apparently Huntsville, Alabama will be the site for the Space Command Center to move. Back to you.
Which is what we expected.
Yeah, so not much announcement there, not too much. I mean, we could look at different space-related companies, maybe. I don't know. I don't think much is going to be moving around on that unless there's some new funding or something there announced. But I just wanted to say, despite trading today, AMD, iBit, the futures, the TQQs, and Tesla, this has only moved here 10 cents. I mean, we just got O2s, so that was good, right? But this is my number one, just trying to show you, and there we got some O4s and O3s there because I'm trying to get out of this now. I mean, I like to see it drop down, especially if these futures go. But just with little moves like this, we have a big winner, not a big winner, but we had a nice little winner there, $6 or $7 on Tesla. Remember, we lost early, and then, able to get out. So we're up on Tesla, but I'm actually going to be up. My number one stock's going to be Intel. And so I think that this is where we don't show the share sizes. We've done that on purpose. But I'm okay sort of telling you that this just goes to show that, depending on the style that you trade, you can kind of have it both ways. And that is if you want to trade lesser names, we all know this, you can hit your daily goals by trading pretty much any name, any value, any ways. You just got to make sure that you're sizing it right. And not that I sized it right. I mean, I would have loved to have more shares. But it's just even though we've gone from the top of the day, into the 200 period, that move alone has created like enough for me to call this my number one P&L name. And we just sort of started it right when we came back on air with you guys at it's 150 is our last fill there. But just wanted to say that, up and down, you don't normally see me trade Intel, but, right there, just with this little baby move, it became my top stock. And that's part of that is because, honestly, like we got hit here in AMD and we're able to make some back. Everything was a battle back today for us. So that's sort of that situation right there. Are we going to Adara? I want to check Palantir, but it's not breaking the high.
If we are, just before that happens, got out break even on held on to the last 10% of SMCI as it was breaking down through VWAP, but that just started shooting to the upside here through VWAP. And as that's happening, okay, we're not going to Adara. I didn't think there was a call.
No, okay.
NVIDIA also getting going off the volume weighted average price. So the chips are waking back up, it does seem. As I'm waiting for Opendoor to do something, it seems like the rest of the market is what's actually heating up off the bid a little bit here. And one chip name that has been strong all afternoon, well, Micron, I'm not sure specifically why Micron is stronger than all of the other chip names, but it's at the high of the day already. So if I'm going, this is the one I think I want to the long side. Like it's almost filled in the entirety of the gap. It's just putting in higher low after higher low. And down 1%, but overall, it's just been responding much better than the overall market, than most of the other chip names. So this is the one I think I want. If we're not going to get Opendoor doing anything, it's trying to get back to $5. This one looks like a good long. You got 117.5, local support, and the prior high. I want to be long into that level here on MU. Not sure specifically why it's so strong, but it's going. And trying to break and go green, I think, in another dollar or so.
Okay, let's do we'll do Beta Pro quickly here because we do have exciting news for everybody. Beta Pro by Global X has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs. You guys can find them out, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, the semis, and the U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they are giving you a fee holiday down to 65 basis points until December 31st. These ETFs employ currency hedging to seek and neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that is more accurately reflects the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betaPro.ca/3x daily to learn more on Adara with the story.
The market pushing higher here. Not seeing any really news for the move. Donald Trump still speaking. He did say apparently that the U.S. is now #1 in space. I guess after this move from to Huntsville, Alabama for the Space Command Center. He also said that they're going to be working on the Golden Dome, which is the proposed defense system for the U.S. at this command center. Now, it is worth noting, I am seeing a bit of speculation on X. The reason for this move is that there was some speculation about Donald Trump's health because he hadn't made a public appearance. This is, I think, his first public appearance since that speculation began. So some people on X are saying that that potentially could be why we're moving up, that he is apparently alive and well. But again, that's just speculation here. Worth noting, though, either way, if there's any news to explain that, Pop, I'll let you know. Back to you.
I thought people were just messing around with that. I didn't realize there was actual concern. Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. But look, a lot of things are moving up. Like MP just caught a little bit of a bid here, I just noticed. So it seems like a bit of an everything bounce. For sure. Taco Tuesday, someone just said. But look, you're definitely getting a bit of a, I don't want to call it a pump, but a nice move up in the overall market. I look back, it's still the same names. I refreshed it, so I think we're up.
Yeah,
it's
Opendoor,
it's Tesla.
No, that's not the refresh one. We don't have 104 votes yet. I just went through. I was going through Adara's Trader TV research thing here because it's only Zscaler tonight. I was actually looking to see if there was the weekly on here. Maybe it's on here, but I didn't realize this. This was just updated. Right here. So here's our picks for 2025 so far. And of course, no surprise that Neil and I have all 3 greens,
IBM's trying.
Right there. So GEV, IBM, and XLF. Neil's picks.
Sucks.
My picks, of course, Palantir, Coinbase, and the Dow Jones. Want to get a little bit of exposure there. Sharif's UNG, killing him. This man going to be red. So it looks like Sharif will be red. Adara's probably pretty close. She had UNH, and we talked about sort of the unfortunate events there with UNH, and it looks like Joe. So just right now, man.
I think UNH is going to have a good final quarter.
The muscled mustache man is the one right here, I would say, in the red the most. But yeah, this is what it looks like so far, and here's some of the plays. So we can have some fun.
I don't like IBM. The funny thing is,
I like IBM. I'll switch with you.
No. But I would have sold this. Like for me, like when it was so obvious when this thing broke the 50-period moving average. Like it's just been trending down ever since, and now it's broken the 200. I like the company. Don't get me wrong. Like
here we go.
It's fine. It's just I don't like what this chart looks like for the last quarter. Yeah, it looked great at the beginning of the year, and I don't. What was the other?
You chose. I don't know.
No, UNH. I was going to say UNH. I think if we get some weakness in tech and the rotation makes sense, you got Berkshire that likes UNH. It's holding the $300 level. Like that's something that I think plays well in the final. It's crazy to say we're in the final quarter, but we are.
But I was running into so many people yesterday at hockey that I hadn't seen, in whatever 6 months, 8 months since the hockey season ended, and I was just like, "How's your summer?" It's like, holy can't believe
what summer
are
is over
saying
already.
that now. It's like, yeah, how's your summer?
Over.
I was like, I just wanted to start partying, but yeah, summer's now over. Okay, so actually doesn't end until the 21st, technically.
Yeah, it ends when school's back.
Yeah, it ends when it ends basically when football's in 2 nights with Thursday night football. Okay, so yeah, tonight we only had Zscaler, but pre-market we had Neo and Signet Jewelers, Zscaler there as well, and then tomorrow we'll come back and talk about this in a couple of seconds. It's Adair time.
Keep an eye here in KTOS, pushing to the upside, Kratos Defense and Security Solutions. Now, this is a defense name, so of course it's on watch with the Space Command announcement. But furthermore, there is some speculation on X. It is redoing from an account that's known basically for speculation on certain stocks. But either way, there is some speculation here suggesting this company could be implicated specifically in this catalyst. So KTOS on watch. Back to you.
Okay, back to me, and I just closed this by accident. So we'll watch. We can have a quick look at KTOS as a trader. So let's have a quick look at this.
What a good stock.
Kratos. Yeah, you already have it up. What do you think? I mean, I haven't looked at these daily levels.
This looks
70 looks pretty spicy.
No, it looks like it's making a nice little secondary wedge up here, I suppose. And again, as Adair said, speculation that they could benefit from this announcement. I don't know whether that's going to be factually true or not. So you just keep that as a grain of salt, but it just did a bottoming tail wick into what is the nice trend. Something fishy's happening at $70. Not fishy, but I mean, kind of look at all these closes. It just, it just cannot hold above $70. It's like the same thing we were showing on Palantir, where it'll get underneath the 50 prit on the daily, but it's not closing down there every single day. Well, this stock can get to $70, but it's not closing above 70. So when it closes above that price, I think you get another leg, and you've got a trend back into 64, and then now you got this positive catalyst. I was just talking to my in-laws, and something we were sort of discussing some politics, but the one thing that got mentioned was defense spending only goes up. It only goes up. It might shift as to who's spending or where they're spending it, but it only goes in one direction. As long as more money is getting printed and more debt is being created, then military spending goes up. And if they're going to benefit from it, this looks like a pretty good one in there for sure. So we'll see. It's not a ton of volume. So if you're planning on day trading this, I would suggest like a 10-cent spread here. Not a lot of follow-through volume. Like it's already starting to pull back, I think, because of that lack of vol. So maybe a little bit of a nothing burger for a day trade, but it does look good. But that 70 level could be a bit of a problem. See a few people mentioning Marvell just continuing to trend high. This looks like program buy on Marvell.
Yeah.
Like when I see something like this,
let's go.
Like my first thought is generally, if that's all it's going to do, well, then whenever it breaks that obvious of a trend line, wait for it to break that trend line and go short. Like ever since this broke the high of the day, it's just holding almost exactly on this trend line from 130. So it's been an hour and a half on trend. I'm going to throw this one up on a side chart too and say, Marvell, not a short until it breaks the trend line on the 3-minute chart. And I'm starting from like right here, like 130, and then in, if it breaks that trend, then I would go short.
A few retail names. Yeah, like, I mean, look, Marvell got clocked on earnings. So, you're going to have to wait till next quarter before it gets back above that $80 mark, I think. But we'll wait. And I'll wait for it. I mean, I've got nothing but time, and I'm loving that stock. So, all right, Dollar Tree, Campbell's. Tonight, just Zscaler. So watch out, man. We had SentinelOne had a good report last week. So we'll see if they can help out the space there tonight. Zscaler in cybersecurity. That's been a really hot one. ZS. So we'll talk about that tonight, Adair and I. on the, it's now Power Hour. I don't know if that's what that was right there, but Power Hour is now on. All right, and then tomorrow morning you can watch out for Campbell's. We did have KHC today with the news, so it should be interesting to see if that stock's moving around. We should probably look at that in Macy's. So another retail play there. And then, you know, tomorrow night's show is going to be hot because there's a lot of names on here, including this guy right there, Salesforce and C3 AI, GitLab, for those of you writing programs and whatnot, you can go check out there for the community software. Asana, that's probably ripping tomorrow. I mean, if you take some of these other software plays and what they've been doing with big data and whatnot. Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, we'll check it out. Dell had a crazy number there last week. It got smoked, and they actually talked about good demand moving forward. So we'll figure that out. American Eagle Outfitters. I don't know if that's, again, the...
I know Sharif's really interested in that one.
Seems really interested in that one. And then PagerDuty. I mean, I threw my pager out a while ago, but PagerDuty right there coming through. I never had a pager.
How could you get rid of your pager?
And then, yeah, even Thursday is a big one, too. Go get right back into the spicy space with the semis again. Boom, boom. Broadcom, Samsara. DocuSign is a good one there. UiPath, again, similar to GitLab. We'll see if there's anything going on there. And then the big one right here, Lulu. And then get your Smith & Wesson ready just in case the world comes to an end. That's happening right there on Thursday. And then the Children's Place, the best short around. I can't believe I didn't short that when we had kids, because I was like, this place is a disaster.
They haven't been saying that.
Yeah, so I should have.
I didn't
told that to Marissa. That was like 100 and... I should look at that stock again.
Yeah, it's worth a look.
I should have definitely shorted that one.
You got to see this from Airy Pages.
Okay.
This is kind of jokes. Or fun. Speaking of in-laws, briefly tell us how you proposed to your now wife and how did you approach her father? A lot of exclamation points there. Have our brother Sean share his story too. So this is actually an easy one. My now father-in-law, when I knew I was going to marry my wife, him and my mother-in-law had already planned a trip to do a mission in Zambia. So literally the day that they were going to leave, they had like a family party. It's like a going away, and I'm like, this is absolutely perfect. I flat out have to do this because he's going to be in Zambia. I don't even know how, phone call and whatever, that's not going to happen. So their entire immediate family was there, did like a big picnic, and it was a complete surprise. He had absolutely no idea. Nice. It was like so I pulled the whole, it must be difficult, like being this far away from your family. And he's like, yeah, we're just kind of heart to heart. I said, well, I just want to let you know that your daughter is going to be in good hands, but before I assure you that, I just wanted to ask you a question.
Right,
and then he knew the second I said that.
Yes.
He immediately knew.
Set it up.
He just started smiling, and of course, at that moment, because we were talking, and the rest of the family was away from us, and they saw his face.
So everyone knew something was going on.
And then Rebecca was like, "What?" Because she was there as well. And then I literally dropped to and then he says, of course, you have my blessing. And I turned right to Rebecca and dropped to a knee in that moment. So it was all simultaneously. Like I asked permission and then dropped to a knee. And she had no idea any of it was happening. Obviously, she realized, and I knew her dad was going to say, yeah, we were cool. So I knew he wasn't going to say no. But I just, like that whole formal asking, I still believe it, a little bit old fashioned, but I did do it on the same day that I proposed. To my wife. So he better have said yes, and I put him on the spot.
Yeah, we got to hear Erie Page's story
I want to hear yours
as
too,
well. It's not just all about us. We went to I went to Central Park, so we went to New York and we had a little picnic there, and we did all of that, like the whole we went and actually bought. She had no idea. I had the ring and everything. We went there into Central Park and had a picnic. Was gorgeous field, this and that, was great weather. And so that was a lot of fun, and of course, very thankful that the answer was yes there. So that's what we were all about.
We tricked them, Sean.
Yeah, we got them.
No,
yeah, I know.
Obviously kidding.
Yeah, I know my wife is not pleased. No, just joking. Yeah, it's been good. So that was fun.
What's up, Marissa?
Yeah, and now we're both bald. Yeah, so what's up, Rivian Millionaire?
Yeah, almost
that's right. Right now, but I don't know. It was an interesting time then, and even more interesting now as. I always say how lucky I am. I say that live on the show all the time. She's probably watching right now, so who knows? But she's preparing. It was a very, very busy weekend because she's one that she brined her own chicken. So she had chicken breast. She put it in a brine because she doesn't want to buy sandwich meat. So basically cured our own. So the kids are having chicken sandwiches all week. She prepared the protein balls as well, similar to what Sharif was in. We got
those are so good.
Wow butter.
Did you try? What does she sweeten them with though?
Chocolate.
Oh, it's chocolate.
Yeah, chocolate or honey probably, or we have maple syrup too. I don't know. I have to ask her. But yeah, she spent all weekend doing all that, man. Getting the kids. They take these little lunch boxes into school.
Do they have do you have the charcuterie style ones where it's like the different sections?
Yes.
Erin's exactly the same way.
Yeah. They've had those since
Her favorite
babies.
meal since she ate like grown-up food was like a charcuterie. She likes to have.
Yes.
I have this. I have that. I got this.
Not only that, it also keeps the food.
Oh, it keeps.
Because then all of a sudden it doesn't get like juices of the fruit or whatever don't run into. Anyways,
I used to hate that.
Neither here nor there. Okay, thanks for that, Erie Pages. That was a great one there. And if anybody wants to share as well, we can read your stories here. Okay, I just want to quickly get out a little bit here. All right, well, that came pretty quickly there. 2401, so I just put a bid there. We got filled. So there it is right there, 2401. So we'll take that. We'll see if now we can drip down. I don't have any more bids. Unfortunately, for me, again, we only have 20% left of this trade as it's sort of started to bleed down a little bit right now. Potentially here, the market, although we're only down 1.1%, you're above VWAP, you're trying to hold the 50-period moving average. So I don't want to get too excited about trading here, but, it's not doing much, the futures. I think if we can get back up here, 23,250 or so, maybe worth a short into that area, but I don't really want to mess with it at this time. And that's kind of led me to thinking about what stocks we want to do. I mean, I had written on here AMD, futures, IBIT, and Tesla. So for me, that's kind of just where we're at. I can have another look at Tesla. What happened over there? Apple's.
What happened to Apple a minute ago?
I don't know. I got to refresh my.
What is with these crazy?
Got to refresh my.
So that's just an obvious. What is it? Liquidity grab? I guess just happened in Apple.
The thing is, there could have been a story, so we'll wait for the and then maybe we get that on Apple.
Is my thing on?
I don't refresh my Benzinga.
I'm going to refresh mine as well. But there was a liquidity grab all the way to the low of the day, from VWAP to the low of the day on Apple. This is a real candle. I confirmed it. I saw it on eSignal too. So, and then right back up. We saw this on Alphabet several times in the last couple of weeks, where once there was a story, and then a couple of other times it's just mini flash crash on Apple. If there isn't a story, this would be you would just go long if there isn't a story. But I want to see some confirmation that something did.
Seems like there was a little bit of volume there, but
it's a ton of volume. That's why I want
it's all the way back.
It's all the way back, but yeah, let's give maybe a couple minutes for the candle.
That stock has some big wick energy. That one.
It does have big wick energy.
Yeah, that was a big one there. So
Marvell broke that trend line, so I am now into the short on Marvell. It's super strong. It's up 2% today, obviously, but that's like program buying on the 3-minute. And once it stops, just looking for the short back into the prior high, which is like 63.5 on MRVL. And this is a good example of the 3-day rule. That's what I was looking for. Right? It's bad after earnings, but we have now caught a bid. So you hold this bid the next day. So call it the initial earnings close, about $63, not exactly, but like 62.80 something. And that's now held as support. So if that holds again as support, then you've now got 3 days of support at the same level, and suddenly it looks a little more constructive to jump into this thing at that $63 level. Obviously, a lot can happen between then and tomorrow.
I don't think you guys
By the way, silky smooth, Lucid is not on its way to Mullen status. There's nothing about outside of the fact that it had a reverse split once, and Mullen did it 1,000,000 times. It's just not the same thing. Lucid would have to do a lot of damage for it to turn into that bad of a company. But yes, reverse split, I think short, generally speaking, but it's not really doing a lot. It's down 10%. The volume's 18 million. It's going to be even less volume tomorrow for sure. It's just not falling apart. It's holding $17.50 here after fading 18. There's nothing too crazy happening over in Lucid on day one, unless you shorted it. You almost had to short it right at the open. Just take the opening print short, or maybe the next candle on the 15-minute and short it into 20, which was that big $2 level on Lucid. And this is what we talk about, support turning into resistance. It's not split adjusted, but if you look at Lucid and throw up a daily chart, eventually.
You just took
This is $2. Well, this is split adjusted, but like this would be the prior $2 level, 20. Once it held underneath, easy short on Lucid.
All right, so just new position, basically. I saw someone in the chat say AMD's been going up ever since, and I actually forgot to mention it because I haven't really been in AMD. We covered it all right here. I'm holding a very, very small piece of this, so to say I'm not in it would be incorrect. I am in the stock, but I'm not really in it, and I should have been a little more clear on that. We covered it there. I was holding a small piece. That's why I was more excited, and I talked about Intel, and I should have engaged in AMD, so that is my bad. But we just got filled on that as well. So you can see where my average price completely changed because I actually put on half a unit right there. So now my average price is 161.10. That's where I took that trade. So it just washed out everything that I had, and now we're into this. So it's a brand new trade now. So judge it based on this. That's my fault. I thought I discussed it here that we had like less than 2.5% left of our trade. So once I saw that kind of move and then I saw this happening right here on the futures, I was just kind of like, you know what, maybe we're at a level there. And I don't necessarily think this is going to be the greatest short, but we did see that it built a little bit of a level there, and we were near the top of it. So on that fade, maybe there's something. But I'm getting out. I just put the stop right now. I put the wrong stop, actually. See, the good thing I just double checked that. 162.26. Like, if we break through the quarters, let's get out of 100% of this and just see. We never want to short a dull market, nor do we want to short a stock that, you know, is outpacing the market. And I know Neil did it. He went counter to Marvell, so that's fine. There are opportunities, but we don't go without. We don't fly by the seat of our pants. We're going to have some stop orders. So let's just go short on AMD right now. It's 10 cents in the money, nothing to write home about. But if this does come back in, we are now looking for potential support. Look at it, hold this 200 period moving average. We haven't really done anything on this in a half hour. It's just been straight up, you know, support. So that was where it broke right there at 160.30. So you are right to point that out, man. It's been in a nice upward trend, and that's the 21 period moving average. If you're looking at the VWAP in the 200, then you're down here and well supported down at 60, which is why we got out. You know, it came back in. I got out ahead of VWAP there. We thought it was going to break. It didn't. And we discussed this, right? And then it ripped up to the top side there, fell back in. We take some out there at the 50 and then again at VWAP and then let it go a little bit back up to the upside. So like Elsa and Anna, we're letting it go and we're going to see where this name goes from there. And I just think back into here, 160.65 or so, that would be a good target. Well worth it. Risk to reward here on AMD, I think anyways. We're going to get stopped out in 10 cents. So if it rips higher, it rips higher. But let's just see if it wants to get back into the zone there of hopefully, nope. It looks like it's going to go. It's already going up. I mean, look at the futures here. That's why we didn't really want to pick on anything. Where did I put the stop? Oh yeah, breaking, has to break. So 1 more cent up, and we're going to get out of this as it's going to break upside right now. But there it goes again for AMD. So I didn't stop out yet. There's something, I got to figure out my stops because they're not exactly triggering right now. 161.31. Did I put in the wrong price last time? Okay, well now it's in. I changed it to 161.31. Hopefully that's fine. We'll see if that gets filled. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. Shorting AMD. I know you just got short Marvell, so you're on 4 positions.
Well, 2 of them were from earlier.
Intel's...
Yeah, like Lucid's from earlier, obviously. Micron we took like right away. That's just
holy shit,
Micron is very, very slowly sliding upside. So now it's like this one's on trend, so long this one on trend. If it breaks the trend line, then we're out of this one. Marvell broke the trend line, but it's always prior bar high. So if it breaks that out, then I'm going to be out of this stock. Open Door did break the high of the day as well. So that one finally. Look, it's knock on wood, because with the trend I was talking about is it never closes above $5, but it did just break out above $5.
Hello?
508 was a high, so I'm long at 509. But I think the bigger deal here would be closing above 5 breaks a big time trend in the last week and a half, where every time it gets above $5, it tends to fade off. So you got to keep that in mind. If it's underneath $5, I'm out of this stock, just based on that alone. Every single time it's been up here in the last couple of weeks, it is closed underneath. So we're long open for now, but $4.99 and I'm out of this stock. Definitely want to get out of it if we see that. Lucid, again, isn't really moving. I do see people asking about Webull.
Like the Open Door.
Or at least a couple of times I've seen Webull on the chart. SoFi, we talked a lot about SoFi. Well, we talked a bit about SoFi and Robinhood. Webull, after earnings, did lose the 50-period moving average. So for myself, I I sold some in the personal account and was maybe looking at could it hold the 50 period after earnings to buy back in. The answer was no, so I'm not buying back at this level. I think it's just wait for it to get back down. Oops, that's too far. Down into that $10, $11 level where the buyers were before. So yeah, it looks like this one, if you didn't take any profit in the high teens, you kind of wasted a 50% move from the low, and now after earnings, got to play some patience. I want to see a reason to get back into this stock, and it was possible that it could have reclaimed the 50 period today, but it didn't. It gapped underneath, so I'm not adding back into this stock anytime soon. So the one I'm concerned about, I guess, has to be Marvell, because we're gliding a little bit higher in the market.
Yes,
gliding is the right word. These afternoons, I don't think we've seen anything. There's nothing really parabolic. There's nothing out of control to the upside. Like, we're not screaming. It's all very controlled price action. So you get in, you're like, okay, well, if we break the high, we jump out of this. I almost want to tighten this stop up on Marvell, because I think the futures are at an inflection point as well. But I'm not doing it yet. I'm just going to stick to the whole prior bar rule. There's no reason to do anything on that stock.
Yeah, we'll slap a fail. Oops. Nope. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the fail.
It's like
that was like a really fun salad thing there.
Some video. It sounds like not Family Feud, but like that type of a game show.
It does. It sounds like a game show. Like, come on down. You are the next contestant.
But it's not.
Eat your fruit salad right now. And brought to you by Trader TV Live. What is your favorite fruit? Is it a mango? Is it a strawberry? But right now, you do not know. But my favorite stock is not AMD, because that's what we meant to do, was hit the fail right there. As I just, like sort of Neil mentioned there, sort of tightening up to stop there. I just don't want to be in a name that continuously going. So we might be fine, we might not, but we get stopped out there breaking 160, 130s. So we were 10s to 30s. We did take one or two outs there, but other than that, nothing happening right there for advanced micro devices. I love some mango. That's
oh my God, I love mangoes.
Mangoes and pistachios for me. Two things that, again, like the gelato, pistachio gelato.
When mangoes are in season in Antigua, and you're like, you can't go like 2 feet or like, you can't go like a few hundred feet down the road without somebody selling mangoes on the road, and like all my relatives.
Those are the best ones, man.
Oh my goodness. And you just, like, I'm eating it for breakfast.
Yeah, you are.
And you're eating it for lunch. You don't eat it for dinner, because that would just be a little weird.
It'd be overkill, you know. You don't need it for all 3 meals.
No, you probably make yourself sick, but
you probably would enjoy it, I think.
Love mangoes. Yeah, Jacques, papaya as well. Give me some papaya juice. That's another one. But now
any fresh fruit, like what fresh fruit is not great, honestly?
Oh, we got some great peaches.
Niagara?
Yes.
I mean, this is what we're here. We're all about that.
Yeah.
What's up, Canada?
Oh, yeah.
What's up now, Donald Trump?
Vanilla ice cream.
I'm sure there's
Peaches
Oregon. There's probably lots of great peach places there. The great state of Georgia. What's up, Georgia? Shout out there.
How do you feel about Carson Beck? He got the W, didn't he?
Did they?
Carson
I don't know. I'm not sure if they won or not. It was just a whirlwind of a weekend. It's like now that college football started, there's just so much to like watch. There's some crazy.
Miami beat the Notre Dame, right?
There was. The Notre Dame, I think, came back. Wasn't there a last-second field goal or something?
I didn't watch the end of the game. I just assumed that Miami won.
No, I don't think so. I think there was a field goal there near the end.
No way. Okay.
For that game, but okay. Georgia. Some people talking about Georgia in the chat. Okay, so so AMD continues to go higher. There was a trade. It was a TQs. So if we start really getting going here, this is an area for me. I don't mind supporting this trade here if we can get into that short, around 87 on the TQQQ. So I do have an offer to start this around 86.75. So we're getting closer and closer to getting into this area where we will start a short. But that's for hopefully a later time. But we're only 15 cents away from that one. So let's go back over to Adair as we wait to see if we're going to get that fill.
Yeah, keep an eye here on Google and maybe Uber as well. I looked this up. It looks like roughly 18 minutes ago, CBS reported that Waymo, of course, owned by Google, is going to be starting testing in Denver. They're going to be planning to operate in Denver as of next year. This is just circulating on social media now. So again, Google on watch. Looks like Waymo is going to start testing in Denver very soon. Back to you.
Ooh, Waymo. Look, man, Waymo's been kicking butt.
Wow.
No questions asked. And again, Alphabet has everything.
Alphabet
It's just
is awesome.
everything. They have everything, and they're winning. And today was another good day for them. By the way, there's it doesn't look like this wants to get above 520 open door. Like 420 this morning was where it broke out from, and it just broke the high, and it doesn't seem to want to get through 520. So I just scalped out a bunch of this because it's running into a bit of a wall there. But Alphabet. Look at the program. See, today's just been a weird day for price action. Look at the program buy on Alphabet from noon until we came back on for you guys at 2 o'clock. I mean, look, Tree TV Live's here all day long until the two of us came back on. That's unreal. Unreal buy program that you see on Alphabet. It's just, when you see something like this, of all the Mag 7 names, right now, I think this is the one to be biased long tomorrow. You think? I'm not saying I'm not trying to sound smart. That it should just be obvious by looking at the chart. Like, what's NVIDIA doing coming off the highs? What's Meta doing coming off the highs? Maybe Apple's doing. Actually, Apple's chart looks pretty good. Amazon, nowhere near its highs. It's bouncing its earnings, but it's not making the run at the highs as we speak, like Alphabet is. Right. This one's the one trending up. You got to be biased to one of these to the long side, and this just tells me, look at the 206, 207. I mean, maybe we get a shot at a level like that again tomorrow. I doubt it, but Google's hitting on all cylinders. Everyone talked. I think it just probably got beat up way too much over the fears for advertising and then sort of forgetting everything else that they do well, printing money when it comes to YouTube. I just paid for YouTube Premium. You know what? It's great. I'm not trying to sell anybody on YouTube Premium, but
well, you're not doing a very good job of selling it. I mean,
it's great.
It's great. Yeah.
No, it is fantastic. I love it.
Okay, there we go.
Absolutely,
that's a little better sales.
Absolutely fantastic. I'm just saying. Look,
there's no more ads,
absolutely
right?
fantastic. Don't have to deal with ads. And it's not that. Look, that's not the end of the world. I get it, but there's certain I have Crave, and I have the whatever the lowest one is where I'm watching.
So there's some ads on.
There's so many ads on Crave.
Is there?
It's a little ridiculous. I'm trying to watch Peacemaker.
What else is great with
John Cena's
what else is a YouTube Premium?
Well, I now have YouTube Music, which is
you still have
Spotify's dead now,
right, okay.
Dead to me.
Right.
Nothing against Spotify, but you don't need them both, so who cares? And I'm on a Pixel, so why am I'm on a Pixel, so why do I not have YouTube Premium? Why am I even dealing with Spotify? Just keep it all in one place and go from there. So. Yeah, it's fantastic, man. I absolutely love it.
Good, yeah, that's good that they made that change. So I was thinking the same thing with all those ads, but whatever. My kids they have cell phones and they do all their stuff.
Yeah.
They're going to get ads no matter what.
Didn't Toronto ban cell phones? What's up with that?
What, schools are banning cell phones? They should.
Did they in Toronto? I thought I saw
pretty
something
much. I mean, I don't think our kids are allowed to use them as willy-nilly as they wish to use them. Yeah. But I think it's banned like in the class. I don't think it's banned like running around outside or anything.
No one said anything about my daughter's smartwatch at school, and a couple of kids.
Smartwatch? Oh no, yeah.
I don't think they care.
My kids have had smartwatches for a minute. That's for sure. My kids always. I told you what my kid was all about. He wanted to get the screen protector, the one so you can't see left and right. Like my phone has that. Yeah. Whoever's beside you can't see what you're doing. He told me he wanted that for ChatGPT purposes, and I was like, okay, you're not getting that. So he wanted to bring it to school, and then he could tell like the only way a teacher would be able to see is if they were right behind him. But
get a parent.
Anyway, shout out to him. He's always
well played.
Always trying to figure some scams out, but where he gets that from.
You gotta hustle.
Yeah. Both my boys are crazy scam hustler artists. Okay, what's up, Adara?
Donald Trump is talking right now about the tariff decisions. He said that the stock market is down because, quote, the market wants the tariffs. He's also saying here that they're going to be asking for an expedited ruling and heading to the Supreme Court tomorrow with regards to a tariff appeal. They're going to be asking for an expedited ruling. As mentioned here, he's very concerned here about the tariffs. And then he's basically saying the appeals court didn't just rule against the tariffs, they ruled against the nation of the United States. Back to you.
Okay, well, I mean, that's one person's opinion, but I think he's probably right. I mean, if you're trying to, again, I think Adara's point in the midday show was pretty good because she had mentioned there that is it really a national security risk or anything like that when there's some of these they've had surpluses with.
Well, especially
but Brazil she was mentioning and other things like
Brazil's
that.
100% political.
The key thing by far, I think Brazil is the biggest because they actually have an increasing surplus and they have one of the largest tariffs on Brazil. I'm not saying every country, but I think Brazil in particular is worth studying.
Well, Brazil is Brazil accused the U.S. directly of interfering in their election process.
Right.
So that is a pure tit for tat political thing going
Google
on
could be a
over there for sure. But
we want to short this market, yes or no,
I
think is the question.
Well, Open just came right. Open can't get past 520. It broke 510. We're long at 9s. It broke 510. It's trying to hold the breakout price. So you're at that time of day with only about 30 minutes left. Like if it's going to go, it's going to go. It actually bounced pretty much exactly off the breakout price. So this might be an easy place to tighten up the stop, which I'm going to do now. I think if it breaks underneath that shelf, I'll just get out. Scalp trade anyways, and volume starting to, like you can see the volume immediately tapering off since the breakout. So it did get up to 518 or something like that, but
I'm gonna try
couldn't really go any further. So I'm just going to get out of this one. Marvell is still exactly where it was when we got into it.
Oh yeah.
But if the market does roll over, I feel like this should be pretty good. But this little bit of a issue here at 64. If it bounces 64 again, then I tighten the stop up just because it's like 330 already.
I know, that's why I was just looking at the time.
That's another reason
too.
to tighten up the stop.
I was thinking to myself if I made a mistake here,
crap.
but we're short Google, and it might not be for very long. So I just want to bring it to everyone's attention. Like I always say, like traders are going to trade. It doesn't mean you actually have to trade. You don't have to do anything. But just into here, right there, I don't know if this is going to be a good opportunity or not, but we just faded off this 75 area. So I'll take it, 20 cents worth of a shot. We just went down 20 cents and bounced there. And again, I've implemented this is the 21 period moving average. So yeah, right into there, we just bounced. So I'm, again, adding some new pieces to the repertoire over here, right? And so let's just see right now if that's the holding spot or not. We could get out some if it comes back in. That's, of course, Google. We're still waiting for the TQs to maybe go upside. I don't know if we even really want to do that at this point anymore. So I'm going to bid. I'm going to cancel. I'm going to wait for 87 proper, not 86.50 anymore on the TQQs. I don't think that there's much worth of that shot, because if Google starts ripping and taking that out, do we really want to go short? Also the NASDAQ, I mean, we are almost there. We were at 75. We almost got it, went to 68. So it's not even really pulling back. And if anything, it's also bouncing there off the 21. So yeah, I'm not super excited anymore right here, but we'll go short against 75s. That's been the high. We're short now at 54. I'm not going to average into it. If it wants to go by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm going to sit this one out and see. I'm not going to average in. I'm not sitting it out. I have half a unit again. Both trades were half units. When in the morning, I'm looking to take like 3 or 4 units or so on those trades. So these are just sort of picking and choosing a little bit here, but at the same time, like the market's not really doing anything. So this is part of getting stuck. I almost want to say getting stuck. Like you don't, like I said, you don't need to trade. We're going to give it a shot here and see if it works itself out. But for right now, short on Google, like Neil said, we're putting this in our pocket for maybe a long tomorrow. So it might not be one of those trades.
Well, this today and tomorrow are 2 different things, man.
Yeah, but again,
I like the bias long side in the longer term, like in the daily chart, but that has nothing to do with the day chart.
Yeah, forget it. For example, long term, yeah, forget it. But I would never go. I would never go short any tech name unless it was quick. Like I think that it's well documented here what's driving this market in the long term. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like unless it's a really quick swing trade or something like that, where you feel like you have a good read on something. But right here, Google continues to tick a little bit higher. We're out at 75. So long story short, it's a trade that I don't mind. We've made its move all the way back up. Again, we've taken out. Or tried to take out this level and failed. So we'll just try it again. Like there's AMD's trade, right? This is still Google, but AMD went all the way back to levels from Friday before it finally found a base and then went down. So we could get up to 211.50. We're gonna get out right now though, a break of 210.75. So right now we're short on Google.
Yeah, I just got out of open. Told you if it broke that breakout price, I was just gonna jump out. It might have just run the stops with about 30 minutes to go. So it did go, it went breakout high of the day into 520. Looks like it's bouncing off the same thing. It shouldn't care what the market is doing, but it probably doesn't help that the market is gliding a little bit higher. Marvell is kind of very slowly rolling over, so I did tighten my stop to this local high at 64.25. So now we're not risking that much, but as I said, it's already 3:30 and you're running out of time. I just want this to pull back. I've got 75% of it to get out before the prior opening range high, which is at 63.5. And then if it can drop from there, fine, that's great. But overall, I think there was something, there might have been something that was going to be the beginning of the month
We had
window
Zscaler.
dressing. But Zscaler's aftermarket tonight. But early look inbounds is sort of a nothing burger here. You've got Pfizer and CVS for less than 1 million shares, and those are probably the biggest, at least for now. But you never really know. We could see some big ones show up in about 20 minutes or so when the bounces come in. So hopefully we can get Marvell pulling back under that 64 level. It's trying to hold the even dollar as we speak. And the floppy disk in the chat, I forgot all about Rivian. Rivian just keeps on going higher. Yeah, Rivian, we forgot about Rivian. That's a fail. Oops, where's my fail?
Why does Rivian keep going higher? What's the story?
Well, remember, Rivian last week bounced off both the 50 and 200 period moving averages. Both of them held. And then what did it do today? Of course, because why not? It bounced off of, right in the morning, the 50 and 200. It's at the high of the day. Rivian looks pretty good. Where's Randy when you forget about Lucid? Lucid reverse split.
I know
That's
where Randy
not
is.
good. Randy's on the way home already.
Get out of here.
It's 3:30. Yeah,
Get out of here.
course. But Rivian looks pretty good. Like this is an actual EV name, which is now trending back into the upside as opposed to, quite frankly, what the rest of them are doing, which is failing and flopping back in. So first bid is about here-ish on Marvell. I might just move it to 95 actually from like 92. Yeah, Rivian makes good vehicles. They will survive. Well, James Dell, it's not about whether they're good or not. They need to make money on them. That's the thing. They got to be able to bring costs down. That's key, and all at a time when demand is not really there. So they got to be able to figure that out and then play out the string long enough so you can get that second wave or next wave of EV buyers to come in. I don't know. I've seen a couple of the trucks. They look good.
Oh, Rivians are hot fire. The problem is the cost. They're so expensive. They're very expensive. They're 125,000 or something right here. So I was actually, I think it's too much, especially. Look, saving on. I just feel lucky that I'm able to charge up here every day, basically for free. It's like otherwise, I'm still, pushing the angle of, charging. I mean, it's like, I think it's about a quarter or so on the electricity. So you do save, obviously, but, the amount of money that like 120 for a truck, it's like, I know you can get a good F-150 for that price for sure, and then you're not worrying about, you sort of get the responsibility or sort of the history of the F-150.
Oh, loyal.
Anyways, let's go back over to Adara.
Donald Trump here, president of the U.S., opining on rates, saying the rate definitely needs a cut and, quote, too late is too late, referring to Fed Chair Jerome Powell saying that he is being late on the rate cuts. Again, Trump here advocating for a, quote, very serious rate cut. Back to you.
So how serious? I mean,
he must want.
How serious is serious? That's
he just wants 50.
I guess they're. Do you think they're going to get it? You think he's going to try to appease these guys?
We're going to get a quarter. They're not like Jerome Powell's not going from, I'm not cutting. We're not cutting to just going to 50. That seems rather unlikely. We're still at 91.7% in September. I should refresh. Whatever. It just refreshed. I think 91.7%. And then there's no. It's not giving you any chance at a 50 basis point cut here. It's like 8.3 that they do nothing. There's nothing that the money markets are suggesting would be 50 basis points.
I just want to clarify. Yeah, what's up to Tylerverse? That's such a sick name, actually. You're saying that you can get an F-150 for $40K. Yeah, I meant to say the F-150, the Lightning. They have an electric one. So I was sort of saying, like, if you're going to get an electric truck, I just wondered if you would potentially go with a Ford rather than Rivian. More service aspects to it, like you were saying, the loyalty there, and you may have potentially already been in a F-150 and therefore more familiar.
You know what's crazy?
But I don't know. I'm not.
Ford could be breaking out here.
You like that Ford chart?
Not really.
You like it?
I don't like it that much, but because we're on the topic, well, this is $11.97. Go all the last time this stock was above $12 was in July of last year, and you can kind of see what happened in July of last year. That's pretty nasty. Higher lows into a flat top break at $12 for Ford, and that could be this week. That could be next week. Yeah, why not? Ford looks interesting. The day it happens, I think it's more interesting as a day trade because I wouldn't want to own this thing. And Randy would tell you don't want to own it, that's for sure.
Let's get a quick time poll up for everybody in the chat. I want to do, what would people rather own, a F-150 Lightning or a R1 R1T. Is it R1T or
At
R1?
cost. Like you don't just get to have it. You have to
you
you
can
have
have
to
it.
buy. You have to buy it though. Or is it?
No, it's not. It's not.
Which one would you rather have regardless?
Yeah.
Regardless of price.
Yeah, what is it? Hold on a second. I just want to see. Is it the R1T? Is that what it is, or what one? No, R1S. If we can get that up, R1S. So I'm not even sure the prices of them here. Hold on a minute. R1S versus Ford 150 Lightning. I'm just trying to see what
I'm sure the Lightning's
cost would be here on that one. Gemini's thinking about it. I'll tell you when it comes up. Okay, it's right here. The Lightning starting price between 50 to 68. R1Ss. Okay, so the R1S is gonna still be 20 grand more. On the high end, it's only 10 grand, it looks like. That's starting at. So I think we're pretty fine asking those questions. So I think we could do that. So basically F-150 Lightning or R1S, the Rivian. I just wonder what people would do. Just if you could have one. I'm not saying, like, I don't want people to say, I'd never spend my money on that. That's not,
right, that's not
the point of the question. The question is like, if you were to be gifted, and you can't just turn around and sell it.
Yeah, we're already getting a decent mix.
I know, but
without the poll, it's
poll.
mostly F-150s.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It's mostly
For me, I would choose, I mean, I know the wife would probably go Rivian, but for me, I'd go the F-150. What are you thinking?
I do the F-150 because I don't know anybody with
yeah, I just like the
RS.
service. Yeah,
and I do know people that are happy with the F-150. So it's that simple for me. Like I'm
gonna select the
people I know love the F-150, and I don't know anybody that has.
Yeah, same.
So I just leave it at that.
And I don't know, resale value, I don't know, but there it is right there. So thank you, Andre, for putting this up ASAP there. And there's a poll right here, already 150 votes. I think we got one right now. That's a good poll, no? All right, so F-150, sorry, versus R1S. So there it is right there. It's 2/3, 1/3 right now. So we'll figure that all out as we go. But I do know that there was a call for Darren, no rush, but we'll go find out what she's up to now.
Donald Trump just ended his press conference here with regards to the Space Command announcement. I also want to let you guys know we have American Eagle earnings tomorrow, and I am really excited about this infographic because of the Sydney Sweeney collaboration and also the Travis Kelce limited collection they announced last week. I wanted to take a look here at some other notable celebrity-related collaborations that American Eagle has had in the past. So I went here through their announcements on their website all the way from 2007, which is when they changed their listing, up to 2024, and they've had quite a few. I mean, Fergie and Ludacris were both at their, 2007 spring break event. They had a limited edition collaboration with Lil Wayne called AEX Young Money. So this was also an event. They have a whole airy real role model type campaign, including models like Iskra Lawrence and some actresses as well. They had a collaboration with an Amazon show, so lots on watch. You can check this out on X at TTV Research. And again, American Eagle earnings certainly on watch. Back to you.
Neil and I are obviously showing our age. We have no idea who that Iskra Lawrence is.
Who the heck is that?
Neil even has it up on Wikipedia and has no idea who this is.
I'm literally reading Wikipedia.
Well, then read it. I mean, it should be telling you what it is.
No.
What does it say?
Oh, she's a model?
It doesn't say that.
Early life and career modeling, but what's she famous for? Just the American Eagles?
Oh, American. I don't know.
Okay. Anyways, it doesn't. I
never heard of that.
I just never heard of it. That's
that.
all. And again,
if Neil and I haven't heard of it, it doesn't exist. So, just in case you know.
See for yourself. There's a lot of crap I don't know. That's for damn sure. Especially when it comes to like.
Of course, just a joke.
No, but like everyone else on there, we knew.
Yeah, I know Lil Wayne. Damn.
Luda.
Of course I know Lil Wayne. I've seen Lil Wayne live. I haven't seen Ludacris live, but that'd be ludicrous if I ever saw that live.
He's too busy with them Fast and Furious checks. He doesn't need to even worry about.
Oh, we actually did that before. He's made a lot more money on music.
No, I'm sure.
Yeah, way more. We had that.
Obviously.
That was something. I bet that I actually.
No, what's his name?
That one day.
Because what's his name was Cat Williams talked about the whole movie deal thing. That's why everyone talks about his movie money.
What was Cat Williams saying?
No, Cat Williams was essentially saying in his when he was on Shay Shay, one of the things he talked about was the whole.
Shannon Sharp.
Shannon Sharp. Is that he could have been Luda. He alluded to that he could have been Luda, but he would have to like change the hairstyle
same as me,
and some other stuff that I won't get into.
Yeah,
but
you know that Ja Rule's kid looks much more like Ja Rule than Ja Rule does? Have you seen a picture of Ja Rule's kid?
Well, I haven't seen a picture of Ja Rule in forever.
Exactly. So if I showed it to you, you would not know which one was Ja Rule.
Come on, son.
Okay. I just have to find the picture of it.
Come on, son.
Okay, I'm telling you. I know people can justify this in a second here. I'm going to find a picture.
You should.
Okay, here we go, Neil. Get ready for this one, my friend. Here it is right here.
I'm ready now.
Which one is Ja Rule?
Oh, snap. That, you know what? Well, obviously I know looking.
Yeah, but look. If you don't see.
That is an absolute
if I'm covering up this, you would be like, that's Ja Rule.
That's a spitting image. You don't always see that.
There it is.
I don't look that much like my dad. I'll tell you that.
There it is.
Like, you'll know if I'm standing next to you. You'll be like, yeah, you can see the resemblance.
That looks like it.
That is insane.
Like that looks like it. I mean, Anyways.
And get none of them.
People are like, what the hell? I just remember Ashanti. That was a good.
But the most important thing though is, please, we need to know what Ja thinks about the world, the state of the world right
Bitcoin.
now.
He was Bitcoin hodler.
What does Ja think about Bitcoin? What does Ja Rule think about tariffs? That's what I need to know right now.
Remember when Ja Rule said, hold the line on Bitcoin? If we all listened to Ja Rule, we would be
I'm only ever listening
multi-millionaires right now. Yeah. Easily. Damn you, Ja Rule.
For the record, DMX all the way.
Oh, man. DMX never told me to hodl Bitcoin, though.
DMX is a real one. That's wrong. That's why.
Yeah, real broke one. I know he's
a real
rest
one,
in peace, but
he was a real
that Ja Rule call there. I'm sure he was paid to say that, but I'm never going to forget that. I was like,
sure
why is Ja Rule talking about?
Wasn't he the fire thing? That was Ja Rule too, right?
Fire Festival. I want to rewatch that. I thought they tried to remake. Tried to remake Fire Festival again. Like the guy came back and was like, "What? You don't trust me this time?" It's like, why would the hell would we trust you this time right now? Okay. Oh. Apple's lead researcher for robotics heads to Meta as part of latest exits. I don't know if we already had that story, if it's old or not, but there it is right now. Apple's lead AI researcher for robotics heads to Meta. So that just came out. So Adara is also trying to confirm that, but I do see that as well. So I don't know what that means exactly. We've all been sort of hating on Apple's lack of AI response. I'm actually not hating on that. They never, they're just waiting to do something and they want to do it right. We talk about it all the time on here. I use AI right now. It doesn't even know the date that it is or anything like that. There are obvious mistakes in it, and I think that Apple wants to get it right. And I think they will, and just a matter of when.
It doesn't know the date.
It doesn't. Sometimes if I ask it different things, it won't even, like if I ask ChatGPT to give me stories about today's stock market, it will, most of the times does Fridays or.
Oh, I've had that problem. Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. So
if you ask it what days it gets it. But like, it's weird. But when you ask about stuff for today's news.
Yeah, I just don't think it's as bad of a situation. Like people are just pointing at Apple for that reason, but they're just trying to do it right. And I mean, it's just like you could still download any of the apps in like that you need. It's just a matter of tying it with Siri and with the back end. I think that's obviously what we're all waiting for. And I'm pretty sure we'll get that answer on September the 9th when we'll find out exactly what Apple plans on doing, whatever that may be, with iPhone 17 and their most recent launch of some sort of Apple AI. What's up, Adara?
Okay, so I looked more into this. It looks like this Apple-related story was published around 3 p.m. by Bloomberg. I'm just seeing it, though, circulate on Benzinga now, and I haven't seen anything about it on social media. So it is not new, quote unquote. It's about 40 minutes old, but it looks like it's still circulating. Let's get into the story, though. Apparently, an Apple employee named Zhang has joined the Meta robotics studio. Meta apparently confirmed this to Bloomberg as of Tuesday, and apparently 3 more AI researchers are leaving Apple's in-house LLM teams. Now, this is also worth noting, apparently over the last week, there has been a string of departures from Apple's company or Apple's foundation model team, more specifically. That group has lost 10 members, including its chief, in recent weeks. So Apple getting gutted here, for lack of better terms, or at least their LLM team is taking a bit of a hit. Now, I'm not sure if all of these people went to Meta. It looks like not all of them did. Some of them went to OpenAI. Others went to Anthropic. But the point is there is, I guess, a lot of upheaval, in this Apple team. And this is just the latest example. Back to you.
Oh, not Zhang. Oh, no, Apple. What are they going to do without Zhang? I mean, this has been such a key holder for Apple for so long, Neil. I'm debating getting out of my Apple shares pretty much immediately. Apple, obviously, right now, I hope Zhang has vested some of those options as well, not moving around too much. But no, I think that just goes to that story of, Apple needs to get it all figured out. And if they're losing, I mean, Apple can pay just as much as Meta, but obviously Meta's right now has a bullseye on the top AI guys. And it looks like, at least hey, think about it this way, the other way around. So that means Apple had a top AI guy working for them at least, right? And now Meta's, plucked them. So maybe there is something brewing there at Apple.
Though?
But
just look at if that's the headline and that's the way. What happens when it's sold? It was the same thing as all these little mini dips when Google would have news.
Right.
Look at what happens when it does that liquidity grab to the downside. They're buying the living you-know-what out of it. It did it in Apple. It's been doing it on Google. So let the big money tell you what's up. And if they're buying those dips like crazy on any kind of a negative story, they're not even waiting for it to settle down. They're just like, you want to take it down, we'll just buy it right back up. So I like that. I think that's great for Apple. From a price action sense. I mean, obviously, we want September 9th to go well if you own shares. But the Marvell, it got down to 64. It could not break 64. It held 64 the second time. I put my stop back into break even. So no real follow through there for the Marvell short. It broke the trend, so it followed the rule. But at some point, I'm always going to tighten the stop up because it's 344. Sorry, check that, 345. So we have a few minutes until the imbalances come out. I have a trail on Micron in here, and I might just, you know what? Okay, that didn't trigger, so I'm just going to punch out. That did look like it just broke that little trend to the upside on Micron. So we got in when it broke the high of the day. I mean, yeah, it's the high of the day. I mean, the pre-market, it was a little bit higher, but it just broke that trend, so it just jumped out of it. I'll probably just sit in the last of Lucid. It's really not doing anything, and I have a bid just in front of the low of the day on Lucid, so there's really no reason to get out. I have a stop around break even on it, so I'll probably hold that one closer to the close. And as mentioned, not much going on for the early look imbalances. ALIT, whatever that is. A light? Okay, well, that makes sense. 1.6 million, that's a small cap stock. Pfizer, 1.5 million to the sell side. New, 800,000 to the buy side there. Ford, we were just talking about them. They're a buy and balance, but 800,000 on Ford is not moving the needle, everybody. We'll see what happens at 350, but generally the biggest imbalances are always on NVIDIA, and if it's not over 4 or 5 million shares, it's not that big of a deal. NVIDIA's, despite low volume today, NVIDIA's done 200 million.
So who took that? Yeah, great call there on NVIDIA. Probably going to be the largest one. So if you're in those shares, and that made me think about the futures, and I don't know. I'll just say it was a good idea. I'm not in it. I hate talking about it, but at least we mentioned it to some of you, well, to everybody anyway, who's there. I said, we could just short this against that 87, and instead we went over and we chose to short Google, which I laugh because Google's not even pulling back at all, as we talked about tomorrow's trade today, potentially being Google, as that's just okay, straight hot fire there. Why am I buying anything other than the indexes or Google or Apple at this point? I don't know. Or Amazon, but there it is. Nice move there. Screw you, Marvell. But there's a nice move up there for Google. And, the futures have turned around from that spot as well. So there it is, man. Nice 87 marker there for Google, or for the Qs, did fall off. So, just a little bit of a update there on that position. But as Neil mentioned, we are moments away. And again, it's Zscaler earnings tonight. So the number that we're expecting for Zscaler right now.
11%.
Oh, you got it already.
Oh,
okay.
I'm guessing.
Oh, you're guessing. I was going to give the numbers. What? That can't be right, Adara, if Adara wants to check that. You have 1% written down. That must be 11 for Zscaler implied. No?
Implied move is 1% on Zscaler?
Sorry, that was the previous move. Implied move 10.3. I switched it up, but yeah, sorry about that.
I like that. Derek keeping us on our toes right there, checking out the pacemaker and Neil there, making sure it's still working. But yeah, so there it is, Zscaler right there. Previous move just 1%, and you nailed it with the 10.3% you were mentioning.
Oh, this is a blind guess.
Yeah, you were mentioning that.
I guess 8 to 12 on just about everything.
Yeah, we were right with the firm, and we said that was going to move more than expected. The EPS, though, 80 cents on revenue of 706. So we'll see if Zscaler has something to say about that, which they will. And, the other names, it's been up and down. We had Palo Alto, got to the downside on the CyberArk deal, and then CrowdStrike was down on their earnings print. And then we talked about SentinelOne came on Friday, and that was a better move as well. But there's CrowdStrike down, right back up, and then down again. So yeah, not great there, as CrowdStrike's a day 2 or 3 play here, back down to the downside. Let's see if Sentinel held today or not. SentinelOne right there, or now 30 seconds away from earnings. No, they did not hold. So nice move up there on earnings, and here's the pullback on Sentinel-1. So they miss as well. They beat on earnings, but miss on the forward carry, and as it's back in here for Sentinel. So there it is. Nice move here with only 20 seconds left. We only have Intel, and honestly, not a big part left of us here for INTC. So we'll just wait to see what winds up happening. But Intel on our mind here as we get ready for the imbalances.
Yeah, 10 seconds to go. We'll see the imbalances for the first time this week. It is Tuesday, obviously, but first day of the week here, and it is the first day of the month. Sometimes you might see some window dressing to start the month. NVIDIA, 2.7 million to the buy side. COLB, 4 million to the buy side as well. Apple's a buy of 1.9 million.
Yeah, it is.
Amazon's a buy of 1.2 million. Punch out of shorts here. Microsoft's a buy of 1 million shares. Alphabet, 1 million shares to the buy side. It's all buys on the Mag 7. So it's going to be probably a couple billion when we get it. 3.5 billion to the buy side for the overall market.
That's
the
hilarious.
NASDAQ, 1.4. The Mag 7, 900 million. That seems like it should be bigger than that. I don't know what COLB is, though. Randomly 4 million shares. Columbia Banking System is 3.9 million to the buy side and has only done 4 million shares today. So this might be, just double check. Maybe it's like Columbia action going on. They've all buy imbalances, even Ford, 2 million to the buy side. Pfizer's even 1.9 million. It is all buys here after, I'd say, it's a down day. Like it's fair, we are down on the session. It's 0.8% to the downside, but can you really call it that? From the open, up, double bottom, and then closing at the high. So we gap down over, I guess, tariff concerns, or uncertainty would be the better way to put it, and we are right back to the morning highs. So overall, the market was more of a dip buy today than anything else.
Yeah, for sure. Good market today for that dip buy. I mean, looks like the NASDAQ will only go out down 0.8 right now. So, yeah, as we continue to climb higher, there she goes. And we just got out of Intel where we got in. So it turns out to be, again, we talked about it, right? It was a good trade for me today. There for Intel will be my P&L number one, and we'll close that off. It's actually wound up just being slightly better than Tesla at the end of the day. But there it goes, nice upside move there for Intel. We still will stay red today on the day because we're basically never able, and we should have been more, I guess, concerned, or the word's probably not concerned isn't right, but we were just a little too short on that one. You know, we were able to make money there and wound up getting stopped out right there against 65. So that was kind of boohoo and sucked on that play as well. But so, yeah, we're waiting to see that. So that was an L there for us. And then L eventually on TQQs. That was good, but then lost our way there, lost it early there as well. We started our day red. We're flat on the day, I shouldn't say, but we're red anyways. And there it is. I actually left my 87 there by accident. There was some story right there about Target there. I don't know if you just heard that in our ears. I don't think there's too much. Adair's just stepped away.
You did? I heard nothing.
Okay, maybe not. Okay, I thought I heard something about the board there.
Oh,
for
my
Target
thing
or something.
There.
Your thing is down again?
Frozen.
Okay. But anyways, yes, I feel like there was some sort of a news there on Target, but anyways, it doesn't look like a nice little bump up right there. Yeah, it's a nice move. 92.50 up to, it's Comerica. What is Comerica? CMCSA? Charlie Michael Alpha.
CMC.
Comerica, some sort of a, okay, yeah, look at that. What is the news there? We're going to find out that. Nice little gap higher there on CMA Comerica. Gapped up, filled up right there, up to $70. I'm not seeing it on my news wire yet, but there it is right there. CMA, nice little upside print. To end with. Google continues, man, to go up as well, by the way. Fighting that name was definitely wrong. In there and out there real quick there for Google. Nice move to end the day. The NASDAQ, man, it didn't sleep for very long. It just kept on going. Where's our ES still at that?
We're still at the highs.
Well.
For anyone that's still looking, NVIDIA has paired off a little bit. It's still a buy and balance of 1.5 million. Apple's still a buy at 1.2. Intel's a sell, actually. That wasn't there before. Amazon and Microsoft still buys, but they are pairing off. In about 1 minute, a lot of times at 3:55, you'll see that pair off completely, as we like to mention. Whatever that COLB is still a buy and balance. I checked. I didn't see anything going on for an index imbalance there. But a big shout out to Trade. We had Money Mitch on this morning, so shout out to Mitch and appreciate him. Because every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. Or do you? At least that's how it used to be. Trade the Pool's changing that. It's the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just a small skin in the game and you're trading with real capital. So here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47, and that's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code you see on screen. Shout out
This AMD battle back.
everything. Well, I mean, most of everything.
Pretty
Really?
V-shaped to me, man.
V-shaped.
Yeah, made a nice move up, and I guess it's more of like a, I don't know, maybe what is that, like a, it's not that V-shape, but if you're going there to there to there, all the way back
Marvell
up.
just broke high of the day.
Goes there as well. Yes, Marvell. Let's go, Marvell. We definitely like that stock. Breaking
All
out,
the
that's
chips.
for sure.
Micron high of the
There
day.
today, Micron at the high of the day.
Broadcom.
Okay, Intel probably
Oh,
going.
no, Broadcom's not there. No,
Okay.
really. Oh, no, it is.
No
yeah, it
soup
is.
for you,
It's
Broadcom.
right at the high of the day is Broadcom.
They're reporting Thursday, so we got to
Yeah,
watch out.
Thursday, that's
Oh, let me check this.
monster earnings. Remember, they're a huge part of the NASDAQ and the S&P.
Yeah, I also want to check this out quickly here. The poll is now loose.
It's still F-150 for sure.
Yeah, 63.37, so it's coming back in on that level right now. So yeah, shout out to
Appreciate
everybody.
the 4, but no one seems to want to buy the stock, eh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a different story. I mean, they have one car we're talking about, right? They have a whole
Exactly,
fleet.
yeah.
And they're not making money on that either, but neither is Rivian.
I mean, nobody is. Tesla is, and Chinese companies are, and no one else makes any money on EVs at all. But we always win when we go to there.
Yep.
Keep an eye here in Comerica. CMA, traders of this stock are certainly winning today. CMA pushing higher. Wall Street Journal reporting that apparently an activist hedge fund called Holdco Asset Management is pushing the company to explore a sale after years of underperformance, and they're going to be seeking board seats as well. So after we get this activist story with Pepsi, now we have a move on CMA. Back to you.
So thanks to Dara. She was gone, and when we had mentioned that, but I'm glad we saw it. Just came through right now. Yeah, we'll
still
see.
Comerica Park.
Activist investor pushing to sell. Yeah, I think it's Chicago White Sox.
No,
right?
no, Detroit.
Oh, Detroit. Okay.
they still-
Wasn't Comerica used to be Chicago as well? The White Sox. I thought it was Comerica, but maybe not.
Oh, Comiskey.
Oh, yeah, I know Comiskey, but I thought the White Sox. Oh, it's Comiskey.
No, yeah, that was
right. Okay, not Wrigley.
with Hawk Harrelson.
Yeah.
That guy was.
Back. All right.
Can
so-
put it on the board.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, good name. I guess he's retired.
I think
or
he is.
passed
I think
away.
he-
I don't know. Yeah.
He's dead.
No, I don't know.
Oh,
I'm not.
Hawk Harrelson's not.
He could still be going.
I don't know.
I don't know. It seems like a blast from the past there.
I feel like now, just because that got said, I need to look it up because I don't want it to be. I hope not.
I hope not.
He's still alive. Okay, good.
Okay, good. He's still.
He's like 83.
All right, I'm out of here. I'm going to go over to the desk. So good job there
Good one
today.
today.
Yeah, we'll talk. We got Zscaler coming up.
Ooh,
here
the
as
big
well,
one.
So that should be exciting. You know,
Cybersecurity matters. Cybersecurity. They've been almost all volatile. Like every single big cybersecurity name has been a good trading opportunity the next day.
Yeah.
You can't tell one way or the other. Sometimes you've been able to buy that dip, like Fortinet or CrowdStrike. Sentinel-1, maybe not the same, but certainly Zscaler. Oh wow, tell us how you really feel, Timison, in the chat. Zscaler is going to HE double hockey sticks.
hell.
That is
why
cold.
Why? That?
Why the hate for Zscaler? That's just there's certain stocks like you mentioned them in this polarizing. Like you bring up Tesla and there's really polarizing opinions on Tesla, or maybe I'm trying to think of something else, but really, yeah, you just not feeling Zscaler. Well, it's been one of the best performing cybersecurity names on the year. I don't own them. I own shares of CrowdStrike and Palo Alto, so I don't have any skin in the game. Here, the expected move 10%, but it only moved one last time, so you never really know how these things are going to play out. Overall, you can't really argue with the way that the market's closing today. And I don't know if we went over this, but yeah, look where we bounced. So we dipped back in on the Q, so 560 and the 50 period, and are going to close above it. So the dip has held the 50 period again. It's got to go all the way back into early spring since the Qs were under the 50 period moving average, and we end on strength. The dip buy, hold at the open, and then it double bottomed. What can we say? That's the kind of market that you want. Oh, Lane Carter, you're right. Open door. Open door, I hope I'm not jinxing it. It's going to close about $5. This will be the first close over 5 since, well, I mean, it did it at 503 and failed. But I think if it can do that and break out even 525 tomorrow, that should be a bit of a squeeze play. So I just want to see us above $5 on this stock, and we'll look for another long in open door. With less than 1 minute to go, everybody. Yeah, the market's down but doesn't feel down. Same shirt guy in the chat. Love that name. I'm sure it means something. I just think it's funny. So same shirt guy, it doesn't feel down. It is down, but it's more about what happens, like what does the money do during the day, right? And a lot of that was all that volume buying off the open and then a slow grind to the upside buying the dip. So overall, the market might be down 0.8%. You'll hear our networks talk about how, and the NASDAQ had a weak day closing, blah, 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 percent down, but really was to the upside. And this bell's brought to you by Origenics, OGEN on the NYSE. Check them out as we ring it in 2 and 1. You can barely even hear that ring, but that's okay. We've got the bell ring. Of course, you can see like everything working on behind us. The desks are actually getting pretty close to us moving down there. Maybe not imminently, but it is certainly making a lot of progress. And the green screen, at some point, we'll get that back up. But thank you, Fabian, for the virtual bell that we have going on there. Thanks to everyone. It's been a fun one here today. The poll did close, and F-150 is winning 61% to 39. But let's be real. It's always a party around here. It's always a fun show, and it's not over because all you have to do is sit back and relax and see the best market recap show that there is in the entire world. And it's headed tonight. Adara, Sean, Zscaler, and whatever you guys want to talk about, because that's what we do at Trade TV Live. Go get them.
Hey, just getting logged in right now. What's up to everybody? Thank you for joining us one more time. It's Adara and I. This is my third show in a row. I was just telling you,
that's
Adara,
wild.
right here, so I apologize.
It's my X number of shows in a row, so
Yes. Well, did you miss a day last week?
No, the week before, on August 20th, I had dental things occurring, so I was not here, but I've been there every day since then.
A couple weeks ago, yeah, you're allowed to take some days off, no worries. I'm just trying to get logged in here into the chat, but I want to welcome everybody. Thank you so much for rolling over with Adara and I. We do have, of course, the earnings call today, earnings release of Zscaler, then followed by the call around 5 p.m. But we'll have those earnings for you immediately as we get ready. I'm just popping out the chat just to see who's here with us right now. So again, we'll dismiss this poll. Oh, we already had this poll out. Vote for this if you haven't yet. Interesting to see 60-40. That sort of got evened up a little bit. So what's up to Ether Zinc? My Cola's here as well as we get going. So shout out to everybody that's here on the chat. Thank you for continuously joining us every single day. It's Adara and I today on the recap. So I have Zscaler up right now. 275, we'll wait to see. I'm going to put this into a 1-minute chart just in case it comes out for us right now. The implied move here over 10%. So we'll see if we can get going. That 10% would break through close enough to that 320 marker, which is the high there for ZS. So again, just waiting momentarily for that one to come through. And then I got to just get a little bit more prepared here because I don't have anything open. The stock heat map today was a very, very interesting one. We saw the NASDAQ rally back nice at the end of the day. So right into here, I got to get rid of show me. You got to hit show me on that, and then I got to get rid of all these screeners there for TradingView. I really like looking at a heat map because it gives you a quick idea of maybe what was moving and what sectors were hot versus what sectors were not. We talked earlier today that energy was going to be something there today. So there you go. XOM, nice upside move as well as Chevron, both up nearly 0.5% there. EOG Resources up 1. Valero up 149 there as some of the refiners get going there today on this side. So it does look like we do get some love back in the energy space today. Another spot there was maybe healthcare. We saw Eli Lilly go to the upside on Novo Nordisk's news. Again, they had a nice bump up. They've been really hit badly. NVO, I don't even know where NVO is on here, but J&J upside, Eli Lilly, of course, Novo Nordisk, again, better results for their drug on the studies with their heart.
Yes.
So that was nice to see, not just a weight loss drug there, but Eli Lilly and AbbVie as well, catching some bids there. Let me just have a quick little look to see what NVO actually even did today as we wait for Zscaler. Novo Nordisk today, down, I guess, on the day, 0.14, but a nice little rally there to close. Okay, that's interesting. Nice move up there at the end of the day for NVO, but look at this. Whoa, all the way to the downside there. But the 52-week low coming into play there at 42 and change. We'll wait to see if it can battle itself back. I mean, this was a $130 name not too long ago. There's their new low right there coming into play, 42.75. Nice little low for that. So, yeah, we are patiently waiting. People in the chat asking us, where's Zscaler? Where's Zscaler? It's coming out soon. The SPY today down 0.73, but what a battle back, really, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 had all day. As we came in today worried that, hey, some of these tariffs that Trump and his sort of administration have levied out there, they said no. They came out. What was the faction that said no? The trade.
It was a certain appeals court. They basically and I'll get the exact name here now, but I think the biggest issue there was the fact that whether or not it was an emergency, right? So as we said, it's hard to call a situation an emergency when not all of these situations are actually emergencies. In some cases, there are surpluses. Now, people were saying in the chat, and I think this is a fair point, that to some extent, there are non-trade barriers. There are other, barriers. That's fine. But I think in certain cases as well, when you've got a 50% tariff in Brazil and you have a deficit, it's a bit harder to justify.
Right.
Keeping an eye on ZS here. I have it open. So it was the Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit, and it looks like ZS is probably out. And they are out. I have to read through these numbers, Sean.
Okay, we'll get them soon. Let's go over to Zscaler just to see what the early look. Whoa, there it is. Yes, sir. Nice little move there. Up to 300 right now goes Zscaler on a 1-minute chart. Let's have a quick little look at that. There it goes. 301, 302. Zscaler right now, and I'll just give them what they were expecting. They were looking for 80 cents and 706 a day. What did they get them?
Well, they got $719.2 million, so it looks like they beat estimates. Again, sometimes the estimates that we have are not always the ones the street runs with, but either way, that seems very promising. And it's also up 21% year over year. So again, $719.2 million in revenue. Their annual recurring revenue grew by 22%. Calculated billings up 32%. Deferred revenue growing by 30%. And now I officially have these comparisons. It's a great look here. 89 cents here for EPS versus 80 cents expected. Good look. Sales, as mentioned, also beating estimates. I was just reading through the report there, so I'll keep looking. They grew here their non-GAAP net income on a year-over-year basis. Their GAAP net losses actually also growing on a year-over-year basis, but I guess an adjusted basis, they do beat estimates there. So seems like mostly a positive look here for Zscaler. I have the revenue outlook, too, for the fiscal year. They're guiding $3.27 billion to $3.28 billion. When I see how that compares to estimates, I'll let you know.
I was just like chugging water there, and I was like, okay, and it got right back to me, so that's cool. All right, Zscaler right now, 89 cents, good little number there to come out with, up 10%. So we'll see if it can continue to go. Let's have a look at some of its friends. Is Palo Alto moving on this? They all should be a little bit, not really. 191, but a great recovery from their earnings. Again, they were just at highs of 210 as well, with lows of 144, but there it goes. Nice recovery for PanW. We could see if CrowdStrike, CRWD is doing anything on this move as well. So nice little tick up there, 418. CrowdStrike closes 413, now up to 416 as some of that gets going. We talked a little bit about SentinelOne from Friday. They were down today 6%, but had a nice move. Like, look how good that looks at $16 right there. Nice bump up there for SentinelOne. I should be actually on this name, only being a $19 name there today. Today's market recap, I mean, a little bit interesting.
I have guidance for ZS.
Oh, you have the guidance for Zscaler? Okay, quick look at what Zscaler is doing, and then we'll go over to the guidance right now. So pulling back a little bit, Adara. So what does that guidance look like? Now only up 8%. It looks like we topped out around 11.
Yeah, sorry, I just made that sound because their fiscal 2026 guidance is excellent. I did mention their sales guidance already. The sales guidance that I was seeing is a little bit different than the one that apparently the street's going with. That could always be, I guess, a more specific metric. But it does look like here they're guiding sales for fiscal 2026 between $3.676 billion and $3.698 billion. That is well above estimates.
There's something going on with Google.
$2.659 billion. So that's a huge beat. Their guidance here for fiscal 2026 EPS, also a beat. Their Q1 sales guidance and EPS guidance also beating estimates here. Google?
There's a decision. The judge has reached a decision. They don't know what it is yet. There's a judge that's reached a decision here. I'm just hearing it in my ears about their online. I didn't actually, I'm just going to wait. I'm not
Monopoly
exactly
case.
sure. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
So right there, there's a judge.
Oh, it's a sealed decision.
Oh, boy.
So we're not going to, it's a sealed decision.
Well,
means, we're going to have to see.
Right now, bang, 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 bang. Right now goes Google up 3% in after hours right now. So sealed decision. We're going to find out a little bit more about that one, but there we go. Google right now dancing, man, in the aftermarket. Wow. Okay. We are flying right now. 215, 216. We just got up to 220 for Google as we shout for help from Adara. You're right, guys. We're looking for it. She's looking like crazy right now. Huge move up there for Google. Let's see if it's other friends that are also involved in online. Yes, sir. Let's go. What's up now, Joseph and everybody else been hating on Apple? There goes Apple. I'm just playing around. Apple right now upside as well, up 2% for Apple. So there it goes. Wake up, everybody. It's a nice little move here. Look, if Apple could take this level out at 235, there we go. Up 1.5% now for Apple. Remember, like, core case, what the decision made on Google is obviously going to affect any sort of future decision made about app stores and monopoly cases and whatnot. I don't even think, honestly, splitting up Google, this might pull back. I don't want to get too excited. I mean, they just added billions of dollars right there on that move up, right? But at the end of the day, you got to sort of temper some expectations. Let's see how this wants to play out. We're going to find out more potential upgrades and whatnot coming through. Remember, if you're a stock like Google and you get a decision, as long as it doesn't say break up or anything like horrible for Google, you know, status quo, man, for this company. Look at this move upside right now. There's not going to be a better name in the Mag 7 than this right now. So nice little move there for Google. Booyaka. Again, Judge here has made a sealed decision on their monopolistic case. Is that the EU, I believe?
No, that is the US. So they already had ruled, I guess, last year. Now I guess they're making a decision with regards to the going forward, I guess, repercussions or anything. VRNT apparently reported, which is odd because I did not see it on any...
VRNT, what is that?
VRNT, Verint Systems. I wasn't seeing them on any of my calendars, but they did apparently report, so we'll go over that. Q2 adjusted earnings, 33 cents versus 26 expected. Sales, 208.007 million versus 200.508 million expected. I'm not seeing anything here on the Google story beyond the headline. I'm not even seeing the Google report. I did go on Google to try to find it, but I'm not seeing what Bloomberg actually said here. So if I get any details, I'll let you know, but I have nothing so far.
Here, let's get rid of this. Right now, F-150 versus R1S. We're going to get rid of this. All 4,000 of you, stay tuned. I want to know, what do you think is a better investment? Who's over there? Fabian? Better investment till the end of the year. So better investment till 2026, Apple or Google. I want to get a new, come over here. I want to get a new one going on here because right now the NASDAQ is starting to rip up. So shout out to everybody in the chat. We're going to get that soon. Better investment till year end. How about that? Google, GOOGL, or AAPL, Apple. I want to see what people think right now. Because again, we have the Apple news coming next week, a week today. We get their Apple AI event. I think that's enough. I think there's enough rally into that name to see if we can get going. So yeah, Fabian, whenever you're ready, you put that out. Looks like people are going to choose Google here pretty easily. I just wanted to see what people were thinking. But here's, what's a better investment till year end? Absolutely perfect. I'm going to play the other side. I'm going to go Apple because I am actually pretty excited. Coming to the screen right here, I'm actually pretty excited to see what Apple has to do. I'm going to go counter the rest of everybody and say Google. I'm going to ask my friends there tomorrow. You have an opinion, Google versus Apple moving forward? Yeah, you're on Google. Okay, I thought most people would be Google there. So we'll see. Right now, 73.27 right there. There's news just about Donald Trump as well, so we can get that. Dara's all over any Trump news. I just heard it in my ear, something about Donald Trump. So, all right, there's probably news all the time. Yes. There's the NASDAQ with the move higher right there. We're looking for all-time highs of NASDAQ in the triple Qs of 583. We're at 567 right now, so let's call it 2%. 2% higher on that. We'll get that going into new all-time highs if this story holds for Google. And the thing about this is, you know, again, decision made here for Google, sealed decision. I guess that means maybe not that bad. If Google comes tomorrow and gets upgraded, as does Apple, as does the whole space. Remember, Meta, all of these names. Let's check out what's going on with Meta today. I think they should all float up a little bit. Meta's trying to tick up higher. Right now, up 0.2. But if we get upgrades tomorrow and some more positive talk there, potentially on the S&P 500 new year-end target for them or the NASDAQ, I really think that this market can continue to fly. There's the Qs right now, up 1/3% rate here. So almost green. If you go today's move down 0.8 add back what we're done here at 410. You're only down 0.5% on the NASDAQ. Not too bad at all. I'm Apple on this question. So there it is. Yo, thank you so much. Well, I don't want to dismiss this, but how to get rid of this. Yo, what's up? T230 win. Sean, is that what that means? W. Sean, thank you so much for all of that. We continue to try to win for you every single day. We actually just got floating around green today, but it was a red day. We'll try to win tomorrow for everybody as well. And then Adair wants to talk a little bit about Zscalers. Let's just go back to Zscaler quickly, Adair, because it's giving back half the move right there. So is that on the guide or? So
I initially reported the guide. I was seeing the guide as a certain thing on Benzinga, though I did note that it wasn't the guide I was initially seeing circulating on X. Sean, it looks like one of the guides you were seeing circulating was in fact wrong. So the first one I read was correct. Now, to be clear, this guide is still well above estimates, but it looks like the correct guide here is $3.265 billion to $3.284 billion. Again, that is well above estimates of $2.659 billion. But either way, I guess slightly different guidance that we were initially seeing circulating around that happens from time to time. Their EPS guide for the year is also well above estimates, 364 to 368 versus 318 expected. Now, this Trump-related thing that you heard, Sean, I'm not seeing yet, but I will let you guys know and actually put this in the chat. I really only report probably 20% of the Trump stuff I see because most of it's not market-related. Apparently, there's something here about a CNBC headline.
That's what it was.
Yeah, that's not news, though. That's just the way they worded the headline, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. Apparently, staff of the SEC and the CFTC have issued a joint statement on the trading of certain spot crypto asset products. I'm going to look into that statement. I will send it over to you, Sean, while I do this digging. Okay, yeah, go over that. So again, Reuters reporting right here. I mean, I got it right here from Reuters. Reuters reports that U.S. judge issues sealed decision in Google online search monopoly case. We're still on Adair there, Fabian, but we can go over and go over some of these plays. Hey, everybody, right there. So Google looks like it still is at the top here. That's going to be another great trade tomorrow, man. And it was funny because Neil and I were both talking about like tomorrow's trade today, and it was Google to begin with, and there we go. Like, if you don't think that someone, this is how, look, I hate being in the business and then calling this rigged, but, you know, this was Google all afternoon. You tell me if somebody knew something was coming. Like, if they, I don't know who's going to look into anything, but, like, come on. This, to me, seems just a tad bit fishy, but hey, being a shareholder, are happy with it. We're not going to argue with Google, but it just seems a little strange there. You go from 206 basically in a straight line there into 212 close and upside there for Google. But hey, I mean, maybe that's just par for the course. The whole market kind of went upside down there today anyways, as we started off the day pretty red and then going back down. I haven't even been able to really recap any of the stories today because it's been such a positive move here in the after hours for Apple and for Google. So right now, Apple up 1.7, and then I'm going to throw it back over to Adara because she's got more Google news right now, as maybe it's better news because you're up now 3.25%, 3.5%, 4% now for Google, still going higher. Yeah, so apparently, and again, if there's more details of this ruling, I don't know yet, but I'll tell you what I do know. I'm seeing apparently the U.S. judge ruled that Google has to share information with its competitors to remedy its online search monopoly. So basically, Google, they did already rule they have a monopoly. I guess in order to alleviate that monopoly, they're required to share information with their competitors. Kind of an odd decision, but if we get more details on that, I'll let you know. But here's the thing. I was reading through this SEC and CFTC joint statement on crypto. Now, it's a pretty long statement. I'm still reading through the whole thing, but I will let you guys know this is, I think, the biggest part. Apparently, the president's working group in digital asset markets reports recommends that the SEC and CFTC coordinate to make America the best place in the world to innovate with blockchain technology and participate in crypto asset markets. At the end of the introduction here, they basically say that this statement provides the division's view that the current law does not prohibit SEC or the CFTC registered exchanges from facilitating trading of these spot crypto asset products. So it looks like they're pro this trading. If there's any more details, I'll let you know. Apparently, Google will not have to sell off its Chrome. That's likely why Google just popped there. Google apparently not having to sell off its Chrome, but it must share information with its competitors. Look, all 3,700 of you still with us, man. Thank you so much for doing exactly that. But Google is on one
right now. You can hit any sort of calculation you want in your mind, but there it is, man. I don't know what you're using. We talked about Google down here when it was like an 18 PE. We're banging the table over and over again. There goes Google, new all-time highs, taking out 222 right now. You don't have to sell Chrome. You don't have to sell YouTube. You don't have to sell anything. All you got to do is share information. Guess what? They're doing that already for free. Like some judge to have to share information. How else are we going to build this AI race? They all got to share anyways. I like this move. I think it's great for the industry. And there it goes, another 5% on to Google today as they close down 0.73. Add 5 and 6% to Google right now. Hallelujah. Those of you that were long on Google, you get a huge win today. And honestly, the most recent stock, I did buy Marvell, but you know we bought Apple at that 310 area, 210 area. So there goes Apple right now. You know, maybe we change our mind on this poll right now. What's a better investment heading into year end? I'm going to still go with Apple, but again, Apple and Google tied at the hip with that Chrome decision. I think both Apple and Google would love to continue that relationship. And does this pave the way potentially for an Apple Gemini discussion here? We'll wait to see. Now that they don't have to sell, can't sort of puppet each other with Chrome. So we'll see if there is something that's happening there. But I don't know, man. Apple to the upside now as we continue to go. The only story about Apple potentially beating Google is if Apple potentially goes ahead and does a deal with a Perplexity or with another AI, something there, C3 AI, or not C3 AI, sorry, OpenAI and Sam Altman and whatnot, or potentially they do something with Grok. I don't know, but I think that could spark Apple and potentially hurt some of their relationships with Google. But that's a good poll, and I do like it. It's going upside right now. Goes Google. You got some more for us there?
Yo, I just want to mention this because I looked into Google, of course, pushing higher, but Amazon and Microsoft are actually both a little bit lower on this.
Yeah.
Now, that could be because we know Microsoft has OpenAI, right? They want their own search engine. A lot of these, I mean, I guess the place that this puts Google in is nobody else can obviously buy their search, or they're not likely to sell Chrome now. We know Anthropic was reportedly interested in buying Chrome. But now these companies that are either invested in AIs or like Microsoft massively invested in OpenAI, Google's still going to be a competitor to them. So that is just my speculation as to why Amazon and Microsoft are reacting the way they are. But keep an eye on these two. Not massively to the downside by any means, but pushing a little bit lower there. Zscaler, to recap, this was honestly quite a solid report for ZS. Now, unfortunately, they did suffer from the fact that their guidance was slightly misreported, it looks like, by certain sources. Now, to be clear, it was still a massive beat, but it wasn't as massive a beat as was initially indicated. Their EPS and sales, though, solidly beating across the board. Their Q1 and fiscal 2026 guidance, even with that typo in the fiscal 2026 sales guidance, nice beat.
As I was thinking, I've always thought about this because, like, what if China unlocks YouTube and unlocks Google? I mean, the amount of views and revenue that YouTube would pull in for Google is absolutely massive. You're talking about the largest population being unlocked to a whole new, generation. Like, my kids are all over YouTube Shorts. Yeah. The amount of money that YouTube's bringing in for Google and the amount of eyeballs that it has on it, it's not even in the largest section population of the world country-wise there with China. So I think there's something to be said there. I know there's a few people that are obviously using some form of proxy or whatever to get around it, but definitely Google.
I have kind of a story here too.
I like that. You have a story about what, China?
No, not about China, but...
Have you been to China before?
I've never been to China, have you? No. So I have a story here. They were talking about that in the midday, actually, too.
Oh, they were?
Yeah, about the SEC. We already heard about their crypto-related note. But now, apparently, Reuters reporting that the SEC is going to be offering supervisors voluntary incentives to resign and retire. So it looks like we know they've been trying to shape certain agencies. The SEC could be next. Now, why is this market-related? Well, we know the SEC lately has been very pro-crypto. They've had that pro-crypto push. Right. So if they're trying to get people to resign and retire, that does mean they could have a new, I don't want to use the word regime, but a new group of people, right? So this could be interesting. That is why I would read this story out here for you guys. Also, apparently, Google will not be required to divest its Android operating system. So they don't divest Google, they don't divest Android. They do have to, share information with their competitors. This is not a bad ruling, quite honestly.
Yeah, no, not a bad ruling. No, not bad at all. Right there. Okay, India has a larger population than China, so my bad. As people look to correct me on the chat, as they always tend to do. Thank you so much, John, as well, for saying about how great of a show this has been here today. So we appreciate that for sure. But yeah, I mean, it just keeps on going. I don't even want to stop looking at Apple right now, up 3% as that continues to go. And Google just hit 224, guys. I don't know, huge move. I mean, you're talking about 140 April lows. For this name, trillions and trillions in market cap, very impressive move, needless to say, up 5 and 6%. I think this continues tomorrow. To be short, this name is definitely a problem. Some early covers there, but it looks like it continues expanding up there. And I'm glad that we brought this to everybody's attention because, hey man, this is what we are all about over here. Pepsi, so let's go from tech to another name here. As we could see here, not a great day for Pepsi, although still up 1.1%. You just would have thought it might have been a little bit of a better day. As Pepsi today came through, Elliott Investment Management acquired significant stake in Pepsi, one of its top activist shareholders right now, active shareholders. This involvement could lead to operational overhauls, which we had normally thought that would be good. Whenever an activist gets involved, you're always thinking board seats, trying to change sort of the flow there, some of the operations, some of the procedures, generally leading to more efficiency. That's what these activists do, Adara. They get the company more efficient, get it down to a reasonable PE, then either try to sell the company off or sell their larger stake. So Pepsi right there, not a great day for it. Came back in down into $150, floating around only up 1%. Thoughts on that story? Yet?
Yeah, I do actually have some thoughts on the story. So I think for one, it's interesting that I think we might have an activist investment focus lately. We know at the very end of the day, Comerica reportedly has that activist investor Holdco interested in it. Now, with regards to what you said about these activist investors essentially trying to make over the company, hopefully improve the company. Sometimes they have other agendas too, right? We know what happened with Disney in the wild Nelson Peltz agenda. And then also my conspiracy theory that I will always share whenever I can, that Elon Musk was secretly involved in the Nelson Peltz bid because we know that Musk was anti-Bob Iger, and he also...
His daughter was involved in
Yeah, he was at the daughter's movie premiere. Elon Musk was at the daughter's movie premiere. Like, Elon's a busy man. What are you doing there if there wasn't some kind of...
13 kids or 9 kids? How many does he have?
Oh, no, those weren't Elon's kids. Those are Nelson's kids.
How many does Elon have? You said he was a busy guy.
I think 12 to 13.
Yeah, 12, 13.
But I'm not even talking about the kids. I'm talking about his businesses, Sean. That's a busy man. So the point I'm trying to make is I thought that was always a little bit interesting. But regardless of the Disney situation, I think here with Pepsi, as I mentioned on the midday as well when we talked about this story, Pepsi's already done a little bit of reorganizing itself. They have that whole Celsius upheaval. Where they've given Celsius control of a lot of their energy drink brands, which I think is pretty smart. And they even said reportedly in a statement that Reuters cited that, that they're willing to work with Elliott, I guess, for improving the company. They've already made these strides. So, yeah, I think PEP, I just think it was kind of, a non-issue. And I love that we kind of false break the pre-market high and then sell off all day. That was quite the tricky little maneuver Pepsi made. But those are my thoughts on this story. The other thing, too, I'm seeing more on Google.
There's just more on Google and Apple right now.
Ruling. Apparently, Google is not required
Apple
to
is flying.
That's probably because apparently it's not required to end payments to Apple and other partners for preloading Google products. I guess that's the only new headline there. They're barred from exclusive contracts for internet search. So Google would not make exclusive contracts for internet search. I'm going to have to go through and make a comprehensive, post on all these rulings tomorrow because there's so many different aspects of this. But the biggest aspect, they don't have to sell Chrome. They don't have to divest their Android, OS. But they will, I guess, have to not engage in exclusive search contracts.
Make America great again, and let's start with the tech space. I mean, honestly, all this crap that all these judges always trying to hate on, hey, we have great technology in this country. It's too strong. We need to get weaker. Forget about that, man. NVIDIA, make your best chips, sell them to the US and Canada. Sell all of these chips locally. Just get the best technology, keep it here. Google's born and bred in the United States. So is Apple. It's about time, honestly, that we have some government intervention here. And it looks like the judge finally agreeing as we get more upside, man, not required to divest Android. Oh, why? Oh, look, Android too strong, Play Store too strong, App Store too strong. Got to get out of there. You guys have too much of a successful thing. I mean, you can't do that, right? But there it goes. Judge not required to divest Android. Google will not have to sell off Android operating systems. Google will not be required to cease payments to Apple. So business as usual, and even better now. They don't have that overhang. And bang for Apple right there. 4%, baby. What's up now? 238, 239. Google and Apple both absolutely flying now. 235, maybe soon. 225 for Google is the high right now. But oh boy, we got a great, if you're not invested in this, we're gonna do this tomorrow too. I think Google's gonna win. Maybe I'll think of something else. But we had a great one at the end of the day. R1S or Ford F-150. We got another one right here. Google or Apple moving forward. Both of them right now. Nice upside move, man. Apple, the thing about Apple, if we're gonna look at a daily chart here, let's just do that right now for Apple. You still need to test this 260. I feel like, yeah, you know what? We got to do this study too, and I know Adara's probably all over this, but...
What's the study?
Yeah, I haven't said it yet. This
okay,
is what I shouldn't say you're all over it. You will be probably.
I will be.
And that is because I know we talked about this. What's the historical move on or after, like the week after these Apple releases?
Oh, I was already going to do a thing about that.
Yeah,
Thanks for reminding me.
Right,
yeah,
you're
I'll
welcome.
work on that then.
You're welcome, Adara. Yeah, so that's the whole thing, and I think that let's see what happens there with their AI event, and hopefully it's not a huge disappointment because that could bring Apple back down, right? But again, on the daily chart, look at this hold and break of the 200 period moving average. We say shout out to our good friend Brian Shannon. I hope you're enjoying your vacation in Chile right there. But, nice move. It was in Boston last week. We missed him in Chile this week. This guy's going to get back to work right there. But 216, enjoy your vacation, my good friend. 216 right there for Apple. See you later. Let's see if we can get upside on that one. All right, what a good day. We haven't even really covered too many stories, but I am glad that we were able to go over just a little bit of, all the stories that were important to us, especially those that affected the market here near the end of the day. We do have Bitcoin right now as well, starting to tick up just a little bit on some of this. Nice upside day there for crypto. You could see right now you're at 111,271. So I didn't pull the trigger here, and maybe we should have. I actually talked about 108 as being a buy zone right there for BTC, and it looks like we're bouncing nicely off of that level. Could potentially be a support there. With the fact that the NASDAQ was heading lower, I just felt irresponsible to not wait for the 100 period moving average and a potential key area of concern there for 100 and the 200 period moving average. So we're going to go to Ethereum there on Coinbase. So they've had a nice little pullback as well of about 10%. New all-time highs in and around 5,000. So that's come back now to 4,300. So you take off it's about 13% or so, depending on what we're looking at there from top to bottom. So it's a very, very similar pullback in crypto as well and Bitcoin. Look, I just want to say a thank you to everybody that's been hanging out with us all afternoon. And for that, we're going to do a roll call and see who's still here. 3,100 of you have stayed late with us. So thank you for that. Adara's still working hard, getting these stories ready to go. Always. Anything crossing, we'll have that for you all of the time. But thank you so much to Wannabe Trader as well. There is a lot of posts there for Wannabe Trader. Christmas is here as well. Eerie Pages, thank you so much for I think it was the great question there about our engagement stories and whatnot, proposals. So thank you so much to there. Big ups to Chile as well. HYMC, I did hear that's Highcroft Mining. They had a private placement, so that's all the downside as well. YouTube, what's up? MF Dane Generous, thank you so much. Charlie Taff and everybody there. Bye, says Bob that dog there. Thank you to Adara as well from Jacques as well. Andrew, everybody. Again, Adara and I doing the best that we can. We were on the show all day.
Mattel News.
Literally giving to you everything all day. What's up? Why not me? Wannabe Trader as well. And we just go up here. No producers in our ear. Absolutely nothing. Doing everything we can to give you all of the news, all of the time. You just mentioned Mattel. What's the Mattel story quickly?
So apparently they're restructuring their brand organization and marketing. They're going to be promoting Roberto Stanici to Executive Vice President and Chief Global Brand Officer, while Jamie Siegelman will be becoming the global head of dolls. So it's kind of funny we get this after we got the restructuring news with KHC, which Warren Buffett did not like, but apparently MAT restructuring its brand organization and marketing and promoting someone here to global head of dolls. Shout out to the Barbie movie. Have you seen the Barbie movie, Sean?
I have.
The ASL version where the girl's at the bottom of the screen doing sign language is actually way more entertaining. No, it's not even, she's just really committed to it. And I really, I'm so entertained by her. I'm like, I'm not even watching the movie. I'm just watching this woman sign. So, but yeah, shout out to Mattel.
I better take that back before I lose cred. I've not seen them. I've seen pieces of the movie.
Okay,
I've never seen it top to bottom.
I didn't, it was fine. I like the ASL version better, truthfully.
Okay, yeah, it's just, it's sometimes when I have a 10-year-old daughter, it just gets played. there.
Oh, so you're just there and it's
in
happening.
the background.
Yeah, that's fair.
It was played. They went to the theater to see it, and they absolutely loved it there as well. Okay, we know our good friend Joe never eats pie, but this is your favorite pie.
Oh, okay. Cherry
maybe-
lattice.
Cherry what? Oh,
Cherry
lattice. So it's
like
all.
things. Yeah. What about you?
I actually like key lime.
That's actually really solid.
It's really light.
Right? Yeah.
It's nice and easy.
It's a little too custard. Like I don't love the whole custard thing. I think
Yeah.
that's why key lime is like.
But banana
the
cream.
taste of lime.
Banana cream. That's custardy too. Though.
I think key lime is like that. That's a solid choice.
Thank
Good
you.
choice.
Appreciate that. I feel like I've had a good day here. All right. So thank you to everybody again. Adair and I are back tomorrow for sure at 8:30. So check us then. Neil, Joseph, and Sharif, they're questionable tomorrow. So we'll see if they're coming in. Thank you so much to, and Brendan as well. You know, that guy, you can't trust that guy. So shout out to Fabian and Ramin. You can trust those guys, and Andre for the great work behind the board today. I'm just kidding. Everyone should be here tomorrow. Join us at 8:30 for another one. It's going to be a big one, man. It's Google time, it's Zscaler time, it's Apple time. For now, that's Adair. I'm Sean. Ciao.